a world where inner energy, chakra, transforms into combat techniques known as jutsu, where ninja are the primary power of nations. In this mega recap, I'll be covering the entire universe of the Naruto and Boruto anime series. A boy who was born being hated by everyone, not by choice, but by a cruel fate imposed on him before he even opened his eyes. Naruto Uzumaki carries within him the Nine-Tails Fox, the most feared creature in the ninja world, sealed inside his body on the day of his birth, the very same day he lost his parents. He grew up alone, with no family, no friends, no recognition. The village that was supposed to protect him saw him as a monster. But this loud, stubborn boy, with an impossible-to-erase smile, had a dream bigger than any pain, to become Hokage, the most powerful and respected ninja in his village. In this video, we cover Naruto's entire journey, from his lonely childhood in Konoha, the formation of Team 7, the battles that shaped his character, the pain of losing Jiraiya, the ninja war that put the entire world at risk, all the way to the moment he finally achieves his dream. But the story doesn't end there. We also cover the next generation, Naruto's son Boruto, who grows up in the shadow of a legendary father and must find his own path, including facing threats that not even Naruto himself could have foreseen, and a dark future that puts everything at risk once again in Boruto 2 Blue Vortex. The complete journey of a ninja universe, from the very beginning to the most recent chapter. Naruto Classic, Naruto Shippuden, Boruto Naruto Next Generations, and Boruto 2 Blue Vortex. 4 stories and 4 incredible works, all in a single mega recap. If you enjoy recaps, drop a like. This video took a lot of work to put together, record, and edit. Subscribe to the channel and hype up the video. The hype helps tremendously in getting the video out to more people and spreading the love for these series even further. The story begins long ago with the Otsutsuki clan, who were always traveling to collect chakra and genetic information. How did they do this? They planted a divine tree, containing all the necessary elements to gather all the existing chakra. The result was a fruit that compressed all the vital energy on the planet. Once they ate the fruit, the clan members could extend their lives infinitely. For a long time, the Otsutsuki followed this process, until one day, everything changed. Kaguya Otsutsuki, also known as the princess of the clan, came to Earth intending to repeat the ritual she had been performing. But this time, something different happened. She had a disagreement with the companion who traveled with her and was left alone with the newly planted divine tree. The area around the divine tree began to wither and dry up, consuming everything nearby, even people who approached out of curiosity to see what it was. However, most humans believed that the divine tree was something miraculous, as they didn't even understand the concept of chakra, and consequently did not suspect who Kaguya was. In fact, the Otsutsuki princess lived on Earth long enough to form a relationship with a human and have 2 sons with him, Hamura and Hagoromo Otsutsuki, both of whom also play fundamental roles in the story. Then, the day came. The divine tree was ready and the chakra fruit could be consumed. After consuming it, an immense amount of power invaded Kaguya's body, and the princess became completely corrupted by it. She then decided to create the infinite Tsukuyomi, believing it was the only way to bring peace to the world. As a result, humans were placed into a deep sleep, where everything they idealized became reality. While they were kept in this illusion, all their powers were absorbed. With this, there was a clash of ideals between Kaguya and her sons, who were the only ones capable of doing something about the situation. The difference in opinions led the princess to awaken the Jubi, also known as the 10 Tails. The divine tree became an indestructible being, practically impossible to defeat. Thus, Hamura and Hagoromo, who had inherited abilities from their mother and the clan, decided to perform the Chibaku Tensei, a very powerful sealing jutsu that would trap Kaguya and all her powers in a moon in the sky. The princess was covered with many stones until she could no longer move, and so the moon was created. But that would not be enough. It was necessary for someone to control this immense amount of power, chakra. Hagoromo was chosen for this mission because, in addition to having an extremely balanced mind, he had better capability in mastering chakra, given that he was a mix between Otsutsuki and human. As for the 10 Tails, only the shell remained. Before being sealed, however, Kaguya created a small remnant of her will as a final act of her existence, something that we later discovered to be Black Zetsu. as a guarantee that the Jubi would not escape and that her mother's evil power would not be released again. Nomura decided to live on the moon, and thus his heirs, descendants, the Hyuga, came into existence, but that's much later. In this way, Hagoromo decided to stay on Earth. He deeply desired humanity to have a more peaceful future. Of course, there were still many who supported Kaguya, who called themselves the Kaguya clan, but this did not make the Sage of Six Paths lose faith that there were other ways to achieve peace, quite different from his mother's. Thus, he shared with everyone the ability to use chakra, among other skills. In this way, Hagoromo became the father of the ninja world. People understood each other more easily for a long time. The Sage of Six Paths even wrote some teachings on stone tablets, made by himself to be passed down from generation to generation. And like his mother, he lived on Earth for a long time and had two sons, Ashura and Indra, one symbolized by the sun and the other by the moon, respectively. The two brothers were quite different from each other. While Indra was extremely powerful, with great talent in the ocular chakra, having inherited the power of the eyes, Ashura was more zen and believed that good practices and customs could form alliances, and as a result, good and peace would always prevail. It's also worth noting that Ashura is the origin of all physical jutsus, as well as the Kekkei Genkai and clans that possess physical powers. Next, Hagoromo decided to divide his powerful chakra into 9 parts, thus creating the tailed beasts, or Biju. These were neutral beings, created without any malice, before releasing the beasts to live as they wished. Since they were all spread across the earth, he warned them that one day someone would try to use them for evil, but not to worry, because a person would guide them down the right path. Can you guess who that might be? On his deathbed, Hagoromo said that Ashura, one of his sons, would be responsible for taking care of everything he had left behind. Indra was not at all pleased with his father's decision. In fact, this is where Black Zetsu's influence first comes into play. He convinced the boy to fight against his own brother, leading to what essentially became an eternal war. But that's not all. Kaguya's remnant also altered the stone tablets that contained the teachings of the Sage of Six Paths, which led to great conflicts in the future. According to Hagoromo's logic, power was meant to be used solely to bring and maintain peace, not to develop destructive fighting abilities, which is what led to the creation of ninjutsu. The same thing happened with Hamura's descendants. They misunderstood the message their father had left and ended up fighting each other to the point of extinction. When Ashura and Indra died, their wills were passed down through generations. In other words, they reincarnated and continued to fight through their reincarnations until they reached two names that are very familiar to us, Hashirama and Madara, 80 years before Naruto's generation. The world was divided into clans, each with its own abilities, powers, secrets, and combat tactics. It's important to remember that during this time, there were no established villages or settlements. At that time, there were also no alliances, as the world was practically in a constant state of war. Many teenagers were already ninjas, trained to fight and defend their own clans. Additionally, the tailed beasts, or Biju, were being used as weapons in an attempt to win battles. However, you might recall that not everyone was able to control the tailed beasts, right? That's where the Senju and Uchiha clans come into play. During a great war, Hashirama and Madara met. They were both just children and from different clans, but they didn't know that. Moreover, they had no idea that they were also the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, so it was their destiny to face each other someday. Well, they became best friends and would always meet to compete in something, mainly throwing stones into the river. Since this sense of competition was always present, both Madara and Hashirama trained very hard and became extremely powerful shinobi in the years to come. But it wasn't just competition that defined their friendship. They shared the same ideals as they were tired of so much war. They eventually concluded that in order for peace to reign, an alliance needed to be formed. In their minds, this alliance would be a village where everyone could live in peace without worrying about combat. One day, Hashirama and Madara's fathers discovered that the two were meeting and decided to take advantage of this to capture and kill their enemies. On that same day, the boys met again, but this time to break off their bond due to the rivalry between their clans. The pain was so great that Madara awakened the first tomo of his Sharingan. From that point on, unfortunately, they only encountered each other in battle. The battles became more frequent, and both rose through the ranks of their respective clans until they became leaders. While Hashirama was considered the most powerful shinobi of the time, due to his natural abilities, Madara also developed significantly, to the point of gaining complete control over his eyes, even fully mastering the Mangekyu Sharingan. However, the excessive battles, which lasted for days on end, eventually left the Uchiha blind, while the Senju continued to insist on the peace agreement they had always dreamed of. But as time passed, this possibility seemed to grow more distant. Tobirama Senju, Hashirama's younger brother, hated the rival clan. One day, he gravely injured Izuna Uchiha, Madara's younger brother. Izuna lay bedridden for nights until unfortunately he passed away. Before he died, however, Madara took his brother's eyes to regain his vision, awakening the eternal Mangekyu Sharingan. Well, there are two versions of this part of the story. The first is that Madara stole Izuna's eyes. The second is that Izuna himself asked Madara to take his Sharingan. Which one do you believe? Remember, folks, that the former leader of the Uchiha clan was always an ambitious person with a thirst for power. Back to the story. With his new eyes, Madara could fight again, which only made Tobirama even angrier. But Hashirama was very persistent and kept returning to the idea of an alliance. However, after his brother's death, Madara was quite resistant, until he reached a certain point. He suggested that if the leader of the Senju clan truly wanted to realize the dream they had both shared, he would need to kill Tobirama as a way to avenge Izuna's death, and they would be even. But instead, Hashirama offered himself in place of Tobirama, which left Madara very surprised. After much resistance, the Uchiha finally decided to make peace and form an alliance with his old friend. Together, they began to live harmoniously, integrating the Land of Fire and founding the Hidden Leaf Village. In fact, other countries started to imitate what they were doing. They also formed alliances and became nations divided into villages. Let's say Konoha set an example for the entire world. For a long time, with various ideas and strategies, peace reigned among all. Each of the villages had a leader, and in the Land of Fire, this leader was known as the Hokage. Initially, Hashirama wanted Madara to be the leader. After all, they founded the village together, and it was the Uchiha who named the place. However, most people didn't think they could trust him, including Tobirama. Madara quickly realized what was happening and felt deeply rejected. In the end, Hashirama was chosen to take the position. The first Hokage often met with the leaders of the other villages, the Kages, to discuss various issues, including the alliance between the villages, which was his idea. Hashirama was quite happy with everything that was happening. After all, his dream of bringing peace to the ninja world had come true. During his time in office, conflicts significantly decreased, but nothing good lasts forever. During this same period, some villages began to use the power of the tailed beasts to create Jinchurikis, people who had the beasts sealed within their bodies to use their chakra. Few people managed to control them, especially the Kyubi, known as the Nine-Tails Fox. But over time, the power of the Bijus was correctly harnessed by the Jinchurikis, and the villages began attacking each other again. The reasons were always the same: conflicts of interest, natural resources, and territorial dominance. Seeing this, Madara felt that he and Hashirama had failed. Thus, he started searching for other ways to reverse the situation. After discovering Hagoromo Otsutsuki's stone tablets, Madara began to change his mind, since they had been altered and he was being manipulated by Black Zetsu. Even without knowing Kaguya's history, he convinced himself that he should create the infinite Tsukuyomi and imprison everyone in a dream so they could live in a world of peace. Following his own ideals and distrustful of Konoha's leadership, with a plan entirely different from the original, he decided to leave his homeland. it's important to note that no Uchiha followed him because no one shared his vision. Going from village to village, Madara began searching for the bijus. He wanted to evolve his eyes to the next level, but no one was on the same level, until he found the Kyuubi. After using the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails, Madara decided to go to Konoha to destroy the village. He even had a plan to fight Hashirama to the death. This way, his eyes could evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, it would be a pain from start to finish to fight and lose his best friend, wouldn't it? At first, Madara was controlling the Kyuubi with his eyes and covered it with Susanoo. However, it's important to note that he wasn't the Jinchuriki of the beast. As a result, he couldn't maintain control of the Nine Tails for long, and Hashirama gained control over it, but that didn't last long either. This is where Mito Uzumaki came into the story. She belonged to the Uzumaki clan, known for their vitality, powerful chakra, and specialization in sealing jutsus. So the clan's matriarch used a Fuinjutsu and sealed Kurama within herself, becoming the first Jinchuriki of the Biju. Afterward, the battle continued between the two. It was so long that eventually, both of their chakra reserves were depleted, leaving them to rely solely on physical attacks and taijutsu. But we all know the outcome. Hashirama won. At one point, Madara bit his rival and absorbed some of his DNA. Many believed that the Uchiha had died there, but in reality, he used Izanagi as a way to avoid death. With this, he used the cells of his former friend that were in his body to regenerate quickly, allowing him to survive for many years. Before truly dying, he managed to awaken the Rinnegan and realized there was something on the moon, which he summoned, later revealed to be the shell of the Jubi. Madara then used the shell to cultivate more of Hashirama's cells, and thus the White Zetsus were born. Even without knowing how he would carry out the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, Madara formed an army of White Zetsus and began a search for the Bijus. During the time he was in hiding, many events and wars took place. Hashirama died, and Tobirama took his place as Hokage. Several jutsus were created, such as the Shadow Clone technique, extensively used by our beloved protagonist, and the Edo Tensei. Additionally, the second Hokage also established Konoha's police force and assigned this role to the Uchiha clan. Many believed it was a way to secure peace, but in reality, it was a trick to keep a closer watch on the Uchiha clan. At a certain point in the story, Tobirama ended up dying during a mission, but before passing away, he entrusted the position of Hokage to Hiruzen Sarutobi. This is when another villain entered the story, Danzo Shimura. At the time, he envied his friend for becoming Hokage and began to create an internal revolution. In addition to being part of the council, he was also in charge of the ANBU. Without Hiruzen's knowledge, Danzo recruited orphans from various places to serve in the hunter squad and follow his orders. Danzo became convinced of the philosophy that for a society to be completely obedient, it needed a living sacrifice and a scapegoat. And who do you think became the main target in this idea? Exactly, the Uchiha. They were already a source of suspicion for the previous government and were never able to reach the position of Hokage because of this. As a result, discussions began among the third Hokage and the council about the possibility of making the clan the living sacrifice. Danzo convinced the council to proceed with the plan. Meanwhile, Hiruzen, besides being Hokage, was also responsible for training 3 great ninjas, who later became known as the legendary Sannin. They are Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Each of them had a distinct personality, which influenced the paths they took throughout the story. Jiraiya was always impulsive and hardworking. Because of this, he often struggled to execute jutsus, to the point of ending up on the Mountain of the Toads. But this turned out to be beneficial as he went through training with them, perfecting his techniques. One day, the Toad Sage predicted that one of his students would be the child of prophecy. From that day on, the perverted sage began a search for this person. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was always very quiet and one of Hiruzen's best students. But after the death of his parents, he completely changed his personality, getting involved with forbidden jutsus and even deserting Konoha. No one knows exactly what his motivations were. Finally, there's Tsunade, who was always an excellent and tough ninja. However, she also changed a bit after losing her brother. In fact, she suggested that medical teams should always be available to assist those in need. During this time, she met Dan, the great love of her life. Unfortunately, with another war, Dan also ended up dying, which deeply affected Tsunade. But she didn't have much time to mourn because she was summoned, along with her former teammates, to face a great adversary, Hanzo of the Salamander. The enemy was so impressed with the talent of the three that he spared their lives, and of course, named them the legendary Sanin. Around this time, Kakashi's father, Sakumo Hatake, began to be known as the White Fang of Konoha. As the Sanin were returning to Konoha, they came across three war orphans, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Before talking more about them, we need to go back to Madara. Well, during the Second Great Ninja War, Madara was getting very old, and he needed to live a few more years to see the infinite Tsukuyomi come to fruition. So he sought someone to take care of his eyes and inherit the Rinnegan. This person, in the future, would also gather the tailed beasts and revive the Uchiha. Black Zetsu agreed with Madara's plan. After all, it was halfway there to bringing Kaguya back. With that, Black Zetsu implanted the eyes into a child, who we later discovered to be Naruto Uzumaki. It couldn't just be anyone who could handle such powerful eyes, and the choice fell on the boy because he was an Uzumaki, known for having a strong chakra flow. So Zetsu, now with both parts united, waited for Nagato to grow up in order to start putting everything into action. It's important to note that the village where the boy lived, Amegakure, was situated between other nations and was heavily affected by wars with a lot of poverty and hunger. In the past, a Konoha ninja ended up killing Nagato's parents right in front of him. This led Nagato to use the Rinnegan for the first time, and he ended up killing that shinobi. After becoming an orphan, Nagato began wandering the village in search of food to survive. During this time, he met two other children, also orphans, Konan and Yahiko. Together, the three found ways to survive the chaos of war. At one point, they ended up in the crossfire between the legendary Sanin and Hanzo of the Salamander. Although none of the children were harmed, unfortunately, Nagato's puppy, who had accompanied him during his days alone, was killed. After the battle ended, the three of them approached the Sanin to ask for help. It was at this moment that Jiraiya looked at Nagato and noticed the Rinnegan in the boy's eyes, the eyes of prophecy. With this realization, Jiraiya associated Nagato with the child of prophecy and decided to take the children as his students. After several years of training, seeing that they could manage on their own, the pervy sage decided to return to Konoha, where he also became the teacher of another team. And guess who one of those students was? Minato Namikaze, the father of our beloved protagonist. Meanwhile, Mito Uzumaki was growing old and needed a successor to carry the Nine-Tails Fox within her. But she didn't want just anyone for this role, so she chose none other than Kushina Uzumaki. Both were from the same clan, but Kushina still lived in the village of Whirlpools, so she was brought to Konoha by some ninjas to take on this role. Unfortunately, shortly after the girl left the village, the Uzumaki clan was exterminated by other nations. Everyone feared the Uzumaki because they were extremely powerful ninjas and experts in sealing jutsus. Thus, Kushina became the second Jinchuriki of Kurama, and also a citizen of Konoha. For a long time, she suffered bullying because of her red hair, but don't think she took it lying down. She always stood up to those who dared to get in her way. Moreover, she always emphasized her dream of becoming the first female Hokage. During this time, she met Minato. They were in the same class at the Ninja Academy and shared the same ideals. Even though she didn't show it, Minato understood her very well. One night, Kushina was kidnapped by ninjas from another village who wanted to steal Kurama's chakra. Along the way, she left strands of her hair behind in the hope that someone would come to rescue her. And that's exactly what happened. Minato fought off all the shinobi who were taking her and then rescued her. He then expressed how much he liked her hair, which had been so criticized by everyone else. The rest is history, isn't it? From that night on, they became great friends and a beautiful couple. Both grew up to become spectacular ninjas, especially Minato, who became known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha due to his speed in battle. Additionally, he also became the teacher of Team 7, with Obito Uchiha, Rin Nohara, and Kakashi Hatake as his students. Around this time, we were also introduced to Might Guy, a ninja who didn't have special powers but trained twice as hard to stand out among the others. After all, hard work can also beat natural talent. Team 7 was very close, and each member had their own personality. While Obito was always cheerful and focused on becoming Hokage, Kakashi was rather distant due to his father's death. As a result, he preferred to focus solely on becoming an excellent shinobi and following the rules with strict discipline. He made it clear that if it was necessary to leave his friends behind to complete the mission, he would do so. Well, we saw that this changed later on. Rin, on the other hand, was the intermediary between them, as well as the group's medical ninja with great skills. During this time, the Third Great Ninja War began, and Team 7 was frequently assigned many missions. Kakashi always stood out due to his abilities, and as a result, he received gifts from his sensei and Rin. Obito, feeling somewhat envious, did not do the same. Minato, noticing this, often advised his students to work as a team, believing they would have more success together. With that in mind, they were given a mission to destroy a bridge, which was key to ending the war. Kakashi wanted to stick to the plan, but everything changed after Rin was kidnapped. While Hatake wanted to continue the mission, Obito wanted to save their teammate. The two clashed and began to go their separate ways until Uchiha said the famous line, "Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum." Moved by his friend's words, they both set off to rescue Rin, but not in the way you might think. Obito went ahead, and during the battle, he awakened the Sharingan. However, he was about to be killed when Kakashi appeared to help him. Unfortunately, a tragedy occurred. A rock slide fell on Obito, crushing him completely. Believing he would die right there, Obito decided to give one of his eyes to Kakashi, asking Rin to perform the transplant while there was still time. According to Uchiha himself, this would be his gift to his friend. They couldn't retrieve their friend's body in time and were also out of options to escape their enemies. So Kakashi decided to use the kunai Minato had given him, which acted as a teleportation device, allowing their sensei to reunite with his students. But then came the plot twist. Obito was not actually dead and was rescued by Black Zetsu. Meanwhile, Kakashi continued to grow stronger, now that he had his former teammate's Sharingan. Since the death of his friend, he swore to himself that he would never leave anyone behind on missions again and continued to improve his skills. Around this time, he also created a jutsu that we all know very well, the Chidori. During that time, Sasori, a rogue ninja who had deserted from the village of the sand, assassinated the third Kazekage and turned him into one of his puppets. Itachi Uchiha experienced all the events of the Third Great Ninja War, witnessing the deaths of many acquaintances and even members of the Uchiha clan, which caused him significant trauma. Maitodai, to protect his son, opened the 8 inner gates and defeated the killed 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, but unfortunately, he died in the process. As a result, Maitoge became even more obsessed with training, to the point of aspiring to one day be named the strongest ninja. With the end of the Third Great Ninja War, all of the 5 great nations gathered to renew the peace agreement. This was, in fact, Hiruzen Sarutobi's only demand of the losing countries. All the council members were outraged and decided it was time to appoint someone else to the position of Hokage, and who was chosen? None other than Minato Namikaze. However, this decision did not please everyone. After selecting the 4th Hokage, the Uchiha clan began to mobilize to carry out the coup they had been planning for some time. At the same time, Orochimaru was far from happy about this. After all, he had wanted to be named Hokage. As a result, he intensified his experiments and delved deeper into studies related to longevity, immortality, and resurrection. He also began spreading the curse mark among various ninjas, especially those who served him. This way, the Sannin could use the person's body if he was incapacitated or near death. And there's more. The Snake Master stole the graves of the first and second Hokages to perform some procedures, mainly with Hashirama's cells. Amidst all of this, a child emerged, who we later came to know as Yamato. It's important to note that these experiments were only possible because Danzo was behind them, ensuring that Orochimaru's actions remained undiscovered. As a result, Danzo also benefited from Hashirama's cells, gaining the ability to control a large number of Sharingans. However, the Sanin's plans were eventually uncovered by the third Hokage, who confronted him directly. In that confrontation, Hiruzen was unable to kill his former student, and Orochimaru ended up leaving Konoha, taking his apprentice Kabuto with him. Jiraiya tried to stop his friend from leaving, but it was in vain. Over the years, Orochimaru and Kabuto established several laboratories throughout the ninja world, conducting various experiments in each of them. They also created the Hidden Sound Village and continued searching for suitable vessels to become Orochimaru's future bodies. However, they decided that the best vessel would be that of an Uchiha, which led Orochimaru to join the Akatsuki. But before we discuss the organization, we need to go back in time a bit. Remember when I mentioned that Obito was alive and was rescued by Black Zetsu? Well, he brought the boy to Madara, who believed this was a divine intervention. After all, who better than someone from the same clan to carry out the Moon Plan? First, Madara regenerated the part of Obito's body that had been crushed, thanks to Hashirama's cells and the experiments the Uchiha himself had conducted. Then, he tried to persuade Obito to follow him, but the boy resisted and decided to escape. As Obito left Madara's hideout, the first thing he saw was Kakashi killing Rin. This deeply affected the boy who, consumed by hatred, decided to cooperate with the plan that had been explained to him. Furthermore, Rin's death was so traumatic that both Obito and Kakashi awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. However, I must remind you that all of this was part of Madara's manipulation, intended to ensure Obito's cooperation. To continue with the plan, Obito sought out Nagato, knowing that the Uzumaki would later be the key to Madara's resurrection. This has been mentioned earlier in the video, but I'm reinforcing it here. Thus, Madara's legacy was established. He was no longer just another ninja. As a result, Obito no longer wanted to be recognized by the members of the village he once lived in, and decided to adopt the name of his ancestor. Meanwhile, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato founded a group with the goal of bringing about world peace. The name? Well, you know it very well, Akatsuki. With each passing day, the organization gained many followers, which started to bother certain individuals, including Hanzo of the Salamander. To eliminate the Akatsuki, Hanzo decided to set a trap with Danzo, kidnapping Konan. When Yahiko and Nagato went to rescue her, the leader of Amigakure confronted Nagato and told him that in exchange for the girl, he would have to kill his friend standing beside him. With a kunai in hand, the Uzumaki refused to choose between the two. But before he realized it, Yahiko had thrown himself onto the kunai, killing himself. In his final words, the founder of Akatsuki asked Nagato and Konan to continue the dream of bringing peace to the ninja world. Yahiko's death caused Nagato to awaken the Rinnegan, killing everyone present except for Konan and Hanzo, who managed to escape using teleportation. Subsequently, Nagato used his friend's body and through the Gedo, demonic statue, transformed it into one of the Paths of Pain, which would now be his pseudonym. After assassinating Hanzo, he became the leader of Amigakure and the Akatsuki, which continued to pursue the goal of peace but now through pain. Shortly thereafter, they made contact with Obito, who intended to observe the group closely. Instead of maintaining the identity of Madara Uchiha, he preferred to adopt the pseudonym Tobi. With this, Pain, with the help of Konan, Tobi, and Zetsu, began recruiting rogue ninjas to join them. The number of members grew, and they soon became an organization full of mercenaries. In fact, nations that wanted to win wars could hire the services of the Akatsuki. It's important to note that each member of the group had their own goals, but the main objective was to capture all the Bijus in order to control the wars, so to speak. Even though it seemed like the group was led by Pain, that wasn't really the case. In reality, it was all part of Obito's manipulation to obtain the tailed beasts, and begin Madara's moon plan, but even Uchiha himself was being used by Black Zetsu. After all of this was to bring Kaguya Otsutsuki back. With that in mind, they decided that the first Biju to be hunted would be the Nine Tails. At the time, Kushina was pregnant, which made the seal that held the beast much weaker. So, on the day of the birth, Obito decided to invade Konoha to release the fox. After a brief fight with his sensei, he succeeded in his goal. And this is where the story begins for us. As we start reading the manga, watching the anime, the Nine Tails began attacking everything in sight, destroying Konoha in the process. Meanwhile, the fourth Hokage had to contain it, fight Obito, and save Kushina, who was dying due to the extraction of the beast. With little time to think, he made a very serious decision to seal the fox inside Naruto. Even though he was a newborn, Minato knew his son would survive because he was an Uzumaki like his mother. Unfortunately, after the sealing jutsu, Minato and Kushina died. Along with them, many others also lost their lives, including Iruka Umino's parents and Hiruzen's wife, forcing Hiruzen to resume the position of Hokage. To ensure Naruto's safety, the Konoha Council decided to conceal the fact that the boy was the Jinchuriki of Kurama as a way to prevent potential new attacks on the village and to protect our beloved protagonist from being kidnapped. But as we saw throughout the story, that didn't work out very well, did it? Additionally, the leadership of Konoha, along with many of the village's citizens, were suspicious of the Uchiha, as the person who attacked the village had a Sharingan, and the only members of the clan still alive lived there. Because of this, there was a movement to completely eliminate the clan. At that time, there was a child in the Uchiha clan who drew a lot of attention due to his extremely high abilities for his age, even being considered a prodigy. We're talking about Itachi Uchiha. Itachi always stood out at the Ninja Academy with excellent grades and successful missions. He was also training with his best friend, Shisui, who was also an Uchiha and a great promise. It didn't take long for the boy to catch Danzo's attention, who orchestrated various situations to place the Uchiha prodigy under his watchful eye. This way, Konoha would have a spy within the Uchiha clan to find out if they were really planning a coup. Then came pressure from both sides. Both the Uchiha and the rest of Konoha wanted secret information from each other. During this time, Itachi lost a teammate who was assassinated on a mission, leading to one of his first traumas. For many years, the clan prodigy tried to convince the other Uchiha that the coup was not a good idea, arguing that the conflict would escalate and likely lead to a new war, with many deaths along the way. Unfortunately, no one listened to the boy, and they decided to proceed with the plan. By this time, Danzo had already taken Shisui's eye, which contained a very powerful jutsu called Kotoamatsukami, a genjutsu that allows the user to enter the opponent's mind and manipulate it, creating false experiences and making it seem as though the person was acting of their own free will. Shisui's idea was to use this to prevent the coup from happening. Unfortunately, after losing one of his eyes, he gave the other to Itachi and asked his friend to stop the war. Shortly after, he committed suicide. The trauma was so great that Itachi awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. With this, Danzo decided to make a proposal to Itachi. He told the Uchiha that he could prevent another war from happening, but he would have to kill all the members of his clan, including his own parents. The only person who would remain alive would be his younger brother. After some hesitation and ensuring that Sasuke would survive, Itachi carried out the Uchiha clan massacre one night. He then became a rogue ninja and later joined the Akatsuki. It's worth noting that Itachi had the help of Tobi, who presented himself as Madara, to carry out this collective extermination. Now that the Akatsuki had all its members, including an Uchiha, Orochimaru decided to put his plan into action and attempted to steal Itachi's body, but failed miserably. After this episode, he left the group and focused more on his own research, as well as on performing forbidden jutsus like Edo Tensei. However, there was a twist. The Sannin had implanted Hashirama's cells into all the corpses he had stolen, including Madara's. This led to a slight change of plans. Initially, Madara would have needed to sacrifice a person with the Rinnegan to bring him back to life, but since Orochimaru had implanted Hashirama's cells into his body, Madara would return to life in his original form, so to speak, through Edo Tensei. Meanwhile, Kakashi was becoming known for copying his opponent's jutsus with the Sharingan, which earned him various nicknames, and was becoming one of the strictest teachers at the Ninja Academy. The Ninja Academy always trained children who wanted to follow their dream of becoming excellent shinobi, and among them was our beloved protagonist, Naruto. Well, his childhood was not easy at all. Despite the third Hokage's decree not to mention the attack on Konoha and the fox, Naruto was not well treated in the village, as the villagers saw him as a monster, and the boy didn't know why. This caused him to always be alone, or be known for the pranks he pulled. When he was at the Ninja Academy, his grades weren't great, and he even failed to pass under Iruka's supervision because, believe it or not, he couldn't perform the shadow clone jutsu like his classmates. Naruto felt terrible and ended up encountering a wicked ninja named Mizuki, who convinced him to steal a very important scroll and tried to manipulate him the entire time. Iruka found the boy and even saved him from being hit by a giant shuriken. During their escape, the teacher and the villain had a confrontation, and in it, Mizuki revealed why people didn't like the blonde boy, speaking about the fox, but upon hearing Iruka's kind words defending him, Naruto was able to successfully perform the shadow clone jutsu and defeated the villain. After proving to his sensei that he was capable of performing the jutsu, his master promoted him to genin, and a new phase began there. Afterward, he was placed in Kakashi Hatake's Team 7, alongside Sasuke Uchiha, his great rival, and Sakura Haruno, his childhood love. But don't think it was easy. The three had to pass a test given by the sensei, which was nothing more than teamwork, but they didn't know that. After the bell test, Kakashi tied Naruto to a log and didn't allow him to have lunch, while the other two could. The first to give in was Sasuke, who claimed that Naruto needed to eat and gain strength to continue with the test. Then Sakura also offered her lunch but urged him to hurry as Kakashi could arrive at any moment. And that's exactly what happened. To scare the students, the sensei appeared very angry when he saw that they had offered food to Naruto, but later, he stated that all three had passed the test. Thus, Team 7 was officially formed for the first time in many years, just like all the teams from each village. Team 7 is tasked with missions requested by the villagers, such as doing household chores or acting as bodyguards. After several missions, the most notable being the mission in the Land of Waves, their objective was to escort Tazuna to the location where he was to finish building a bridge. However, a man named Gato wanted to prevent this from happening and hired the services of Zabuza Momochi, known as the Demon of the Hidden Mist, and Haku. The first time Team 7 encountered the villains was on their way to the Land of Waves. Naruto was trembling with fear and couldn't do anything. Sakura was trying to protect Tazuna, and Sasuke was preventing Haku from getting close to them, while there was a brief confrontation between Zabuza and Kakashi. The Konoha team managed to come out on top, but it didn't end there. When they arrived at the bridge, the enemies appeared again, this time more prepared than before. At that moment, two battles were taking place, Kakashi versus Zabuza and Haku versus Sasuke. While the first fight was evenly matched, the Uchiha was struggling due to a crystal ice mirrors technique used by Haku. It was hard to tell where the opponent was exactly, as the images acted like mirrors, allowing Zabuza's helper to move freely within them. Soon after, Naruto also entered the mirrors to help Sasuke, but it became increasingly difficult for both of them. Then, at a certain point in the battle, Sasuke managed to discern the timing of Haku's movements and even landed a hit on him. However, Haku used needles to strike Sasuke's vital points, causing him to collapse in pain. Believing that his teammate had died, Naruto unleashed a fury within himself and released the fox's chakra, leaving everyone present utterly shocked. He then attacked the enemy, breaking the ice jutsu. But before they could continue, something happened. Haku realized that Zabuza was on the verge of death. Kakashi was moments away from striking Chidori into the enemy's heart when Haku stepped in front of Zabuza and took the blow instead, dying instantly. This triggered something in the sensei. After all, Rin had done the same thing years before, leaving him deeply shocked by the scene. But what truly surprised everyone was Zabuza's reaction, who apparently didn't care about his companion's death, despite the fact that they had always been together. Zabuza's insensitivity towards Haku's death made Naruto extremely angry, and he began to speak out, not only because of the villain's reaction, but also because the boy was important to the man, building a relationship that went far beyond financial interests. Suddenly, Zabuza remembered all the moments he had spent with Haku and then cried, stating that our beloved protagonist's words cut him deeper than any blade. Furthermore, Gato arrived at the scene and began mocking the villain for getting emotional about everything. Enraged by all that had happened and determined to avenge Haku, Zabuza showed why he was known as the Demon of the Hidden Mist, killing Gato and all his men with swift strikes. However, he didn't come out unscathed, as he was gravely injured and soon after on the brink of death. But before passing away, Zabuza asked Kakashi to carry his body to Haku's. That way, he could apologize to the boy who had been by his side all those years and depart in peace. Everyone present cried, but then Sasuke woke up. Naruto was overjoyed, and Sakura rushed over to see everything up close, and of course, she was greatly relieved to see that he hadn't died. With that, after some time, Tazuna finished the bridge and Team 7 returned home after completing the mission. As soon as they returned to the village, Kakashi signed the entire team up to participate in the Chunin Exams, a test divided into 3 stages that allowed ninjas to advance in rank. Everyone was very excited, especially our beloved protagonist. The 3 arrived in a hallway where the participants were gathered and quickly realized the magnitude of what they would be facing. Many ninjas from various places. There, they met Rock Lee, who immediately proclaimed his love for Sakura, but she refused, saying he was strange. Besides the bushy brow, as nicknamed by Naruto, they also met Neji Hyuga and Tenten. Additionally, Team 7 also reunited with their old friends from the Ninja Academy, who are now also participating, such as Team 8 and Team 10. The trio also met Kabuto Yakushi, an older ninja who claims to have taken the exam 6 times before, making this his 7th attempt, but he has never managed to complete any of them. Because of this, he has extensive knowledge about the participants, revealing some data he keeps in identification cards. The first phase of the exam was written. The examiner was none other than the psychological torture specialist Ibiki Morino. With every sentence, he encouraged the participants to give up. In that room, all the Genin had to take a test containing 9 questions, with a 10th question to be announced aloud after a certain period of time had passed. The only rule was, do not copy someone else's answer. To prevent this, several assistants of the examiner were seated around the room, observing everything closely. After explaining how everything worked, Ibiki announced that the test had begun. As time passed, the shinobi grew increasingly anxious. The problem was that the 9 questions were very difficult, set at a level that a genin would never be expected to know. Some participants understood the real purpose of the test, to cheat without being caught. This was intended to train the students' skills in stealth and espionage, something that a good ninja should be an expert in. However, many were caught and disqualified. Then Ibiki announced that he would reveal the last question, but first asked if anyone wanted to quit. Several students raised their hands, and Naruto began to raise his arm, surprising Sakura and Sasuke. But in reality, our beloved protagonist did this to draw the examiner's attention. Shouting, he declared that he would not give up, and added that one day he would become Hokage. Ibiki was pleased with this response and approved everyone who was still in the room at that moment for having the courage to make it that far without giving up. Shortly afterward, the new examiner, Anko Mitarashi, made a dramatic entrance, yelling as she arrived. She announced the second phase, which would be a survival test in the Forest of Death. Each team would receive a scroll, which could be either an Earth Scroll or a Heaven Scroll. They would then be released into the perimeter of a circle, with a large tower at the center. The objective of this phase was to reach the tower with 2 different scrolls in possession, meaning they would need to take a scroll from another team and hope that it was different from the one they already had. One rule was made very clear: the ninjas were forbidden from opening the scroll while in the forest. Additionally, each team would enter through a different gate of the forest. In the early moments, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura encountered a mysterious ninja who was actually Orochimaru in disguise. Naruto and Sasuke fought him, but the Sannin was far too powerful, so much so that he managed to affect the Biju seal on Naruto's stomach, consequently disrupting the boy's chakra flow. Afterward, Orochimaru bit the Uchiha's neck, leaving him with a cursed seal and offering him enough power to carry out the revenge he so desperately desired. The villain then left, leaving Sakura alone with her unconscious teammates. To make matters worse, the three sound ninjas, Dosu, Zaku, and Kin, appeared, declaring that their mission was to eliminate Sasuke. Sakura tried to defend them but was quickly defeated, even having to desperately cut her hair with a kunai to escape the enemies. Then Rock Lee appeared to help her. However, even he was unable to defeat the Sound Trio and was quickly overpowered. Just when everything seemed lost again, Team 10 arrived. Though hesitant at first, they decided to go to the location to rescue Sakura and Lee. Choji faced Zaku, Shikamaru trapped Dosu with the Shadow Jutsu, and Ino invaded Kin's mind. What Team 10 didn't expect was that the enemies were heartless, as they were willing to attack their own teammate to break free from Ino's jutsu. Additionally, Shikamaru reached his limit and could no longer maintain the shadow hold on his opponent, leaving Asuma's team vulnerable as well. Then Neji and Tenten, after locating Lee through the Byakugan, arrived at the scene and saw everything that was happening. But before they could intervene, Sasuke woke up, but in a very different state. He was with the curse seal activated, covering half of his body with black marks, and his Sharingan was activated. Everyone was shocked by the sheer amount of power they could feel. With that, the Uchiha launched his attack. Not only did he manage to dodge the enemy's blows, but he also appeared quickly behind them. First, Sasuke dislocated both of Zaku's arms with ease, immobilizing him. Then he prepared to kill the Sound team, but Sakura stopped him by hugging him. This caused Sasuke's rage to subside, and the seal began to regress. Dosu surrendered and asked to leave, offering a scroll as an apology and taking his comrades away. Naruto also woke up, and everyone started to recover. With both scrolls in hand, Team 7 headed toward the tower. Along the way, they faced some obstacles, but they managed to reach the designated location and advanced to the next phase. At the tower, Anko, who revealed that she had a cursed seal, was watching a video showing Gaara and his team finishing the second phase in 1 hour and 37 minutes after it started, a new record, with the previous one being 4 hours. She also met with the Hokage and warned that Orochimaru was in the village, the only explanation for her seal manifesting. Even though everyone understood that the situation was critical, no one wanted to interrupt the exam. Before the third phase itself, because so many students had passed, the third Hokage decided to hold a preliminary phase to reduce the number of candidates. His strategy worked, as very few succeeded, among them Sasuke and Naruto. In the third part, we saw several interesting fights, including Naruto vs Neji Hyuga, in which our beloved protagonist claimed victory. But everyone present, and of course us too, was eagerly awaiting the fight between Sasuke and Gaara, who had previously defeated Rock Lee in a shocking manner. However, during their fight, Orochimaru, who was being sought by the village at the time, invaded Konoha and, in an act of revenge, after a long battle, killed his former sensei, the third Hokage. Hiruzen's death prompted Jiraiya to return to the village, with the council requesting him to become the fifth Hokage. However, the Sannin refused, as he was there to keep an eye on Naruto. Thus, he decided to seek out his former teammate, Tsunade, to offer her the position. With that, Jiraiya set out in search of Tsunade, and ended up taking Naruto along so that he could train the boy as well. Additionally, around the same time, Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki returned to Konoha, aiming to capture the Nine Tails. Upon discovering that the boy wasn't there, they tried to leave quietly but ended up clashing with 4 of the village's senseis, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenayuhi, Kakashi, and Might Guy, who showed up a bit later. Meanwhile, Sasuke learned that Itachi was in Konoha looking for Naruto, and also rushed there to prevent his friend from being kidnapped. While Jiraiya was on a date with some women, our beloved protagonist stayed in the room, complaining about the Sannin's lack of consideration. Someone knocked on the door, and when he answered, he found himself face to face with Itachi. Sasuke continued searching for Naruto, driven by feelings of desperation and of course revenge. After some time, everyone ends up meeting in the hallway. Itachi and Sasuke face off, but the fight is futile. Then Itachi firmly grabbed his brother's neck, delivering the iconic line we all know, "You lack hatred." With Sasuke defeated, Naruto was nearly taken by the duo, but Jiraiya arrived in time to stop them. After a brief fight, the 2 Akatsuki members managed to escape, even with the Sannin's infallible technique. Seeing the gravity of the situation, The pervy sage intensified Naruto's training. Next, Jiraiya and our beloved protagonist encountered Tsunade, who initially refused to become Hokage. But Naruto wasn't satisfied with the Sanin's answer, and they ended up in a fight in which the boy lost. Shortly after, she challenged him, saying that if he could master the Rasengan in a few days, she would accept becoming the 5th Hokage. And we all know that the blonde doesn't like to lose a bet, so he trained hard to impress her. Meanwhile, it was discovered that Orochimaru wanted to take over Sasuke's body, and the Uchiha, whose main goal was to avenge his brother, was practically giving in. Additionally, the Sannin also met with Tsunade and told her that if she wanted, he would resurrect her brother and boyfriend in exchange for healing his arms, which were lost in the battle against Hiruzen. Days passed, but after meeting him again, the medical ninja said she would never betray Konoha in such a way. Orochimaru was not pleased with his former teammate's response, and the two quickly engaged in a physical fight. At first, Tsunade had the upper hand in the battle, but upon seeing the amount of blood, she became very nervous and started recalling what had happened to her deceased brother and boyfriend. Realizing this, the Sannin, alongside Kabuto, managed to injure her several times. Naruto and Jiraiya arrived just in time to help her, including a moment where the blonde stepped in front of the villain to protect her from a kunai. Additionally, Naruto finally managed to successfully use the Rasengan, winning the bet he made with Tsunade. Unfortunately, Kabuto recovered very quickly and attacked our beloved protagonist, leaving him gravely injured. For a moment, the future 5th Hokage feared she might lose him too, but when our beloved protagonist showed that he was okay, the relief on her face was evident. Shortly after, a battle ensued between the 3 legendary Sannin, featuring various techniques including summoning jutsu. The victory went to Jiraiya and Tsunade, who then accepted the position of Hokage and decided to return to Konoha. Along with them, of course, were Shizune, her right-hand woman, and Tonton, her pet pig. Upon arrival, the new Hokage treated Sasuke and Kakashi, as both had been victims of Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Sasuke's frustration grew more intense because he couldn't defeat his brother, leading him to engage in a fight with Naruto. On one side, we saw a Chidori, and on the other, a Rasengan. Sakura ran to stop them, and both attacks were about to hit her, which could have resulted in her death, but Kakashi arrived just in time. After this brief confrontation, it became clear that, despite the destructive power of Sasuke's Chidori, Naruto's Rasengan was even more powerful. Realizing this only deepened the Uchiha's frustration. So, one night, he decided to leave Konoha and meet with Orochimaru. Initially, Sakura tried to stop him, but without much success. Once Tsunade became aware of the situation, she asked Shikamaru, the only Chunin among the Konoha 11, to assemble a team with the mission of rescuing Sasuke. After gathering Choji, Kiba, Naruto, and Neji, he devised a strategy, and they set out. The mission to rescue Sasuke failed, and nearly everyone was killed. However, this arc brought great battles, and even some unexpected collaborations, as Tsunade sent the Sand Trio to reinforce some of them. We also witnessed the confrontation between Sasuke and Naruto at the Valley of the End, where they used various combat techniques and demonstrated their growing strength. This time, the victory went to the Uchiha, who then went to meet Orochimaru. Kakashi arrived shortly after to take the blonde back to Konoha. At the hospital, Shikamaru cried because he had failed the mission and nearly lost his friends, but he was soon comforted by Temari. Meanwhile, Sakura visited Naruto in the hospital and decided that she would no longer be a burden to her friend. Shortly afterward, she went to Tsunade and asked to become the 5th Hokage's apprentice. After recovering from his injuries, Naruto decided to train with Jiraiya outside the village with the goal of becoming even stronger. After 2.5 years of training, Naruto returned to Konoha. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki began executing the plan they had devised in previous years, capturing the Jinchuriki to extract the Bijou. Various Leaf Village teams, including Team 7, faced off against the organization. The group managed to capture 7 tailed beasts, killing most of their hosts, with the exception of Gaara, who was saved by Granny Chiyo. During this time, we saw Sakura defeat Sasori, as well as a brief confrontation between Naruto, Kakashi, and Deidara. The Team 7 sensei had to take leave after using Kamui, a Mangekyu Sharingan jutsu, and left Yamato in charge of the team. Yamato was capable of controlling any manifestations of the Nine Tails within Naruto. Additionally, a new member was added to the team, Sai, one of the orphans Danzo integrated into the IMBU, who was also there to follow his orders. On a mission, Naruto, Sai, Sakura, and Yamato were attacked by Orochimaru and Kabuto, and the Nine-Tails chakra began to manifest. As mentioned earlier, the new Team 7 sensei managed to control the Four-Tails form of the beast. After everything settled, he advised our beloved protagonist not to use the fox's power anymore, as it had seriously injured his teammate. During this time, Sai also questioned Naruto about his obsession with bringing Sasuke back, to which Naruto responded that it was because of the bonds of friendship. Eventually, after much searching, everyone crossed paths with Sasuke, who immediately showed himself to be a completely different person from who he once was. Sasuke even tried to strike Naruto, but Orochimaru intervened, stating that there were more interesting enemies to kill, referring to the Akatsuki members. Orochimaru and Kabuto then disappeared with Sasuke. This event deeply impacted Team 7, especially Sakura, our beloved protagonist. As a result, Naruto decided to intensify his training even more, this time with the help of Kakashi, who chose to pay closer attention to his student. Yamato was also present to contain the Nine-Tails if it decided to manifest. The outcome of all this training was the Rasen Shuriken, a much more powerful Rasengan that, unlike the previous version, could be thrown over long distances. We saw the first appearance of this jutsu during a mission against the Akatsuki. In a battle against Haidan, Asuma Sarutobi ended up losing his life. Shikamaru, one of his students, was there and witnessed the entire scene. A few days later, consumed by a desire for revenge, he called upon Ino and Choji for a mission with the goal of defeating the one who killed their sensei. Tsunade was reluctant to authorize the mission without an older and more experienced person in charge, but Kakashi volunteered for the task. Thus the four of them set out. At first it was difficult, but once they managed to separate Haidan and Kakuzu, things improved. Shikamaru was left alone with Haidan while the others faced Kakuzu. Soon after, Naruto arrived along with Sakura and Sai, using the new jutsu he had created to defeat the villain. Kakashi then finished off Kakuzu with Chidori. At the same time, Shikamaru completed his revenge against Haidan by dismembering him and burying him under rock. The area where he left Jashin's servant belonged to the Nara clan and was surrounded by deer, making it nearly impossible for anyone to rescue the villain. After all these events, Team 7 and Team 10 returned to Konoha and immediately treated their wounds. Tsunade told Naruto that he could no longer use the Rasen Shuriken because the technique was too dangerous and took too much of a toll on his body. Of course, the news was very sad, but as we know, it didn't stop our beloved protagonist. Additionally, we see that the 5th Hokage, along with Kakashi and Yamato, was using Kakuzu's body for studies and information that might be helpful later on. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had spent 2 years training with Orochimaru, realized the Sanin's true intentions and betrayed him, killing him. Many people were shocked by the Uchiha's actions when they found out what had happened. After leaving the hideout where he had been, Sasuke also ended up freeing those who worked for the Snake Master and some of his creation. Among these people were Jugo, Karin Uzumaki, and Suigetsu. Together they formed Team Hebi, which was later renamed to Team Taka. While on his way to confront his brother and exact his revenge, Sasuke encountered Tobi and Deidara, who harbored a deep hatred for Itachi. As a result, the two clashed, and the explosive ninja unleashed a destructive technique, C4, which would have taken his own life along with Sasuke's. However, Deidara's attempt failed, as Sasuke used the summoning jutsu to save himself. Before going to meet his brother, Itachi crossed paths with Naruto and asked what his intentions were regarding Sasuke. Our beloved protagonist replied that his intentions were driven by good feelings and the bond of friendship they had formed. This answer gave Itachi a lot of hope and made him very happy, as he realized that Naruto's words were sincere and that his younger brother would not be alone in the future. To ensure that nothing went wrong, the older Uchiha left Shisui's crow with Naruto and departed. After this encounter, Sasuke found Itachi. The long-awaited battle between the brothers finally took place. There were many genjutsus and Mangekyo Sharingan techniques used, and until the very end, many believed that Itachi would be victorious, especially since he cornered Sasuke against the wall and threatened to take his younger brother's eyes. However, he simply gave the famous forehead poke and apologized, saying there won't be a next time. Then the older brother fell to the ground, dead. The revenge had finally been completed. Afterward, Sasuke woke up in a hideout with Tobi, who revealed the whole truth to him. Tobi explained that Itachi had committed that heinous act against their own clan to prevent a coup d'etat and consequently a new war. At first, Sasuke refused to believe the truth, but eventually he came to terms with it and began to cry. Once again, he was consumed by a desire for revenge, but this time against Konoha due to everything that had happened to Itachi. Thus, he finally awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. With this, Toby became very interested in having Sasuke join the Akatsuki, which had already lost many members. He then sent Sasuke and the rest of Team Taka to capture the Eight Tails. What no one expected was that Killer Bee would be such a formidable opponent, and if it weren't for his allies, Sasuke would have been in serious trouble, possibly even dead. In the end, they brought the body of the rapper back to the organization's hideout, but when they tried to extract the Bijou, they discovered that it was just a clone of the Jinchuriki. Shortly afterward, Jiraiya gathered information about the leader of the organization and set out on an investigation. Upon infiltrating Amegakure, he encountered his former student Konan, and the two briefly fought. Then, Pain appeared and interrupted the fight, declaring that from that moment on, the Sannin would be his opponent. The two engaged in a long battle, and at a certain point, the pervy sage realized through the Rinnegan that he was actually facing Nagato. Unfortunately, Jiraiya realized his former student's tactics too late and was killed in combat. Upon learning of his master's death and the likely attack aimed at capturing the Nine Tails, Naruto began training in Sage mode. Meanwhile, Pain invaded Konoha and destroyed the entire village, killing many people, including Shizune and Kakashi. However, our beloved protagonist returned to the village already in Sage mode to fight the villain. The battle started evenly, but at one point, Pain managed to pin Naruto down with several iron rods. In response, Hinata Hyuga decided to face the villain and at the same time confessed her love for Naruto. Despite showcasing various techniques, it wasn't enough to stop him, and the Byakugan princess was gravely injured. Witnessing the scene, our beloved protagonist became extremely furious and unleashed the Nine Tails chakra to the point where nearly the entire body of the fox began to emerge. In an attempt to seal Naruto, Pain used Chibaku Tensei, but even that wasn't enough to contain the full fury of the fox. At that moment, within Naruto's consciousness, the chakra of none other than Minato appeared. The two met and had a long conversation about the current events in the ninja world. It was during this moment that our beloved protagonist discovered that his father was the fourth Hokage. After some time, Minato managed to restore the fox's chakra, preventing his son from being fully controlled by it. Also restored the seal. Following this, Naruto defeated Pain. He then went to where Nagato and Konan were hiding. For a moment, the Paper Angel tried to stop Naruto from approaching, but Nagato assured her it was fine. Naruto's Talk no Jutsu deeply moved the former leader of the Akatsuki, and before passing away, Nagato used Chibaku Tensei to resurrect all those who had died during the invasion. Afterward, Konan retrieved the bodies of her friend and Yahiko, who was one of Pain's paths, and gave flowers to Naruto, thanking him for everything. Upon returning to the village, our beloved protagonist was warmly welcomed and became known as the hero of Konoha. Additionally, the Leaf Village needed to be rebuilt as it was almost entirely destroyed. Tsunade, however, had exhausted a large portion of her chakra to save many of Konoha's citizens as well as tending to the wounded, preventing further death. This massive chakra loss put her into a coma, and with the 5th Hokage unable to lead the reconstruction and take command, Danzo took advantage of the situation and appointed himself the new Hokage. Furthermore, the Kages of the 5 great nations decided to meet to discuss the threat Sasuke posed to the ninja world. Naruto asked the Raikage to give his friend a chance and even apologized on his behalf, but unfortunately, the blonde's attempts to save his former teammate were in vain. Afterward, Naruto went to an inn where he was confronted by Toby, who questioned him about Nagato's change of heart. Naruto ignored the questions, but instead asked what the masked man's plans were regarding Sasuke. Without wasting time, Toby explained about the Sage of the Six Paths, the Uchiha clan, and the truth behind the massacre which had already set Sasuke on a path of vengeance. Naruto insisted that he could still reach Sasuke, but Toby laughed and left, saying that the two were destined to fight again. Determined, Naruto decided to continue practicing Sage mode, hoping to enhance his sensory abilities and thus find his friend. However, the training was interrupted by Sakura's arrival in the Land of Iron as she wanted to talk. After hugging Naruto, she said that she no longer cared about Uchiha. This was a decision that the Konoha 11 had made regarding the situation, and they had asked her to resolve it. Naruto didn't believe Sakura's words and said that he hated people who lied to themselves. At the same time, during the meeting of the 5 Kages, Danzo tried to manipulate them using Shisui's Sharingan, but when he was discovered, all of them lost trust in him. To make matters worse, Sasuke appeared with the intention of attacking the most powerful ninjas present. After attacking the 5 Kagis, Sasuke was only spared because Gaara blocked the Raikage's attack, giving the Uchiha a chance to redeem himself, but that's not what happened. Suddenly, Sasuke summoned Susanoo, still aiming to kill everyone there. Once again, he was nearly executed, if not for Tobi, who appeared to rescue him. Still claiming to be Madara, Tobi demanded that the Kagis hand over all the Biju, or else the Fourth Great Ninja War would be declared from that moment on. And we all know what the result was, don't we? After leaving, Obito decided to help Sasuke in his revenge against Konoha, taking him there. With his ocular power fully unleashed, Uchiha ended up in a battle against Danzo. At first, the newly appointed Hokage resisted Sasuke's fatal blows due to Izanagi, using the various Sharingans he had previously collected. However, each time he used it, the eye would close after being used, so to speak. Despite this, Danzo remained at a disadvantage, while Sasuke, filled with rage, overused his eyes, causing them to bleed. At a certain point, Danzo began to lose control of Hashirama's cells within his body. He decided to capture Karin and take her hostage, believing that Sasuke wouldn't harm him while he had the girl. But with the Uchiha at the peak of his insanity, he launched a Chidori at both of them. Danzo ended up dead, and Karin was gravely injured. At that moment, Sakura appeared and said that she would follow her former childhood love in everything, even if he was seen as a villain by everyone. As a proof of loyalty, Sasuke asked Sakura to kill Karin. She hesitated and ultimately decided not to do it. At that moment, Sasuke filled his hand with a Chidori and launched it at her, but Kakashi arrived just in time to prevent a fatal incident. Naruto also joined the battle shortly afterward. Soon after, Tobi fled with Sasuke and took him to have his eyes replaced, as they were almost completely blind. The plan was to take Itachi's eyes from his tomb since they were powerful and didn't wear out easily. Meanwhile, Killer Bee engaged in a battle with Kisame, who ended up losing his head during the fight. The rapper even adopted Samhara as his own sword. Additionally, Tsunade woke up from her coma, resuming her position as Hokage, and Naruto received the final seal for the Nine Tails from the fourth Hokage. This way, if he wanted, he could unleash the fox's chakra. To learn how to control it, Killer Bee volunteered to teach our beloved protagonist how to become a partner with the beast. Yamato was also there to strengthen the seal and control the Nine Tails chakra if necessary. During the training, while at the peak of his anger, Naruto ended up meeting Kushina. Remember, this was all set up by Minato when he created the seal. The two had a long conversation, and she motivated her son to pursue his dream of becoming Hokage. This inspired Naruto to defeat the Nine Tails. He then began to control the chakra in a new way, enveloping his entire body in a yellow glow. But before they could continue the training, Kisame was discovered. Yes, all this time, the former swordsman had been hiding inside Samahada. After a long confrontation, he was defeated by Maidogai. At the same time, the 5 great nations united to defeat those who opposed peace in the ninja world, even agreeing to wear the same headband. Moreover, Kabuto met with Obito and demonstrated his ability to resurrect powerful ninjas through Edo Tensei. Thus, they decided to join forces. But first, the Uchiha sought out Madara's eyes, which had been entrusted to Nagato and were in Amegakure, where Konan had taken the bodies of her friends. Obviously, Konan was not going to hand over the Rinnegan to Obito, and the two engaged in a battle. She had been preparing for this fight for a long time and initially had the upper hand, even seemingly winning. But as we all know, the Uchiha had a trick up his sleeve, Izanagi. Using this power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, reversed the situation and ultimately defeated his opponent. Unfortunately, the Paper Angel did not survive the battle, and Obito was able to recover Madara's eyes, ready for war. With the Akatsuki having already captured several Biju, Obito and Kabuto used a great deal of chakra to summon more than 100,000 white Zetsus, essentially creating an army. Additionally, the former assistant of Orochimaru summoned, through Edo Tensei, the former Kages, Jinchuriki, members of the organization, and other ninjas we've seen in the anime. It's important to note that all of these ninjas were under his control. Meanwhile, Naruto continued his training with Killer Bee, learning various new techniques, including the Biju Bomb. However, the army of ninjas resurrected by Kabuto began to backfire, as many of them started breaking free from his control. The first was Hanzo of the Salamander, followed by Sai's brother. Both of them allowed themselves to die. After fighting Kankuro, Sasori understood that the art of puppetry would be passed on to future generations, just as he had always wanted. Thus, he was able to rest in peace. We also witnessed several battles throughout the episodes, such as Gai Sensei and Kakashi against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and Gaara, who had to defeat his own father. The Shinobi Alliance believed they could handle the war without the help of Killer Bee and Naruto. Therefore, they kept the two isolated on an island, continuing their training as if nothing were happening. However, through Sage Mode, our beloved protagonist was able to sense the chakra of everyone fighting, including the Nine-Tails chakra, which was being used by the brothers Ginkaku and Kinkaku. Although Iruka tried to stop him, we know that Naruto could never abandon anyone in need. As a result, Iruka simply asked Killer Bee to take care of the blonde ninja. On the way to the battlefield, Naruto and Kurama began to talk. The fox asked some interesting questions to the Jinchuriki, and the most important one was whether Naruto could handle all the hatred in the ninja world. To the fox's surprise, Naruto not only said he would put an end to it, but also to the hatred that the beast carried within itself. Meanwhile, Obito joined the battle, summoning the Gedo statue and retrieving the container that held the sealed brothers, Ginkaku and Kinkaku. Without the need for our beloved protagonist, this allowed him to complete the shell of the 10 tails. Moreover, Obito used all the Jinchuriki as if they were paths of pain, so to speak, controlling them through the Rinnegan. As for Naruto, he was on his way with Killer Bee when they encountered Itachi and Nagato. The 4 of them ended up fighting since Kabuto was controlling Itachi and Nagato, but the former Akatsuki members helped Naruto and Bee defend themselves from their own attacks. Later, Itachi retrieved Shisui's crow that was inside Naruto and freed them both from the control of Edo Tensei. After sealing Nagato, Itachi set out to find Kabuto to put an end to the forbidden jutsu's control once and for all. But before that could happen, Kabuto resurrected Madara, who thanks to Edo Tensei returned in his younger and more powerful form. This meant that one of the most powerful ninjas was back on Earth with both Rinnegan, nearly infinite chakra, and almost invincible. Upon confronting the Shinobi Alliance, Madara attempted to summon Kurama, which deeply unsettled Naruto considering he had trained hard to prevent the fox from going out of his control. When the summoning of Kurama failed, Madara unleashed an enormous fireball upon the Shinobi Alliance, requiring numerous ninjas using Suton to stop it. But that wasn't all. He then summoned a meteor to crush all the shinobi present. Fortunately, the Kages managed to prevent this from happening. However, no one expected that Madara had summoned a second meteor, which collided with the first, making the situation even more dire. It's worth noting that he also used taijutsu, defeating nearly all the ninjas there. With this, Kurama began to reach an agreement with Naruto because of his hatred for Madara, and so the two joined forces, forming a duo. Finally, peace reigned between them. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the Kages asked Naruto to find Kabuto and stop the Edo Tensei, assuring him that they could handle Madara. Well, we all know that's not how things turned out, right? The Uchiha not only defeated all the Kages with ease, but also mocked the situation several times, even asking if they preferred to face him and his clones with or without Susanoo. Meanwhile, Naruto encountered Tobi and the Jinchuriki. To stop their attacks, Naruto needed to remove the metal stakes, which were the key to the Rinnegan's control, just as he did with Pain's paths. Our beloved protagonist received help from Gai and Kakashi until he was swallowed by the Four Tails. Inside, he had a conversation with Son Goku, who began to cooperate with him. The other Biju followed suit. As a result, Naruto unlocked Kurama's gates, allowing the fox to fully lend its power. This gave Naruto a new form. After gathering several giant hands enveloped in Kurama's chakra, he was able to immobilize all the Biju and remove the stakes, freeing them from the Rinnegan's control. With this, Naruto conversed not only with the beasts but also with the Jinchuriki, who decided to lend him some of their power. This made Obito extremely worried about the course of the war. While Itachi was searching for Kabuto, Sasuke found him and began to follow his older brother, questioning if everything he had learned was true. At that moment, Itachi was solely focused on defeating Orochimaru's former assistant. Thus Sasuke decided to help, and the two brothers engaged in a battle against Kabuto, ultimately defeating him, but not killing him. The older Uchiha used one of his ocular powers to enter the enemy's mind, bringing about a change in Kabuto. He ended up accepting who he truly was. After undergoing a complete personality change, Kabuto undid the Edo Tensei. With this, Itachi's mission was finally complete, but before departing, he revealed everything that had happened to his brother, and told him that no matter what path Sasuke chose, he would always love him. After witnessing Itachi's soul depart, Sasuke was faced with a decision, to help Madara or the Shinobi Alliance. We already know the answer. Sasuke used the curse mark to resurrect Orochimaru, who, after absorbing Kabuto's chakra, decided to cooperate with his former student. With this, Orochimaru used Edo Tensei to revive the previous Hokages. Even though he knew a war was ongoing, Sasuke demanded answers about what really happened to the Uchiha clan. After hearing everything, Sasuke decided to help the Shinobi Alliance, and they all headed to the battlefield. There, Obito summoned the Ten Tails while fighting Naruto and Guy. Kakashi attempted to use Kamui to stop the process, but Obito prevented it. This led the Team 7 sensei to realize that the masked man's eye was the same as his. After many blows and trips to other dimensions, they finally knocked off the mask and discovered that it was Obito Uchiha. Madara arrived shortly after to continue with the plan. Meanwhile, the Ten Tails was attacked by the Shinobi Alliance, but Obito used the Tailed Beast bomb from the Ten Tails to strike the location where the Alliance's intelligence was stationed. As a result, Ino and Shikamaru's parents died. However, just before dying, they connected with all the ninjas to relay their plan, giving them a chance to defeat the Ten Tails. Shortly after, during one of the beast's attacks, Neji sacrificed himself to protect his cousin Hinata and also died. Before passing, he told Naruto that his words had freed him from the shackles of fate. After Neji's death, Obito mocked Naruto, who was deeply shaken, but Hinata encouraged him, and together they continued the battle. At this point, Madara and Obito were struggling to control the Ten Tails, even though they were connected to it. With Hinata's encouragement, Naruto decided to share Kurama's chakra with everyone present, boosting their abilities. Meanwhile, in the other dimension, the fight between Kakashi and Obito continued. After the Team 7 sensei removed the seal that Madara had placed on his friend, Obito became very confused, unsure if this was truly what he wanted. After all, he had been manipulated all this time. Back in the war, the Hokages finally arrived, along with Sasuke, who suddenly declared that he wanted to become the next Hokage, leaving everyone surprised. Minato appeared in front of his son, using the half of Kurama's chakra sealed within himself. Madara couldn't contain his joy at reuniting with Hashirama, nor his desire to fight him again. Now that everyone was present on the battlefield, we finally saw Team 7 fighting together again, using summoning jutsu and other techniques, even combining them. Meanwhile, Orochimaru brought Karin to Tsunade for healing, and also to help the other Kages recover from the injuries inflicted by Madara. Shortly after, Obito became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tailed. He became incredibly powerful, and the only way to stop him was through Senjutsu attack. Thus, Naruto activated Sage Mode along with Kurama's chakra. He even joined forces with his father, thereby having the complete chakra of the beast. Minato used teleportation to move the Shinobi Alliance to a safe place, but Obito was intent on initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi, so he pursued the ninjas to complete his plan. Sasuke, along with Jugo, activated Susanoo, enhanced with the curse mark. Naruto's attacks, which were empowered by the Biju, began to destabilize Obito. At a certain point, the two ended up connecting in a sort of mental world and had a conversation. As we all know, through his Talk no Jutsu, our beloved protagonist convinced Obito to the point where he surrendered and extracted the chakra from all the Biju. After seeing his old friend on the ground, Kakashi spoke some words to Obito, and after hearing everything, Obito concluded that the ninja world could achieve peace without the need for the infinite Tsukuyomi. As a form of redemption, Obito attempted to revive all those who had died in the war, but before he could do so, Black Zetsu emerged from his body to stop him, forcing him to instead resurrect Madara's body, which was still under Edo Tensei. Upon returning to life, the most powerful Uchiha lost the two eyes he had after a brief battle against Sasuke, who was on the brink of death and needed treatment from Karin, Orochimaru, and Kabuto. Madara stole Obito's eye and implanted it in himself. With the Rinnegan now implanted, Madara tried to seal the Biju back inside the Gedo statue. After absorbing the chakra of the beasts, he became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, gaining a new appearance and immense power. Naruto, who had lost Kurama, fell unconscious, with his heart barely beating. Sakura tried to find ways to keep him alive and even traveled to another dimension with him, while Obito considered recovering the fox's chakra, but time was running out. Eventually, it became too late for both Naruto and Sasuke. In the spiritual plane, they encountered Hagoromo Otsutsuki. After conversing with them, the sage of the Six Paths decided to trust them both to restore peace to the ninja world. Additionally, as a way of atoning for what he had done to his own sons, he shared equal amounts of power with the boys. Naruto was given the Six Paths Sage Mode, and Sasuke received a great ocular power, the Rinne Sharingan. While they were there, Madara faced Maitogai, who had opened the 8 inner gates. At that moment, Madara genuinely believed he might lose, as none of his powers were enough to counter Gai's taijutsu. In fact, the Uchiha named the Team 9 sensei as the strongest ninja. However, despite fighting with all his strength, Gai was gravely injured, almost to the point of death, one could say, and unfortunately, he lost the battle. Nevertheless, we got to witness his true potential as a ninja. Shortly after, Sasuke and Naruto entered the scene, now with new powers, to stop the infinite Tsukuyomi from happening. But while Naruto was healing Gai and restoring Kakashi's eyes, Madara began the Eye of the Moon plan. The only ones who didn't fall under the infinite Tsukuyomi were the members of Team 7, as they were protected by Sasuke's Susanoo. Just when the most powerful Uchiha thought he had saved the ninja world, Black Zetsu delivered a fatal blow to his back, revealing that he was the remaining will of Kaguya, and that he had manipulated everyone around him to bring his mother back. The moment had finally arrived. Black Zetsu used Madara's body, eyes, and chakra to bring Kaguya back to life. Additionally, since he was inside the Uchiha's body, he began to absorb the chakra of those trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Then, the two fused, and the princess of the Otsutsuki clan returned. Black Zetsu intended to steal Naruto and Sasuke's chakra to give it to his mother, but fortunately, it didn't work. Our beloved protagonist distracted her with the sexy jutsu and then struck her. However, it wasn't enough. Kaguya had control over dimensions and decided to send Sasuke to another one as a way to separate him from Naruto. Obito, along with Sakura, went after him, and they successfully rescued him. At a certain point in the battle, to save Kakashi from Kaguya's attacks, Obito stepped in front of him and died. Before passing, he gave both of his eyes to his former friend and spoke heartfelt words to our beloved protagonist. Now, Team 7 sprang into action. Kakashi summoned a complete Susanoo. Naruto entered Sage mode, combined with Kurama's chakra and the chakra of the 9 Biju, creating multiple clones and Rasengans, which he launched at Kaguya, destabilizing her. Taking advantage of this, Naruto and Sasuke struck her with a combined attack, which was finalized by Sakura, who came from above and delivered a blow to Kaguya's head. Thus, the three of them defeated the Otsutsuki princess. As a precaution to prevent this from happening again, Naruto decided to seal Kaguya and Black Zetsu using Chibaku Tensei. Finally, the war was over. Afterward, Hagoromo brought everyone back from the dimension they were in. In a farewell moment, Naruto spoke with his father before the Edo Tensei was undone. The Biju were released to follow their own path, but both Kurama and the Eight Tails chose to stay with their respective Jinchuriki. It was also decided that the inside of Naruto would be the meeting point for the tailed beast. However, Sasuke still had doubts about Konoha's system. He used his own eyes to try to defeat the Kages and seal the Biju in 9 moons using Chibaku Tensei. But as we all know, Naruto didn't take this well, and the two entered into a confrontation, with Kurama materialized and Susanoo fully formed. At one point, they delivered such a powerful blow that both of them lost an arm. Naruto told Sasuke that he understood his pain, and eventually, Sasuke accepted his defeat. Together, they undid the infinite Tsukuyomi. Sometime later, Sasuke was supposed to be imprisoned, but with Naruto's help, who was highly regarded for his role in the war and seen as a hero, he was released by Kakashi, who was now the 6th Hokage. With that, Sasuke decided to wander the world as a way of atoning for the sins he had committed. Sakura asked to go with him, but he simply made the same gesture as Itachi and thanked her. Our beloved protagonist also met him along the way and returned his headband to his friend. Afterward, Sasuke set off on his journey. The anime's first scene had a significant impact on many of us anime fans. In the future, Konoha is completely destroyed, and we see Boruto confronting a boy close to his age, who we later discover to be Kawaki. They engage in a short dialogue, where the protagonist says things have gone too far. In response, Kawaki says he will send Boruto to the same place he sent the 7th Hokage, and that the golden age is over. Before they resume fighting, Naruto's son says he won't let that happen because he is a shinobi. After this scene, the story truly began. Boruto appeared alongside Shikadai, Temari, and Shikamaru's son, eating sandwiches on a train. At one point, he noticed the boy being harassed by others on the street and decided to help him. After the situation, they became friends and talked a lot. The boy introduced himself as Denki Kaminairimon and reported that he was being forced to enter the ninja academy. With this, Boruto encouraged him to confront his father. The next day, something unusual happened. While looking at his new friend from afar, Boruto awakened an ocular power that had never been introduced before. The Jogan, in only one eye, allowed the blonde boy to see Denki's chakra aura. And as he followed the boy, he also noticed that the bullies from the day before was setting up an ambush, which consisted of diverting the train from its usual path to cause an accident. Realizing the situation, the protagonist ended up helping Denki again and prevented the plan from being completed. In return, the train ended up hitting the Hokage monument, specifically Naruto's face. This earned him a 2-week warning. As a result, Hinata had to study with her son during this time so he wouldn't miss what was being taught in class. After his detention period ended, Boruto was placed in Shino Abarame's class and introduced himself to his classmate, who didn't have a very good impression of him, thinking he would receive special treatment for being the 7th Hokage's son. During the break, however, his classmate's perception began to change. Boruto met Iwabi Yuino in the classroom and both decided to fight each other, keeping in mind that the rules were created by Iwabi. We then saw that the blonde boy was practically winning, which impressed everyone watching. In fact, many saw that Boruto truly had a talent for becoming a great shinobi, somewhat disassociating himself from the image of being privileged or the Hokage's son. A few days later, they saw how much damage Boruto caused to the village trying to save Denki from the bullies. Because of this, Shino decided that the students should repair the Hokage monument. Early in the morning, on his way to the site with Shikadai and Inojin, Sai and Ino's son, Metal Lee, Rock Lee's son, appeared but was not acting habitually. Shortly after, the blonde boy noticed through his Jogan that the same dark aura that circulated around Denki earlier was now on Lee. With that, the three devised a plan to prevent the dark aura from prevailing over Lee, and it worked. But it didn't stop there. Other similar situations happened shortly after. During the summoning class, Boruto tried to use the jutsu during the race promoted by Shino, and a very strange creature, which could even be compared to a beast, appeared. Before it could cause more damage, Konohamaru arrived and defeated the monster with a Rasengan. Around the same time, Mitsuki, Orochimaru's son, entered the Ninja Academy. At the welcome party for new students, including Mitsuki, the students faced a possessed civil constructor. Then Boruto, the newcomer, and Shikadai were invited to meet their sensei in the forest. Everyone suspected something was wrong until Shino appeared to attack them. With that, they devised a plan to prevent their sensei from being overcome by something evil. And it worked. However, in the midst of the fight, Mitsuki ended up drowning, and Boruto jumped into the water to save him, but also ended up failing. Since Shino was back to normal, he saved the two students. Later, he had decided to resign from his position, but was invited by the students to remain as the Ninja Academy sensei. Well, after all these events, Boruto and Shikadai reunited and said they would like to find out what was behind all this, and why only the blonde boy could see the dark aura around people. Soon after, they re-encountered Mitsuki and saw Sarada Uchiha, Sasuke and Sakura's daughter, Chocho Ekimichi, Choji and Kuri's daughter, and Sumire, confronting a boy from another class, who asked the latter out, but the girl ended up refusing. The next day, several strange messages were left on the board, all addressed to Sumire. Everyone in the class decided to protect her, but they were separated, and the boy, who had previously declared his feelings for Sumire, kidnapped her. We discovered that the character's name is Magiri. Soon after Chocho managed to reach him, she asked him to stop what he was doing. The student indeed gave up, and Boruto noticed that the dark aura which was hovering around Magire was leaving. That night, Boruto dreamed of Toneri Otsutsuki, who warned him about the imminent danger in Konoha, and that the boy's eye was the key to ending it. Upon waking up, the blonde boy was very happy and began to act differently. When questioned by his family about his behavior, he claimed he had awakened the Byakugan. His parents found it very strange and decided to go to Hiyashi Hyuga to be sure. Upon arriving at his grandfather's house, Boruto and Himawari were very well received. Afterwards, Naruto talked to his father-in-law about the possibility of his son awakening the Byakugan. Hiyashi thought it was too early for that, so he decided to fight his own grandson. However, Hanabi Hyuga interrupted her father and asked to face her nephew. After they both had a small battle, and Boruto lost to his aunt, everyone concluded that he had not awakened the ocular power. Disappointed, he decided to get some air and ended up bumping into Sarada. What the blonde boy didn't expect was that his eye would awaken upon seeing the dark aura again around another person. With that, Boruto decided to investigate and discovered that the woman was Kagemasa, a celebrity, who, to the protagonist's astonishment, had gained a lot of weight. Suddenly, she began to attack him, venting all the frustrations she had because the film series starring her would be cancelled due to the actress's weight gain. When Boruto was pinned against the wall by Kagemasa, Sarada appeared to save him. The blonde boy explained the situation to her, and she quickly believed him. Afterwards, both proceeded with the plan he had devised. Sarada threw several shurikens in the celebrity's direction, who ended up dodging all of them, but knowing this, Boruto used the substitution jutsu, disguised as one of the shurikens, to get close to Kagemasa and take her down. With that, he managed to get rid of the dark aura. The next day, the news broke that Kagemasa was back in shape and would be able to save her film series. Boruto felt proud and said that he was now even more determined to discover the truth about his ocular power. Upon learning that his father had opened an investigation related to the random attack, the blonde boy also decided what the dark aura meant. Along with Shikadai and Mitsuki, the three skipped classes but ended up being discovered, and Hinata became curious about her son, giving him a severe scolding. Soon after, Shino decided to assign the students to other work areas and understand what Boruto's dream as a ninja would be. Seeing that the boy would rather patrol Konoha, he decided to assign him, along with Shikadai and Mitsuki, to experience the postal service. While working, they saw on the news that another attack had occurred near the water purification plant where Sumire was. The three went there to help her, but realized she was fine. Upon realizing that his son was involved in his own investigation of the case, Naruto insisted that Boruto and the others stay out of it. Shino interrupted, telling the Seventh Hokage not to underestimate what the students were capable of. Thus, by final decision, the Ninja Academy sensei was responsible for checking the entire situation. After that, the blonde boy reunited with Shikadai and Mitsuki, and they all concluded that the shadow was attacking in areas where Boruto could not see with the Jogan, making the attacks easier. Additionally, Shikadai hypothesized that they might be being spied on. He was determined that he needed his classmates' help to patrol Konoha. Thus, he went with Boruto and Mitsuki to where he believed the next attack would be, where the Komami post chief was, as the person in charge would be there. So half the team went after the masked man, while the other kept watch for the dark aura to leave. After saving the chief, the spirit and the culprit behind all the attacks had escaped. Classes continued, and Mitsuki showed increasing interest in Boruto, so much so that he even went to dinner at the Uzumaki family's house. Seeing Naruto's presence in the house, the blonde boy was quite surprised, as it had been a long time since they had gathered in that way. However, upon sensing a strange chakra spreading through the village, the Seventh Hokage said he would need to leave. Obviously, this made Boruto furious and even more determined to stop the spirit before Naruto, to show that his father's methods were wrong. After leaving the Uzumaki house, Mitsuki revealed who the real culprit was, Sumire. Boruto couldn't believe it was her, but the newcomer insisted and began to talk about his investigation. However, before they could continue their conversation, there was a big earthquake, followed by the appearance of the spirit, now in a tangible form, affecting the entire village. The blonde boy was running to help, but Orochimaru's son said that the only way to end all this would be by killing the creature's summoner. But guess what? Again, the protagonist refused. Before he could reach the creature, Mitsuki made a snake clone to stop Boruto, but the blonde boy defeated him soon after his friend left. Upon arriving at the location, the protagonist found Mitsuki and prevented a conflict between him and Sumire. In fact, she declared that she was no longer the person the two knew. When the Jogan is activated, Nue, which would be the beast's name, took the girl to another dimension, leading the boys to follow her. Upon arriving there, Boruto looked for Sumire, intending to be attacked by Nue. When the Jogan found the beast's weak point, both he and Mitsuki managed to immobilize it, also making the girl defend them. Furthermore, the blonde boy commented that Nue would not explode anyone because he saw Sumire as a mother, since she was part of the creature's control. When the girl let go of her anger, the seal called Gozuteno weakened and collapsed the dimension. Boruto reached Sumire and convinced her to leave. Back in Konoha, Sumire was taken into Sai Yamanaka's custody, but before the girl could leave, Boruto informed her that Nue had survived. Sometime later, the blonde boy began to find it strange that the power in his right eye had completely disappeared, because since the strange cases ended, the ocular power had not manifested itself. But he went to class normally, where Shino decided to change the team. Mitsuki insisted on staying on the same team as Boruto, and both joined Metal League. When rumors about Sumire's situation began to surface, Boruto went to talk to his father about it. Naruto insisted that even though he didn't have an absolute say in the case, he promised his son that he would help the girl. The next day, during the flag capturing activity that Shino had proposed, Boruto and Mitsuki's teamwork allowed them to win. And soon after, to everyone's delight, Sumire was back in class. Upon returning home, Boruto saw that Himawari was sick and began to take care of his sister. However, he ended up getting into a small argument with his father, and both were kicked out of the house by Hinata, who was very angry about the situation. Thus, Naruto decided to buy dinner at the same place that had fed him for years, Ichiraku Ramen. There he told his son several stories he had experienced, and that, in fact, was where he had his first date with his mother years ago. The next day, Ninja Academy classes were suspended due to a meeting between the Kages. Thus, Boruto tried to talk to his classmates to help him with a prank that he thought would be successful. Since no one accepted, he decided to disfigure his father's face on the Hokage monument alone. He was soon stopped by Naruto, who arrived in time and ordered his son to clean it. The blonde boy asked them to do it together, but the 7th Hokage said he needed to take care of Konoha in general and could not pay attention to that kind of behavior. In addition, he asked Boruto to try to understand the consequences due to his father's position. Later, Hinata sent her son to deliver a packed lunch to Naruto. However, when the protagonist arrived at the location, he realized that the 7th Hokage was no longer there and became even more upset. While trying to control himself, Boruto met Sarada and Chocho along the way, and the Uchiha insisted on delivering the lunch in his place. Although the blonde boy was reluctant, he saw that it was important to Sarada and allowed her to do what she wanted. When she returned, Boruto thanked her for delivering the lunch, while she reciprocated by saying that going there was important for her to decide what she would do when she grew up. Then, the blonde boy asked what it was, and Sarada replied that she dreamed of becoming Hokage. At that moment, Boruto scoffed at her. After all, he continued to suffer the consequences of his father's job and did not know how to deal with constant absences, especially during family moments. After some time, Boruto was appointed class leader for the field trip to the Land of Water, which greatly irritated him. When they arrived in Kirigakure, they were greeted by the village guide, Kagura Karatachi. Upon introducing himself personally to the blonde boy, Kagura escorted the class to the village, where the class was amazed by the scenery. Additionally, the protagonist noticed Iwabi wandering in an alley and followed him, along with Denki. There, the three were confronted by Hasaku Onomichi, with whom Boruto ended up getting into a fight. The skirmish was interrupted by Shizuma Hoshigaki, who applauded two of them for their courage before leaving with Hasaku. Later, the class met Mei Terumai and Chojuro, who welcomed them to the village. Then the class continued their tour at the Kirigakure Academy, where Chojuro arranged a kenjutsu fight for Boruto against Kagura. Upon starting, the blonde boy was quickly disarmed and defeated. Shortly after, Kagura led the class to the Memorial Park, where they paid tribute at the Memorial Stone. He then spoke with Boruto and the others about the history of the Bloody Mist Village and the 4th Mizukage, before Tsurushi Hachiya's group approached them. Realizing that Boruto was the 7th Hokage's son, Tsurushi tried to attack him, but Kagura and Iwabi ended up separating the two. During the night, Boruto's classmates received a message that Denki had been kidnapped, asking everyone to go to pier number 4 if they wanted the boy back. Upon arriving at the pier, Tsurushi revealed himself as the culprit, and in addition to having formed a barrier around Kagura and some Konoha students, his group also attacked those present there. But fortunately, his plan failed, and after defeating the Kiri Shinobi and returning to the hotel he was staying at, Boruto invited Kagura to play a card game with him and his friends. Although he enjoyed the game, Kagura began to lament his past. However, Boruto said that he could not let family ties define him, and used himself as an example for being constantly compared to his grandfather, leader of the Hyuga clan, and especially to his father. And as a sign of friendship, Kagura gave all his cards to the blonde boy. After all, he realized that both go through the same situations and saw that from there, they could truly build a bond. The next day, Kagura asked Boruto to meet him at the Kirigakure Ninja Academy. Upon arriving there, they both encountered Hiramekare, who said that the village would be in good hands. Their conversation was interrupted when Shizuma captured the duo with water, insisting that now was the time to start a revolution in the village. Rejecting Shizuma's words, Boruto attacked the villain, but was unsuccessful. This led the villain to try to persuade Kagura to kill his new friend, but instead he protected him, even though in the end the blonde boy was knocked unconscious. Upon waking up, Sarada was there, providing first aid. As he approached the two, Hachiya revealed that Kagura owed Shizuma, and that was why the villain was after him. Upon learning all this, Boruto became determined to save his new friend. After Mei and Chojuro became aware that the new 7 ninja swordsmen had stolen the 7 ninja swords from the village, the blonde boy, along with Sarada, approached Chojuro and Mei to explain that Kagura's actions came from Shizuma, who had always exploited the boy's weakness. In fact, when the blonde boy insisted that this incident had only recently begun, with the exception of the 5th Mizukage, everyone went after the swordsman in an attempt to stop the situation. When the swordsman tried to destroy Kiri's memorial stone, Boruto stopped them, leading Shizuma to raise a mist barrier around the surrounding area and separate the three. The blonde boy then found himself fighting Kagura, desperately trying to reason with him. As the protagonists continued to point out Kagura's reluctance to join this rebellion during their confrontation, Mitsuki arrived, revealing proof of Shizuma's lies, saying that the villain and his followers not only conspired with the Land of Waves, but also killed several people in Kirigakure who knew of their plans and refused to help them. With that, Shizuma proudly accepted the allegations and decided to finish the battle personally. When Kagura refused to fight, he released a bloody mist that allowed him to absorb the enemy's chakra through open wound. Boruto and Mitsuki's coordinated ragtag team allowed them to overcome the opponent's power. Refusing to accept defeat, Shizuma complained to Samehada, which backfired as his inexperience allowed the sword to subjugate him in a wild state. Kagura wanted to set things right, but he was too exhausted, so Boruto joined him, and together they were able to defeat the villain. Afterwards, the Konoha ninjas rushed back to the hotel due to the curfew. After all that happened, the class left Kiri by boat, leading Boruto to wonder why Kagura didn't see them off. Upon returning to Konoha, Hinata reminded her son that he hadn't brought back a souvenir for Himawari, as he had promised. Unable to tell his sister the truth, the blonde boy lied and said that he had lost the Kirigakure water cinnamon sweet and that he had even searched the village. But upon recovering them, he received a letter from Kagura explaining the whole situation. And when he realized his friend's audacity in confronting his own mistake, since Boruto himself makes many mistakes, he decided to gift him the souvenir he had saved for Himawari. Upon hearing this, the youngest accepted. After some time, the class began to prepare for graduation, and Boruto was interviewed by Shino about his goals as a future ninja. However, he admitted that he had never really considered what he wanted. Later, the blonde boy was greeted by a freelance reporter named Sukeya, who said he was doing an article about the graduating students. While helping the older ninja interview the other students, Boruto was impressed to see that most of them had already outlined their own dreams and goals, whether as a shinobi or in various different fields of work. Boruto admitted to Sukeya that initially he said becoming a ninja was just to prove himself better than his father, but on the other hand, he had no goal. Sukeya assured him that there is no shame in going through a period of unconcern, but one should always plan ahead if they want to grow as people. Inspired by the man's words, the blonde boy decided that his immediate goal was to ensure that he and his friends remained close. During the Chunin Exams, Boruto easily passed the written test. During the practical and final test, the class was taken to the training ground. There, everyone had to face Shino, Anko Mitarashi, Konohamaru, and Kakashi Hatake for 24 hours. When the exam began, Boruto preferred to stay with his friends as they worked to bypass the first teachers and reach Kakashi. Confronting the 6th Hokage, the blonde boy was quickly defeated. Hatake tried to teach him about his lack of resolve and how his influence over others led the entire class to become unmotivated and ignorant about what it means to become a ninja, before revealing that, in fact, he was Sukeya. While Boruto continued to fight free from the 6th place, the rest of the class provided enough distraction for him to escape. Later, while Wasabi treated his wounds, Boruto said he was moved by Kakashi's words and apologized to everyone for being a bad influence. However, his friends said that the 6th Hokage was wrong, as the blonde boy helped his friends face their fears and believed that they could go far. When they said they would make Kakashi realize he was wrong, the Ninja Academy students realized the true objective of the test. Thus, they devised a plan to capture the bell. With success in the first part of the exam, they went to face Kakashi, who continued to belittle Boruto. The boy refused to give up and joined his classmates to confront him. The 6th Hokage easily repelled the attacks, noting that they were still too scattered, but was then caught by a group, the light string formation. When Boruto fought him to get the bell, time finally ran out. Despite the plan failing, Kakashi passed all the students, noting that they achieved the true objective of the test, teamwork and loyalty. Shino then revealed that everyone's headbands were, in fact, Konoha forehead protectors, proof of their full status. Soon after, Boruto was assigned to Team 3, along with Mitsuki and Sarada, with Konohamaru as their leader and new sensei. But before forming a new team, They discussed whether they really wanted that to be the name, and then came an important decision. They asked the Hokage if the team could be Team 7 instead of Team 3. With a smile on his face, Naruto granted it, and another generation of Team 7 was created. With the team formed, Naruto granted the new Team 7 their first mission, helping the Green Mountains against Bandit. Upon arriving there, they discovered that the thieves were actually ninjas, which led Konohamaru to question whether they should continue the mission, as it was too difficult for a genin to face trained shinobi. While the sensei discussed the matter with Kiri, who was one of the local heads, the village was attacked by Ishimaru, leading Boruto to charge at him, but the boy was soon pulled away from the man by the teacher, and both retreated. Kiri explained that the shinobi were attacking the village to convince it to hand them over to the village bridge. During the night, Team 7 discovered that several others were being controlled by genjutsu and subdued them. Upon discovering that Kiri was kidnapped during the incident, the team reunited and devised a plan to rescue her, and in the end, everything worked out. After completing everything, they returned to Konoha. Upon arriving there, Boruto met some of his friends and commented on the last mission he had done and showed off for having faced a shinobi, even though he was still a genin. Continuing with their missions, Boruto convinced the terrorists to give up while completing the proposed mission. In the meantime, they discovered that the Konoha bank vault had been robbed, and probably the man was a distraction for the crime to happen. Furthermore, Sarada deduced that everything was carried out with ice style. And upon meeting Katasuke Tono, who works for the village's scientific team, the blonde boy also concluded that the vault's goods were being sold. Thus, disguised as Mitsuki, Boruto went to meet the thief and pretended to be interested in the stolen jewel. But unfortunately, his plans failed, as the man noticed Boruto trying to apprehend him. Thus, Team 7 followed the thief to a village, where he said he had already sold the stolen gold and used the money to repair the village's water distribution system. Before retreating, the thief explained that the group he belonged to was noble in its actions, unlike the rich who profited from the poor, leading the protagonist to wonder who was really wrong. After all, the reasons were quite plausible, as the thefts throughout Konoha by the Byakuya gang became increasingly continuous. Team 7 and other genin teams were assigned to help stop the thieves only when accompanied by a higher-ranking shinobi. During the afternoon, Boruto found Shikadai playing shogi with Ryogi and showed his friend the limited edition game that Katasuke gave him. Questioning whether the two had met before, Ryogi suggested it was someone else before leaving. Shortly after, Boruto and Shikadai were confronted by a member of the Byakuya gang who was being pursued by Temari, who asked for their help. The blonde boy used clones to attack, followed by his friend's mother, who quickly repelled the thief, resulting in their escape. When the villagers began to accuse the Kaminarimon company of corrupt action, Boruto suspected that the Byakuya were behind it. Thus, the genin were given assignments on how to deal with the protesters before leaving. While Team 7 was positioning themselves, the blonde boy noticed Team 10's formation and went to investigate the matter, knowing that the Ninjutsu Research Center was the Byakuga gang's true target. With that, the two, along with Chocho and Inojin, ran to the location where they discovered that the thieves had stolen Katasuke's tool. Immediately after, they ended up splitting up to face their opponents. However, Boruto was caught in a genjutsu and thought his friend was one of the thieves. The two ended up fighting until Shikadai dispelled the illusion. Thus, they were able to fight the real enemies, Shikadai vs Ryogi and the blonde boy against Geiko, who, even trying to escape, was captured by Naruto. In this way, the Hokage's son managed to return the stolen tool to Katasuke. A few days later, Team 7 was assigned to another mission, and in it, Konohamaru tested new equipment called Kote, which was capable of making a person perform any type of ninjutsu effortlessly and perfectly. Boruto was very intrigued by the device used by his sensei, and later, when reporting to Naruto about the earlier mission, the blonde boy said he could have done everything himself. His son's remark led the 7th Hokage to emphasize the importance of teamwork. Well, we know the protagonist didn't like it at all. After all, he complained to his father that they didn't spend enough time together for that kind of demand. And to avoid continuing the discussion, he just decided to remind him that it was Himawari's birthday, hoping that Naruto wouldn't disappoint his daughter. Soon after, Sarada and Mitsuki accompanied Boruto to a restaurant, intending to inform him about the Chunin exam. The boy didn't want to know about it, only to play with Shikadai and Inojin, who, incidentally, decided not to continue, as the blonde boy was using a hacked game. To return to the topic, Sarada said that the Hokage would watch the performances of those who passed to the final phase of the exam, and in this way, she managed to convince her friend to participate. On his way home, Boruto met his mother and sister and decided to accompany them. Upon arriving, they ran into Naruto waiting for them. Until then, everything was going well at Himawari's birthday, but as he carried the cake to the table, the Hokage disappeared, and they concluded that it was, in fact, just a shadow clone. With that, in addition to the fallen cake, we also see the blonde boy quite upset with his father's attitude towards the family. However, we know that he was also taking it more personally. Later, the doorbell rang, and the boy rushed towards the door, not knowing who was waiting outside, prepared to throw a punch, expecting Naruto to be there. But when he opened the door, he came face to face with Sasuke, who, incidentally, stopped the attack effortlessly. Upon discovering that the Hokage was not there, the Uchiha turned his back and left. But before he could truly leave, Boruto went after him and asked him to train him. After all, he discovered that Sasuke was his father's rival in childhood, and he wanted to follow a different path as a ninja. At first, Sasuke refused, but then he said he would train Boruto if he learned to do the Rasengan. So, the boy went to Konohamaru's house and asked his sensei to help him with the technique. The next day, the student showed that he could execute the jutsu. However, when shown to Sarada's father, he was disappointed, as the Uchiha said it was still too small. However, something strange happened. Magically, later, the blonde boy managed to make the perfect Rasengan. Here comes the plot twist. In reality, Boruto had used the kote to execute the technique. Sasuke quickly realized, but decided he wouldn't say anything and agreed to train the boy. Then, the two sat by the campfire, and the Uchiha said that Naruto had small weaknesses, but nothing prevented him from becoming Hokage. None of this was enough for the blonde boy, who decided to continue training. Under Sasuke's guidance, the boy gradually evolved, but still, it didn't seem to be enough. After all, he wanted to stand out in the Chunin exam. With that, he ended up taking a very dangerous measure. He asked Akatsuki to authorize the use of the coat, but for those who don't know, devices like this are prohibited from being used during the tests. It was a crucial rule, in fact. Well, then we arrive at the day of the Chunin exam. In the first stage of the test, Team 7 managed to pass. In fact, it was thanks to his teammates that Boruto got rid of some traps. Upon arriving home, he received an email from his father congratulating him for making it to the second phase, and this upset him. The next morning, everyone went to take the second phase of the test, and the blonde boy used the ninja tool to combine water and lightning jutsus to stop the enemy. With that, everyone went to the final. That night, Naruto visited his son, who was resting at home, in person, and congratulated him, saying he was very proud of Boruto for reaching the finals. He also said he wished the boy wouldn't lose to Shikadai. And so, we arrived at the day of the last phase. While Mitsuki and Sarada easily won against their opponents, even receiving praise from the Hokage, the blonde boy again used the Koti to win both the first and second fights, which, incidentally, was against Shikadai. What no one imagined was what was ultimately at stake. After the combat ended, Naruto went down to where his son was and unmasked him in front of everyone watching by showing that the boy used a tool in the combat. Thus, the victory ended up going to Shikadai, and the Hokage had to disqualify him, even taking away his ninja headband. However, while the two were arguing, Otsutsuki Shiki and Momoshiki invaded the stadium. While trying to take Boruto to safety, the 7th Hokage ended up taking a blow from Momoshiki. Even with Sasuke's help, it became very difficult to prevent the attacks from continuing. With that, Naruto asked Sasuke to focus on protecting Boruto and Sarada, while he would go after the Otsutsuki. Seeing his father in action, the boy was impressed by the amount of power there and called out to him before losing consciousness. Upon waking up, the blonde boy discovered that Naruto had been captured and that Hinata was hospitalized after saving him. Soon after, Sasuke arrived at the hospital and invited his student to go with him and the other Kages to rescue the 7th Hokage. After all, he believed the boy's skills could be useful. In this way, everyone left for another dimension. Upon arriving in the other dimension, the Kages freed Naruto and began to fight against Ishiki and Momoshiki. Boruto ended up using the Rasengan in order to attack one of the villains, which greatly impressed the 7th Hokage with his son's skill. With that, even injured and unable to move, Naruto added his chakra to the blonde boy's Rasengan, which became gigantic. Soon after, Sasuke helped one of the protagonist's clones get close enough to Momoshiki to blind the enemy's Rinnegan. With that, the real Boruto was able to use the Rasengan against the opponent, who would not be able to prevent the attack. But before the jutsu took effect, Momoshiki appeared before the boy and froze time around them except for them, and in this way, he left a warning for the protagonist. The person who is capable of defeating a god ends up ceasing to be normal. With that, Momoshiki ended up leaving a seal on the boy's hand. When the Otsutsuki disappeared into the mist, time resumed for everyone there. Since the mission was completed, the Kages, along with Sasuke and Boruto, returned to Konoha, being received by the Uzumaki and Uchiha families. After this event, we see a slightly more mature Boruto, even with small action. Besides stopping playing hacked video games, he no longer felt contempt for his father's profession and also decided to support Sarada in her dream of becoming Hokage, saying that he would be her right-hand man in the future. The girl was completely speechless. After all, the blonde boy had previously scoffed at it. Thus, it is clear that the boy decided to support his friend in the same way Sasuke supported Naruto years ago. A few days passed, and Konoha decided to promote an annual holiday, Father and Son Day. Boruto wasn't very interested. After all, his relationship with his father remained strained. With that, he watched some competitions happening at the location, including a food competition where Choji and Chocho were participating. Upon realizing that the promoters were sabotaging the trials so that the Akimichi wouldn't win the prize, the blonde boy intervened to ensure everything remained fair. Later, he discovered that Sasuke was in the village and didn't want to continue training with Sarada so that she could spend the day with her father. Then, he learned that Sasuke was embarrassing Sarada by making attempts at closeness between the two. With that, he advised her that they didn't really know each other, but that nothing prevented them from spending the time they had together. Boruto's words worked, as Sarada had an incredible day with her father, and after thanking her teammate, the Uchiha said that the blonde boy should follow his own advice regarding Naruto, who, incidentally, spent the entire holiday with Himawari, providing wonderful moments. That night, however, upon arriving home, Boruto received a customized shuriken as a gift from his father. He was quite surprised by this and asked Naruto if he would like to spend the rest of the holiday training together. Obviously, the Seventh Hokage accepted immediately. After all, he really wanted to connect in some way with his son, and so it was. The two spent the rest of the night fighting each other. As time passed, the Genin continued to receive more missions. In fact, Team 7 received a joint mission with Team 10, formed by the new Inoshikacho generation, to protect two actors named Tomaru and Ashina, who had received several threats earlier should they continue filming their show. However, later that day, a masked man kidnapped Tomaru and demanded 20 million Orayo, Japanese currency, and ordered Ashina to be at the location for the exchange. Upon arriving at the location, Konohamaru captured the masked man and disguised himself as him. Soon after, it was discovered that Ashina was responsible for the scheme, as she desperately wanted to rekindle the fame she once had. With that, the actress was arrested. In these episodes, we saw the development of Chocho Akimichi, who initially showed no interest in the clan's techniques. But as events unfolded, she managed to execute the clan's most powerful jutsu in an exceptional manner, impressing everyone present, including receiving much encouragement from Sarada, her best friend. After this event, in the anime, during the Kages meeting in Konoha, Team 7 met Onoki and decided to give him a tour of the village. The next day, missions were cancelled due to attacks happening at the village gates, and Mitsuki ended up being labeled a traitor. Not believing that his teammate could have done something like that, Boruto went to the place where everything had happened and ended up finding one of his friend's snakes, which revealed that all actions happened by the boy's own will. Although the village was closed, Boruto and Sarada decided to go to Orochimaru's lab in search of answers. Upon arriving there, the boy showed the Sannin the snake his friend left behind, hoping to catch any subliminal messages, which ended up not working. With that, the snake uncle said it would be better if they consulted the sage of the White Sea. On the way, the two were blocked by Team 10 and Moegi, and were even subdued by the other Genin. But when Shikadai learned about the snake Mitsuki left behind, he decided to help, and even convinced his two teammates to do the same. Upon arriving at the said gorge, quite foggy by the way, three women orchestrated tests for Boruto to enter Ruchi Cave. Having passed with the group, everyone entered and found Hakuja Sennin, who agreed to analyze the snake if the Genin brought the reverse scale of Garaga, which they agreed to. Soon after, the group was attacked by Garaga, causing Aoda to come to Sarada's aid and allow the ninjas to escape safely. After some difficulties, Boruto managed to summon Gataga and made her show Mitsuki's memories to everyone there. Upon seeing that his friend had indeed saved Uo's life, he also noticed that Orochimaru's son was heading towards the land of Earth. With that, the Genin decided to leave the cave to find find him. When they were approaching the border, Shikadai asked his teammates to return to Konoha and report everything that was happening. Then Boruto found the sand creature, the same one that attacked Mitsuki's snake before, and also some Jonin level ninjas from the village who had been struck previously. Since Inojin and Chocho had returned, the Inoshikacho trio decided to stop the villain, named Kokuyo, an artificial being, while Boruto and Sarada moved forward. However, along the way, they were intercepted by Sekiei, who initially used explosive clay to attack them, and at that moment the blonde boy summoned Garaga. For a moment, the snake refused to help, but soon after struck the opponent several times. Seikei's body had practically given up fighting until Mitsuki appeared to save him. In addition to joining the artificial humans, he attacked his teammate using lightning style and soon after retreated. With that, Shikadai, Inojin and Chocho appeared to help the injured protagonist. While unconscious, Boruto dreamed of the village, and it seemed like Mitsuki had never left. However, everything was interrupted by Garaga, who scoffed at the blonde boy for failing to retrieve Mitsuki. Even with shame at himself for this, in addition to the snake's insults, the boy seemed even more determined to bring his friend home. Upon waking up, he saw that Inojin had befriended a small creature named Akuta, and the genin decided to venture into Iwagakure and look for Onoki. Upon arriving there, Ino's son stayed outside to avoid drawing attention from others because of Akuta, and so they went. A ninja named Akatsuki decided to help them, as he believed the events were also related to the disappearance of another shinobi named Kurotsuchi. When they found Onoki, the elder was happy to see his young friends again. Once they revealed their objective of finding Mitsuki, Onoki's attitude became dark and he pushed them away. The group was then surrounded by a group of Akuta who were being controlled by Ku, the leader of the conspiracy in Iwagakure. With that, the old man began to explain the nature of his plan and also revealed his genuine desire to protect people. However, he realized that the secret was out in the open and he needed to accelerate everything he had outlined before other countries found out. Thus, Onoki asked for the genin to be taken prisoner and everyone began to resist, ensuring a fight. With that, Boruto fled and took the elder with him before he was crushed by a pillar. The two were trapped in the plains of the area until Seiki helped them escape. Again, Onoki spoke about his plans to save many lives. Soon after, he decided to take Boruto to where his grandson had been killed, as a way to convince him that small creatures like Akuta could replace shinobi. Of course, the blonde boy did not agree with this idea. Upon returning to the area, they realized that the village had been taken over by Ku. Onoki disagreed with him and ended up being knocked unconscious by the villain. Soon after, Shikadai appeared and managed to rescue the rest of the genin who were still imprisoned. Boruto and Sarada went to catch up with Mitsuki and were very surprised to see that their friend betrayed Ku, who had to retreat as his body was decomposing. Then, two fights ensued. While Mitsuki faced Sekiei, Boruto and Sarada had to deal with Kirara and the giant version of Akuta. To win, the blonde boy again summoned Garaga, who destroyed the creature, which ended up collapsing on top of Kirara. After Team 7 regrouped, they discovered that Ku had transplanted a human heart into himself to stabilize his body. Later, Ku tried to kill Boruto with dust release, but Onoki intervened and ended up sacrificing himself to kill the opponent. Before leaving, he told the boy the importance of maintaining his will. Afterwards, Team 7 was found by their allies and everyone welcomed Mitsuki back. Upon arriving in Konoha, Garaga said that the contract with the blonde boy had ended and the two had to separate. Furthermore, Sarada and Boruto ended up being punished by revocation and lost their shinobi status, which was quite disappointing for both of them. Then Mitsuki met his friend and apologized for his recent actions and admitted his curiosity to connect with people more like him. The blonde boy quickly accepted and also said he was happy to understand Mitsuki more as a person, let's say. Sarada appeared soon after and agreed that it was good for everyone to get to know each other better. And then comes another plot twist. Kurotsuchi, who had assumed the position of Tsuchikage in Onoki's place, thanked Team 7 for their effort and recommended them to the 7th Hokage. Thus, their ninja status was re-established for everyone on Konohamaru's team. And with that, they could continue doing missions and of course pursue the dreams they had set when entering this shinobi life. Sometime later, Team 7 and 15 were assigned a mission to investigate Wild Attack. Accompanied by Tosaka, the group was attacked by some birds and ended up splitting up. Being far from the others, Boruto was surprised by a monstrous man but was saved by Nue, who knocked the person into the river. Upon returning to the village, the ninjas discovered that the victims of the attacks were sick and covered by a Jinjutsu, a cursed seal. The villagers found Jugo, the former member of Team Taka, unconscious. Then, one of the people who had been victims of the attack went into a rage and was covered by the curse mark, but was soon subdued by Jugo, who made the seal disappear. He even warned Boruto to stay away from the forest before returning there. Everyone wondered why and decided to investigate. Thus, the group of Genin split into pairs. Upon arriving at a cave, Boruto and Sarada find Jugo transforming into a monster. Soon after, Konohamaru appeared and stopped him with the Rasengan, pulling him out of the blood network. After the former member of Team Taka left, everyone ran after him and found him unconscious on the ground with an injection device next to him. Seconds later, the Konoha ninjas were almost attacked by another bird, but Jugo managed to remove the cursed seal from the animal before the blonde boy could strike it. Back in the village, Team 7, along with Tosaka, was tasked with monitoring Jugo and searching for more injections that suppressed the manifestation of the cursed seal. In the days that followed, the team continued to work on the birds, and Boruto even spotted a goose among them. On the third day, everyone woke up to the sound of birds, and Tosaka claimed that the animals had been infected and fled. It is worth remembering that as they applied the injections, Jugo became immune until they no longer had any effect. After they all mysteriously disappeared, he went to attack Konoha, but before he was harmed, some researchers from the Land of Rivers knocked him down with a tranquilizer and arrested him. After leaving the village, Team 7 found Sumire unconscious as the girl had been knocked out by Suigetsu, who claimed to be acting in self-defense. Upon learning that he and Karin were looking for Jugo, Boruto explained that the former member of Team Taka had been apprehended by the fishermen. Soon after, Sumire woke up and explained that two assailants who had kidnapped Wasabi Izuno and Namida Suzumeno had special necklaces that allowed them to use cursed seal. Furthermore, they concluded that since the two were with the researchers, the outbreak started with them first. With that, there was a divergence of opinion. While Suigetsu insisted on merely attacking the enemies and forcefully taking Jugo back, Karin reminded him that such reckless actions could negatively reflect on Orochimaru's already dubious truce with the world. In the end, the group decided to split up to handle different parts of the rescue. Suigetsu joined Boruto, and both found Tosaka, who explained the situation and led them to where Jugo was being held. But then comes the plot twist. He was allied with the researchers and operating the curse marks on people, and ended up tranquilizing the duo. After Tosaka exposed everything, Boruto felt guilty about how he treated Jugo, who ended up breaking free from his restraints and told the blonde boy to run. The enemy still tried to hit him, but Suigetsu arrived in time to prevent the blow. With Tokasa defeated, the battle began between Jugo and the blonde boy, who was saved by Nue, who attacked the opponent against Sumire's orders. But don't think it's over. The protagonist decided to devise a plan to defeat the opponent, but everything depended on speed, so that the Rasengan's damage would be effective. With that, the boy used 2 Boruto streams and managed to make Jugo's transformation at the last moment. Mitsuki arrived with Konohamaru and Suigetsu, who consumed the serum to heal the birds and merged with the lake to reign over them and heal them. Later, Sarada told the blonde boy that despite the recklessness of his plan, everything ended up working out. Afterwards, they wondered what Jugo's next steps would be. Sometime later, while in Konoha, Konohamaru was talking to Boruto about the student's prioritization as a ninja until they saw a woman fleeing from several men. Team 7 sensei quickly intervened and led her away from the pursuers. Afterwards, she introduced herself as Raymond Yoimura and explained that she was visiting the village when she randomly encountered the group. With that, the blonde boy had an idea to introduce her to the tourist spots, including the rock with the Hokage's faces, for the young lady along with the teacher. During the tour, Konohamaru and Raymond began to develop an attraction to each other. Later, it was revealed that she was a noble who was fleeing from bodyguards and had the responsibility to return. The next day, after Sarada and Chocho pointed out the sensei's growing feeling, Boruto suggested to the teacher that they return the young lady's borrowed handkerchief as an excuse to see her again. Upon arriving at her mansion, the two were surprised to see Raymond preparing for a ceremony, and even more so to see the way she was treating them, demanding never to see them again. But all this had a reason. Soon after, the two were approached by her fiancé, named Kankitsu, asking Konohamaru and Boruto to leave the place. Upon returning, they found a lost girl, took her home, and deduced that something was wrong. Thus, they decided to go to Raymond's house to talk. When they returned to the mansion, they learned about a spirit that stole memories, and that the ancestors sealed the cost of all descendants being cursed. In addition, to restore the weakened seal, a special wedding ritual was necessary, and this was a decision made by Raymond. Since there was nothing else to do, Team 7's sensei decided to return to Konoha with his student. But before they could leave, the mansion's caretaker, Asaki, asked the two to investigate Kankitsu, as he had started acting very strangely. Accepting the man's request, both kept an eye on Ramon's fiance's movements, but found nothing abnormal. While waiting for Asaki to appear to talk, Boruto realized that the caretaker didn't remember their meeting and was even removed. Thus, the blonde boy decided to follow him, who was after Kankitsu in a cave. Arriving at the location, Ramon's fiancé tried to destroy her hair clip, but was stopped by Asaki. Noticing that Kankitsu was surrounded by a strange energy, the blonde boy attacked him and protected Asaki, who soon after ended up protecting the boy and fainted. Then, Boruto was hit by Ramon's fiancé and ended up losing his memories. When he returned to the village, he was surprised to learn that Konohamaru had been placed under house arrest after invading a nearby village. After experiencing new things, the protagonist finally managed to recover all his memories and went to his sensei to report that Kankitsu was responsible for all this. Despite being under house arrest, Konohamaru went with his student to resolve the situation. Upon arriving there, Kankitsu was possessed and destroyed the seal to free Soma. Even though she was unable to defeat the demon, Raymond sealed it within herself, which cost her all her memories. When everything was over, Team 7's sensei left her in her fiancé's care. Boruto insisted that the teacher confess his feelings for her, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. For a period, the Konoha ninjas were given time off from mission. With that, the Uzumakis were preparing for a camping trip with Hinata's family. However, Boruto was quite discouraged as he wanted to resume training with Sasuke. Observing the Uchiha's hawk in the sky heading towards the Hokage's office, he decided to go to the location stealthily. Upon arriving there, he overheard a conversation between Naruto and Sasuke and discovered that his mentor would be going to the Land of Wind. With that, the blonde boy lied to his family, saying he had been assigned a mission, and soon after took a train to that place. When he arrived in the Land of Wind, he saw Sasuke and Gaara fighting Urashiki, and soon after, his mentor being sent to another dimension. After some time, the Kazekage managed to temporarily seal the Otsutsuki, who was aiming to steal Shukaku's chakra. Then, the One Tail sealed itself inside the teapot so that no one could sense it. In addition, Gaara decided to entrust Boruto with the mission of escorting the tailed beast, along with Kankuro and Shinki, to Konoha. Along the way, the three were intercepted by Urashiki's puppet, and the Kazekage's brother decided to face the threat alone, while the other two continued forward. Upon hearing an explosion from where Kankuro was, Boruto wanted to go back and help him, but Shinki insisted they should move forward. The blonde boy refused. After all, the Kazekage's brother had helped him before, and decided to go to the location alone. On the way, he found Temari and Shikadai, telling them what had happened. Thus, the three found a clue, a hole being dug as a way to escape the explosion, leading them to Konoha to catch up with Shinki. Arriving there, they discovered that the boy was facing a damaged puppet. While Temari and Shikadai held the puppet, Boruto helped Shinki and Shukaku protect themselves before going back to defeat the puppet. Afterwards, it was decided that the blonde boy would continue with Shinki, while Temari took care of the injuries with Shikadai, in addition to resuming the search for Kankuro. And knowing that Urashiki could escape, intercepting them again, they decided to devise a plan. The protagonist would distract the Otsutsuki with a clone, posing as Gaara's son and carrying an empty teapot. Meanwhile, the real Shinki would proceed with Shukaku. During the time he distracted Urashiki for a period of time, the enemy soon realized the truth and decided to take Boruto hostage from the Hokage. Shinki, however, returned to the battlefield to help him. As the two fought to ward off the Otsutsuki, the blonde boy's Jogan activated, leading him to perceive the opponent's dimensional hope. After managing to injure the opponent, both were saved by Sasuke, who forced Urashiki to retreat. Brought back to Konoha for treatment, Boruto saw Shinki at the Thunder Rail Station. Afterwards, Shukaku stayed at the Uzumaki's house for a brief period until a hiding place was arranged, during which Naruto informed his son about the tailed beasts. Sometime later, after hearing his mother say that he looked like Naruto at the same age, as he was always eager to train with his mentor, Jiraiya, Boruto became intrigued and wanted to learn more about the Sannin. Soon after, they went to Sarada's house to train together. Then they decided to research the Icha Icha book series written by the pervy sage, which adults insisted children should not read, as we can imagine the type of content it had there, right? Later, the blonde boy discovered that he was the only genin not participating in the search for Urashiki, as the Otsutsuki was plotting revenge with the protagonist. With that, Sasuke suggested to Naruto that the boy work with him on a two-man mission while they remained in the village, and the Seventh Hokage agreed. That night, most of the shinobi left Konoha in an attempt to corner Urashiki, and recognizing that his father was not the reason for the Otsutsuki's arrival, he deduced that the enemy was after a newly discovered artifact with the clan's symbol. This hunch led the blonde boy along with Sasuke to find out if Urashiki was activating the artifact to create a portal. Yes, so much so that the Uchiha managed to separate the Otsutsuki from the object before being transported alongside the protagonist far away. Arriving in Konoha, they discovered they had traveled 20 years back in time, right after Tsunade became Hokage. Furthermore, upon realizing that Urashiki's objective was to steal Naruto's chakra as a child, Sasuke asked the artifact about the enemy, who explained due to the Uchiha's interference, the Otsutsuki would not arrive in this time period for a few days. Therefore, the two needed to have as little interaction with the past as possible to avoid risking severe changes in the timeline. Following Karasugi's advice, both decided to disguise themselves, and soon after, they ended up bumping into Naruto and Jiraiya. When Tsunade arrived, they claimed to be traveling artists. With that, the Hokage ordered Naruto and Jiraiya to keep an eye on the duo, and soon after, the Sannin left the job to his pupil. In the meantime, Sasuke decided to flee to keep his distance, leaving the boys alone. With that, Naruto decided to take the newcomer to his house, and the protagonist noticed the similarity of his father in childhood to the present day. After all, the essence remained the same. In addition, he was intrigued by the technological advancements that had occurred in the village, because at the time they were in, everything was very different. He then met some of the Konoha 11, surprised by how all the future parents were in childhood, especially his mother. Later, Naruto was tasked with cleaning the hot spring as punishment for his and Jiraiya's commotion the other day. Boruto and the other genin helped. In the days that passed, the blonde boy deduced the truth about Sasuke's past. His absence at the time was because he had left the village. Upon confronting him, the Uchiha admitted embarrassingly that at that time, he only thought of revenge. The next day, Urashiki arrived and found Naruto, but Boruto and Sasuke were there at the same location to protect him. Before they could take any action, the Otsutsuki managed to capture the boy and trap them, along with Jiraiya, in rubble. Thus, the Uchiha told the Sannin the truth, that he and Boruto were, in fact, Konoha ninjas who had traveled through time in order to prevent Urashiki from stealing Kurama's chakra. With that, he decided to cooperate with the duo and freed everyone after summoning a giant toad. Soon after, Sasuke managed to locate where Naruto was. Additionally, they discovered that the seal containing Kurama was preventing Urashiki from stealing the Biju's chakra, causing Jiraiya to place a seal on the duo to protect them. Arriving there, Naruto was in version 1 of his transformation due to the Otsutsuki's actions. He even accidentally attacked Boruto while the enemy fled. Only with the passage of time did he regain consciousness. Observing the two genin, Jiraiya insisted that they gather chakra and elaborate a new ninjutsu, but the task was quite difficult for the boys. Upon returning to the village, Boruto met Neji Hyuga, the uncle he had not known, but knew about because of his mother, who always spoke of him. The two talked a lot about Naruto's fights and stories, which made the boy very excited. The next day, the blonde boy reconciled with his future father, and they returned to training to try to execute the task that Jiraiya had given them, until they were again approached by Urashiki, who used several stolen techniques to attack them. And seeing how dangerous everything was, Sasuke threw the enemy and himself into a river so that the boys would escape. While treating Jiraiya's injuries, the group tried to figure out how to deal with Urashiki. Boruto then realized that in the fight, the blood spread on the enemy was drying much faster than his own. After confronting the Otsutsuki again to test the theory, they concluded that the opponent's technique allowed him to go back in time for a few seconds, giving him knowledge about his opponents from his past experiences. With that, Urashiki decided to attack again, but the Sannin invoked the Toadmouth prison, and Naruto made several clones to try to stop him. However, the enemy ended up poisoning himself with the acidic vapors from the large toad's belly before the ninjas, due to temporal regression. Once Jiraiya released the summoning, Boruto and Naruto then advanced to knock out Urashiki with a Rasengan. Still defiant, the enraged Otsutsuki awoke and consumed all the chakra he had accumulated, along with his own eyes. The final result transformed him into a demonic being of immense physical power. The Sannin, along with the other two Genin, were quickly overwhelmed by his attacks, even with Sasuke's help. With that, Urashiki began to irritate Naruto to release Kurama's chakra, and with great effort succeeded as he gradually became enraged. But Boruto managed to reach his future father, and together, they were able to perfect the corporate technique they were training. With the combined effort of Jiraiya and Sasuke, the two boys managed to overcome Urashiki's final attack and destroy him. After recovering from the battle, the four said goodbye. Before leaving, the Uchiha had to erase everyone's memory so they wouldn't remember what happened. The duo safely returned to present-day Konoha, now free from the Otsutsuki threat. Additionally, some changes occurred in Konoha. Sumire resigned from the Genin team she was part of to join the ninja weapon kinetic team. Everyone gathered for a farewell party for the former class representative, and more. They also met Sumire's replacement, who would join Team 15, Tsubaki Kurogane, a samurai student from the Land of Iron. A little while later, Boruto had to think of the perfect birthday gift for his grandfather until he decided to take a family photo and said it would be an annual tradition among the Uzumaki Hyuga. Obviously, this pleased Hiyashi very much, as all he wanted was his grandchildren nearby. Without any problems in sight, the Genin returned to receiving missions normally. With that, Boruto was assigned a secret mission at Hozuki Castle to protect the former member of the Mujina bandits, Kokuri, from Tsukiyo, in exchange for information about the negotiations and leadership. In prison, while Sarada posed as a reporter, he and Mitsuki posed as thieves. With the support of the director, Mujo applied a false imprisonment technique to the pair. Inside, both were assigned to share a cell with Kadama, Kamata, and Arai, and the first informed the blonde boy of what he needed to be sent to the medical infirmary where Kokuri resided, consuming a poisonous fruit to be sent to the location. Boruto made contact with Kokuri, and upon returning to prison, discovered that he had been stabbed in the restricted access wing. After the blonde boy was released from the infirmary, he had Mitsuki contact Sarada through a snake so that the director would move Kokuri to his cell in order to protect him. After succeeding, they discovered that one of the prison's special access cards had been missing for 3 days. When the guards began to look for it, Orochimaru's son realized that the card had been stolen by someone who was in the same place. While Boruto was being taken to the medical ward, it was discovered that Arai was the assailant and the prisoner was sent away. Later, Team 7 managed to trick Kokuri into revealing that he had donated money he stole from the Mujina bandits. And this made the blonde boy promise to take him safely to Konoha, but don't think it was easy. After Mujo fell ill, Benga decided to transfer Kokuri to Hozuki Castle too, where he couldn't be. However, they decided that the prisoner would leave the location before the transfer happened. Team 7 decided to sabotage the water line, as they knew the guards needed to use a backup reserve to contain it, all because there was a supply ship that regularly came to the prison, maintaining a Kokuri containment technique. As time passed and there was no sign of Sarada, after all, each one had to perform a part of the mission. Boruto said he trusted her and decided that everyone should move forward with the plan. While Kokuri remained worried about the Uchiha not having given any news, the blonde boy remained firm that everything was fine. When they were on their way to the water tank, the group was attacked by animals indicated by Benga, which Mitsuki managed to defeat. However, the tank was drained by Benga, who, along with the summon he had made, was able to reach them. Sarada arrived just in time to save them, and also brought information she had obtained from Kadama. Outside, Boruto and the others were attacked by Mujin's second-in-command, Tsukiyo. Using his set of shadow manipulation techniques, he was able to pressure the blonde boy. Becoming desperate, Kokuri gave the boy a notebook with all the data he had on the Mujina bandit, in case he didn't survive. When Team 7 started to get tired, Kokuri used the weakness of the enemy's technique to light, giving the Genin the knowledge they needed to dominate and defeat the adversary. As a last attempt to attack, Tsukiyo grabbed Kokuri and dragged him, along with himself, into the ocean. The man then emerged, claiming that the enemy had drowned. Soon after, Sai and a group of Konoha ninjas appeared, mobilized by Naruto, as contact with Mujo had been lost for a while. After Benga was killed by Tsukiyo, Mujo recovered and returned to his duties normally. Team 7's mission was completed, and they took Kokuri to the village and verified the information about the Mujina bandits before releasing him. After a few months, Boruto remained intrigued by the karma, but that didn't stop him from continuing on more missions. One of them was with Team 7, in which they pursued thieves for some time, but unfortunately, they ended up letting one escape. Upon arriving in Konoha, Lee said that Konohamaru wanted to see the blonde boy at the Hokage building. The sensei assigned him to another mission, but this time alone. Protect Tento Madoka for the next few days. Initially, he showed some ninjutsu to the little boy, who made a point of showing off his collection of shinobi cards. In fact, the protagonist noticed that Tento had the only card, a rare one at that was missing for his collection to be complete. With that, Tento offered the card to Boruto, but in return, he wanted the blonde boy to teach him ninjutsu. A deal was made, and he demonstrated how to use shuriken jutsu. But Tento quickly became discouraged for not even being able to throw a shuriken correctly, and so the little boy explained that he wanted to become a ninja so that his father would notice him. In this way, the genin said that he had already done several things to impress Naruto, but reinforced that most of them cannot be bought. Then, he continued to encourage the boy to work on it. Sometime later, it worked. Tento improved the technique until he hit the target. Proud of himself for the success, Boruto encouraged him to keep practicing to find his own path. Later, the blonde boy gave Tento the 7th Hokage card that was missing from his collection. After the 3 days of bodyguard duty passed, Tento asked if he could visit him again, and the Uzumaki agreed. After all, they were now friends. Later, Team 7 was amazed to receive their first Rank B mission, considered one of the highest in the ninja world. While preparing for the mission, Boruto realized that the ultra-rare trading card he wanted was in his pocket and decided to return it to Tento. Upon arriving at the boy's room, he heard that Tento had been kidnapped by the Mujina bandits and was determined to save his new friend. In fact, he asked Sarada to inform the rest of the team that he could not embark on the mission with them as he needed to resolve a personal problem. Quickly, the blonde boy found Tento before Shoujoji could eat his brain. In an attempt to defeat the enemy with Rasengan, the karma spread through the protagonist's body to the point of paralyzing him. At that exact moment, the opponent became scared and feared that Boruto was part of a certain organization. Even though the blonde boy insisted he was not part of such a thing, Shoujoji resumed the attack, but was soon knocked out by Mitsuki and Sarada. Realizing that his teammates had abandoned the Rank B mission to help him, Boruto apologized when the mark retreated to his palm. Pain subsided. Later, Team 7 was reprimanded by Konohamaru as they abandoned the initial mission, and the sensei also said he would punish them for it. Furthermore, when Tento prepared to leave the village, Boruto returned the rare card to him, insisting that he should get one for himself. Over time, Boruto grew quite impatient with the karma, and also with Kara, a dangerous organization he had recently discovered. Realizing that the student was not well, Sasuke approached him and advised him to wear a glove to keep the mark hidden and not attract attention all the time. Later, Team 7 was tasked with working with Mujino to find Anato, a missing researcher in the Land of Valleys. After meeting the man's wife and learning about the village's large medical company, they were able to discover his team's last known location. There, they were intercepted by Victor and his guards, who were also looking for Anato. Joining forces, Team 7 found the man, whose body had been altered to a malleable state, which attacked them without thinking. Unable to contain him, Victor's men subdued him. As the mission was technically completed, everyone returned to Konoha. On the way, Mitsuki fell ill, and his body began to acquire the same characteristics as the researcher. With that, Mugino took them to Yubina, who stated that during the fight against Anato, Orochimaru's son was infected with Hashirama cells. Then, the doctor informed them of a rumor that the black market in the Land of Silence was selling the cell. Leaving Mitsuki to recover, the shinobi decided to infiltrate Curtain Village to gather more information and find the item. Upon arriving there, they learned that a worker from Victor's company came weeks ago with the Hashirama cell, before suddenly disappearing. They also heard rumors that a man was in the area with connections to the Hashirama cell. Additionally, they discovered that a Nukenin named Kirasi had an affinity for medical ninjutsu. Thus, Boruto restrained him, and Konohamaru disguised himself as him. Along with the blonde boy, who was his assistant, they went to meet a butler who had also been infected as a test to see Kirasi's abilities. After the man collapsed, Konohamaru reluctantly used the antibodies Yubina acquired from Mitsuki to heal him. Deceived, he revealed himself to be Sakuya's butler. She wished to use the Hashirama cell on herself under the misguided illusion that it would allow her to live forever and furthermore restore her former youth and beauty. However, upon finding Sakuya's quarters, he discovered that the woman had been murdered. A group of ninjas revealed that they had stolen the cell and framed Boruto for her death as they retreated from the castle. When Boruto and Konohamaru joined Sarada and Mugino, everyone in the city began to hunt them down, hoping to get a reward for capturing the blonde boy. When cornered, they were helped by a boy named Katara, who led them through a clandestine network that the city's children used for themselves. At the base, Team 7 found Mitsuki, who had already fully recovered. In addition, his antibodies helped cure a girl named Kona, who reciprocated by taking him into the city. In fact, it was the children's network that quickly found the murderers. Once outside the country's borders, the trio pursued their targets, but were attacked by Kumo ninjas, Omoi, Kakui, and Marui, who believed the genin were involved with Sakuya's death and the theft of Hashirama's cells and decided to interrogate them. However, Konohamaru and Mugino quickly returned and clarified the situation. After reaching an understanding, the groups decided to work together and go after the true culprit. On the way, however, they were intercepted by Deepa. Thus, the Kumo shinobi decided to confront him, while Team 7 moved forward with Mugino. On the way, they found one of the thieves, named Yuga, who was determined to complete the mission of delivering Hashirama's cell to his lands. With that, he ended up using a self-sacrifice technique in which everyone was trapped inside a barrier with a demon. While Boruto tried to defeat the creature, Konohamaru and Mugino struggled to break the barrier, but their attempts were in vain. Therefore, they decided to change tactics, and it worked. Mugino contained the enemy, letting him absorb his chakra for long enough until the blonde boy, alongside his sensei, destroyed the demon with Rasengan. Soon after, Mugino needed to recover, which didn't take long, and the team went back to tracking the bandits. It wasn't long before they found the rest, but were tricked by Hiruga, who also launched a self-sacrifice technique which produced a restricting mud to catch them. While being dragged underground, Boruto tried to reason with the opponent, telling him not to sacrifice himself so recklessly. Hiruga, however, rejected the appeal, seeing the blonde boy as a spoiled brat from a great country, while the land of Haze was impoverished. But something unusual happened. Omoi arrived, clearly beaten, at the scene, suddenly claiming that Deepa had killed his allies and that he was on his way to the land of Haze with the Hashirama cell. Worried about his brother, Hiruga cancelled the technique and ran off. Although Omoi could not join the new allies, he warned them that Deepa was apparently immune to all forms of attack. Everyone followed Hiruga, who found Asaka, his older brother. At first, he had to convince them that it was indeed him, and then warned them about the new threat that was on its way. But before any truce could happen, Deepa arrived and quickly took down all the thieves. Furious at the situation, Boruto decided to attack the enemy with a kunai, but the man suffered no pain or injury. Then, the villain explained that he is able to manipulate all the carbon around him, including in his own body, to become invulnerable. Sometime later, Victor arrived, revealing himself to be Deepa's ally, both being members of Kara. With that, Victor decided to separate the older ninjas from the younger ones, who had to face Deepa. Due to the relentless barrage of carbon projectiles and the enemy's impermeable body, Boruto was quickly overwhelmed. He even launched a Rasengan in a kind of all or nothing, but it didn't work. Then he and Sarada were knocked out, and it was up to Mitsuki to resolve the situation. And so, we see Orochimaru's son use Sage Mode to save his friends and escape. Due to the severity of Boruto and Sarada's injuries, Mitsuki decided to take them to Yubina, who managed to stabilize their health. Soon after, Konohamaru and Mugino took everyone to Konoha, the blonde boy and the Uchiha to the hospital, in order to get better treatment, and Mitsuki to his father, who would know how to take better care of his son in this case. After a successful operation, the protagonist woke up disappointed for not being able to defeat Deepa. But after 3 days, he managed to compose himself and promised that he would become increasingly strong. With the goal of improving the Rasengan in mind, Boruto sought Kakashi to help him with it. Since Konohamaru was on a mission and Naruto was very busy, right away the 6th Hokage told the boy that it was impossible to perform a giant Rasengan, as the blonde boy did not have a sufficient amount of chakra. Instead, Hatake made him work on applying nature transformation to the Rasengan, particularly the wind style. Having failed almost always, the protagonist made it clear that he envied how powerful Kakashi was for his age, but the former sensei made it clear that he endured many difficulties along the way. In addition, Kakashi also mentioned that he envied Boruto, as the boy was growing up in a time of peace, with loved ones by his side. The former sensei's words inspired him, and with that, the blonde boy decided to create a shadow clone to apply nature transformation to the Rasengan, managing to use the wind style Rasengan, greatly impressing the 6th Hokage. But despite the success, the protagonist realized that the increased strength was still not enough to defeat Deepa. However, he did not give up and continued training, even after Hatake had said that Naruto-san had reached his chakra level limit. Later, Boruto met Shikadai, and the two talked about Deepa. After all, the Inoshikacho trio had also faced him. While the blonde boy was very irritated by everything that had happened, his friend said he was worried, as it seemed that the enemy was becoming a kind of obsession. But soon after, the protagonist made it clear that he did not see the villain as a wounded ego, but rather a barrier to evolving as a ninja. Realizing that Boruto was being sincere, Team 10 decided to help him with his training. The first part would be to fix the Rasengan at a single point to improve its penetrating power. When the day ended, not much progress had been made. With that, Shikadai and Boruto began to discuss the unique nature of Deepa's power, which involved the arrangement and pressure of carbon molecules. This suddenly gave the blonde boy inspiration, who the next day managed to obliterate a huge stone with the Rasengan. He told Kakashi, who decided to put him to the test, the boy would have to face Shojoji in a police facility, believing that the convict would be the perfect opponent to test Naruto-san. At first, both their abilities matched quite well. However, the headwinds proved too powerful, even against the protagonist's wind style, Rasengan. Deciding he had no choice, Boruto used the new compressed Rasengan. He was able to overcome Shojoji's defenses and defeated him quickly. While Kakashi praised him for presenting the alternative plan of condensing the jutsu instead of expanding it, the blonde boy fainted due to the hours of training that finally caught up to him. Later, while recovering in the hospital, the boy was congratulated by the 6th Hokage, who also warned of the dangers of the new technique. It is worth remembering that the compressed Rasengan can cause great strain on the arm, and is not a jutsu to be used frequently. Even accepting Kakashi's words, Boruto remained determined to improve the Rasengan. And after being discharged from the hospital, he met Sarada, who was doing very well training with her parent. The two felt they had already reached a higher level in terms of skills, and decided it was the perfect time to return to the Land of Valleys, to return Anado's ring to Miya. As they had already obtained the Hokage's approval, they left for the location. Arriving there, they immediately met Miya and returned the ring to her. In addition, they discovered that Anato was killed by enemies trying to steal his research. This information was passed on by Victor. Realizing that Victor was using Anato for his own gain, Boruto decided to reveal the truth about the villain's objectives, despite Sarada's protest. Suddenly, there was an earthquake coming from the company's main building, and the duo went to investigate. There, they found Konohamaru struggling to defend himself from a cruel divine tree, which had been recreated. While Boruto and Sarada helped him, he said that the tree had not been seen since the 4th Great Ninja War. Soon after, Victor approached them, explaining that he took fragments of the dead divine tree after the war ended, nurturing them with Hashirama cells and various test subjects. Furthermore, he was also very happy to see the people of the Land of Valleys being consumed by the tree to produce chakra fruit. Victor collapsed to the ground around Boruto and Sarada, sending them to the floor below. There, they were approached by Deepa. The two were determined to defeat the villain once and for all. At first, it was difficult because despite having improved their own abilities, the enemy continued with infallible carbon powers. With that, the blonde boy noticed that the only hope was to use the compressed Rasengan, but he needed time to form it. Thus, the Uchiha tried to distract the opponent, which did not last long. Suddenly, Mitsuki appeared 100% recovered and saved his friend once again. With Team 7 reunited, Boruto tried to use the technique again, but unfortunately, the attack was repelled by Deepa. But not all was lost. The protagonist did not accept that he was losing, tried again to attack him with Rasengan. Only this time, Sarada and Mitsuki donated their own chakra to perform the technique, and it worked. The power was so great that it broke through Deepa's defense and defeated him. In addition, Orochimaru destroyed the divine tree and defeated Victor, and Miya promised to testify against the company. Another victory for Team 7 Back in the village, the blonde boy took care of his injured hand, which didn't take long to fully heal. Then he, along with Mitsuki and Sarada, found Denki preparing an experiment to improve radio communication. Boruto and the others decided to help him with the work. In the end, it worked, but failed to maintain stability. However, the boy remained determined to improve the technology, receiving the support of his classmates. In Konoha, there was a memorial service for the people who died in the Fourth Shinobi World War. All citizens participated, including the Uzumaki family. Soon after, Boruto faced his father in a fight in the training hall, seeing this as a chance to make up for his actions in the Chunin Exams. During the combat, all of the blonde boy's elemental attacks were absorbed by Naruto, who ended up defeating his son. But then, the boy became very angry upon learning that the Seventh Hokage's prosthetic hand had been modified by Akatsuki, as this ability to absorb jutsus had been included. With that, Boruto considered his father hypocritical for using this type of instrument during a fight, especially since this was the reason for his disqualification in the Chunin exam. Sasuke calmed the boy down, explaining that the tool itself is not the problem, but rather being excessively dependent on it. In addition, the Uchiha also took the opportunity to talk about the existence of Kara, which made Mitsuki ask if the group was related to the mark his friend had received from Momoshiki. The blonde boy became quite furious that his teammate had revealed this aloud, but soon after, Naruto admitted that Sasuke had already told him everything. In fact, this was one of the reasons why the Seventh Hokage approved the development of this advanced weaponry. After Katasuke recovered the prototype, Naruto assigned Team 7 a rank C mission to escort the lead scientist back to the lab in Ryutan City. As Boruto stormed out of the room, his father asked the rest of the team to keep an eye on him in case anything happened with his mark. Mitsuki then talked to his friend, convincing him to overcome his anger and join the others on the mission. Traveling by train to the location, the group met Ao, who lectured the boy about ninja scientific tool. The blonde boy ended up changing his view on the subject, respecting the man. When they arrived at their final destination, they unexpectedly met Sumire, and soon after, managed to complete half of the mission involving ninja scientific tool test. Boruto was greeted by Chamaru, who was very happy to see him, but the blonde boy was quite surprised by the dog's prosthetic paw, which led Akira Inuzuka to explain that it was thanks to Katasuke that she and the animal could walk again. Kunoichi also revealed that it was through this that she found a new passion, science. Seeing that Katasuki truly enjoyed helping the citizens of Konoha, the protagonist decided to put aside the anger he had towards the scientist. At one point, Team 7 received a call from the 7th Hokage, noting that Konohamaru and Mugino had disappeared during a nearby mission and tasked them with looking for the duo. Accompanied by Katasuki, the team found the sensei's last known location. As they investigated, they were attacked by autonomous puppet. With that, the scientist ended up dominating the situation and gave the rest a chance to destroy them all. In addition, Chumaru was following Konohamaru's scent, and they discovered that he and Mugino were in a cave. Shortly after, they encountered Ao, who attacked the group and stole one of Katasuki's gauntlet, used to absorb blows, including Boruto's Rasengan. But suddenly, Mugino held the opponent while the cave collapsed on top of them. Everyone managed to save themselves except Mugino, who sacrificed himself for the good of the team. However, the enemy survived and the group had to retreat immediately. With that, everyone devised a plan to defeat him. When they found him again, Team 7 began a counterattack, in which the blonde boy tricked Ao into taking his extreme chakra draining blade, weakening him. Then, Boruto approached the opponent and spoke the same words that Ao had said earlier. While Konohamaru congratulated the team, the blonde boy realized that Ao began to panic to the point of using water style as a way to protect the boy. Suddenly, a giant toad appeared right where the protagonist was, leading him to question why the opponent had saved his life. Soon after, a man who was on top of the animal introduced himself as Kojikashin, another member of the Kara organization, and erected pillars around everyone to contain them with Fuinjutsu. After freeing himself from the technique, Konohamaru decided to face the man alone, and to everyone's surprise, both used Rasengan during the fight. This led Boruto to think they had found another user of the technique. But after cancelling each other's jutsu, Team 7 Sensei was consumed by Koji's flames, resulting in the blonde boy's unconscious activation of karma, which then absorbed the Fuinjutsu and the flame. When questioned about the activation, the boy ended up fainting. With that, The new enemy became very interested in the power and retreated. Since the enemy had left the scene, Sarada helped Boruto walk, during which the group found authentic puppets similar to those they had seen before, destroyed at a reasonable distance from the rest, followed by an unconscious boy who also had a karma, who we later came to know as Kawaki. While examining the boy's body, Boruto's karma activated, and then Kawaki's. The blonde boy asked if both were feeling the same sensation. Upon regaining consciousness, Kawaki questioned whether the Konoha ninjas belonged to the Kara organization. Meanwhile, Koji and Delta, who was also part of the group, were lurking, observing everything to gather information. However, Delta had already called another external Kara member named Garo to retrieve Kawaki. In the midst of the confrontation, the young man managed to defeat him with an explosion, which innocently Boruto managed to absorb with his karma. Minutes later, Kawaki appeared unconscious due to overheating, and with that, he was taken to Konoha to be cared for and investigated. To keep a close eye on the newest arrival in the village, Naruto decided to welcome Kawaki into the Uzumaki household, but before that could happen, the boy tried to escape numerous times, but was always intercepted by the Hokage, until, after a long time, he decided to stay. With that, he and Boruto ended up getting into several fights, most of them physical, to the point where both awakened their karma. In one of them, before the fight became even more intense, Naruto appeared to intervene. Later, as Boruto prepared for his next mission, Kawaki approached and asked how the blonde boy had acquired the karma. Upon learning that it was through Momoshiki, Kawaki said that the villain sacrificed countless children to mark only one as a future vessel. And after much conversation, the newcomer to Konoha decided to cooperate with the protagonist and help him with the karma. Boruto considered it carefully, but said he would not forgive the boy for breaking Himawari's vase, asking him to find a way to fix it. On the same day, Naruto offered to train with his son. Kawaki insisted that Boruto activate his karma, knowing that the blonde boy still couldn't activate it at will. So he ended up activating his own, knowing that the protagonists would respond instantly. Even though Boruto lost the fight, the Seventh Hokage applauded his growth, and of course, this made the boy completely happy. Later, Boruto saw Kawaki trying to fix Himawari's vase in vain and asked for help with his karma, as he wanted to master the seal. This led the two to fight together. Meanwhile, Naruto was informed by Ino that someone was infiltrating the village. Immediately, the Seventh Hokage asked his son to grab his sister and run home. But before that could happen, Delta appeared. Fearing for his father's life, who was facing the enemy, Boruto recklessly launched a Rasengan at her, which absorbed the blow to re-energize herself. As a new tactic, the Kara member launched an attack towards Himawari. Naruto rushed to save his daughter, and both were hit, until to everyone's surprise, Kawaki stepped in front of them and blocked Delta's beam, and this ended up costing him his right arm. After Naruto defeated Delta and gained more and more trust from the Uzumaki, Kawaki decided to open up more to Boruto, who made a point of introducing him to the rest of Team 7. In fact, everyone began to teach him about ninjutsu, as the boy showed interest in the subject. In addition, Kawaki also learned about the basic concepts of chakra control and vented about Jigen, a member of Kara who had modified his entire body and granted him the karma. Upon hearing everything, the protagonist began to see the boy with new eyes, like an older brother. Sometime later, Boruto was running home with Mitsuki. On the way, his karma involuntarily awakened, and he immediately suspected that something was wrong. Arriving there, he found Sarada and Kawaki. When he asked what happened, the boy, distraught, said that Jigen appeared and took Naruto to another dimension. Immediately, Shikamaru appeared with other Konoha ninjas and used the shadow possession jutsu to capture the young man. Still at the Uzumaki house, Kawaki's prosthetic arm began to react, and this led him to conclude that the 7th Hokage was still alive. By synchronizing his karma with Boruto's, a rift appeared before them. Before they could enter, Shikamaru again used the shadow possession technique to prevent the Genin from entering. However, Kawaki used his karma to escape the jutsu, and soon after, along with Team 7, they entered the portal to go after Naruto. Arriving there, they found another member of Kara, named Boro, who had imprisoned the 7th Hokage inside a jar, so to speak. Even with several blows from the ninjas, Boro resisted them all, as he had an incredible and fast regeneration ability. In addition, he exposed Kawaki and Team 7 to a black cloud, which depleted all their strength. Soon after, Mitsuki and Sarada managed to analyze, each in their own way, Boro's mist. Concluding that it was viral, everyone decided to name the Uchiha as the team captain. Then, They devised a plan to defeat the enemy. First, they counterattacked, and as soon as Boruto got an opening, she used the Chidori to hit a part of the opponent's body that contained a core. Kawaki had even warned her about it before. However, something unexpected happened. Even without the core, the Kara member regenerated. With that, Boro ended up striking Mitsuki, Kawaki, and grabbed Sarada with a giant hand, until something unusual happened. Boruto's karma evolved even further, to the point where it was no longer him there, but Momoshiki's will and personality. The villain, displaying great power and using the blonde boy's body, destroyed Boro with a giant Rasengan. Soon after, the mark began to recede little by little, and the Otsutsuki warned the boy that it wasn't his time to lose everything yet. Upon disappearing completely, the protagonist fell straight to the ground. But Mitsuki used his arm-stretching ability to rescue his friend. With that, Team 7 and Kawaki removed Naruto from the pot he was in and returned to Konoha. Upon arriving at the village, everyone was taken to the hospital for treatment. The Uzumakis were very happy to see that Naruto was recovering completely. Later, Team 7, along with Kawaki, met with Konoha officials to discuss the recent events. They discovered that Kara had a tentacle stored in another dimension. In addition, Kawaki revealed that each member of the organization had their body modified with advanced ninja tools, which allowed them to perform remarkable abilities without needing to use ninjutsu. Amado, another member of Kara, was taken for interrogation, as he had asked to stay in Konoha. Boruto watched everything, learning more about the Otsutsuki clan, the karma, and the threat Momoshiki currently posed to him. And then came another unexpected event. During the interrogation, Amado's glasses suddenly projected a fight between Koji and the weakened Jigen. Everyone watched the battle, and consequently, Jigen's death triggered the disappearance of Kawaki's mark, surprising everyone present. Since no one understood what it meant, Amado explained, the disappearance of Kawaki's mark meant that Ishiki Otsutsuki had been resurrected through Jigen's body. However, his revival was not yet stable, and for that reason, he would come after Kawaki again to place the mark on the boy once more. With that, Boruto insisted on fighting alongside his father and Sasuke, but both refused. But before they could reach a solution, they were informed that the villain had arrived in Konoha. At the time of the battle, Ishiki's power began to overwhelm Naruto and destroy the village. Sasuke threw his sword towards the villain, but soon after, we saw that it was actually Boruto in disguise. The blonde boy opened a portal and transported himself along with the enemy to another dimension. Naruto and Sasuke followed closely behind. Everyone began to fight the Otsutsuki, who grabbed the blonde boy and informed him that his karma was 80% complete. But before he could continue, the Uchiha saved his pupil by swapping places with him through the Rinnegan. However, Ishiki trapped him with iron bars and tried to crush him with giant cube, attempting to kill the opponent. However, Boruto arrived in time and jumped in the way. Ishiki saw the boy step in and hesitated. Thus, the protagonist concluded that the enemy could not kill him. With that, Boruto threatened to kill himself with a kunai. But what he didn't expect was that the opponent would shrink the weapon and capture him through a power. Then, he explained that when the blonde boy became 100% an Otsutsuki, he would be fed to the 10 tails to nourish the divine tree. Suddenly, something different emerged from the sky and hit the villain with brutal force, and thus we see that it is Naruto, using his newest power, Baryon mode. Boruto tried to watch his father's fight against the Otsutsuki, but he fainted soon after. In addition, Kawaki was teleported by the villain through the karma. After an extraordinary battle, and with the effort of Naruto and Kawaki, Ishiki eventually died, but while the battle was happening, Momoshiki took over the blonde boy's body, and just when they thought everything was over, the other Otsutsuki managed, with a kunai, to impale Sasuke's Rinnegan. With that, they had to face the villain. Throughout the confrontation, Kawaki and Sasuke managed to bring Boruto's personality back to the surface, forcing Momoshiki to absorb more chakra. Even disoriented, the blonde boy prevented the villain from teleporting with his friend, and with that, broke the horn on his head. This act caused the karma to recede. Soon after, he ended up fainting. When he woke up, he apologized to Kawaki for what had happened, but before he could rest, he was warned that his father was losing consciousness. Naruto, after hearing his son's voice, ended up waking up. While Boruto cried thinking he would lose his father, the Seventh Hokage revealed that the use of Baryon mode had a very sad consequence, the death of Kurama, nullifying the fox's chakra and powers. But at that moment, they only thought of a way to return home. After all, Sasuke had lost his Rinnegan and Kawaki his karma. The only way was through the blonde boy, who still had the mark on his body. However, out of fear of Momoshiki returning, the boy was scared and very reluctant. Kawaki then began to provoke him to the point of making Boruto very angry and causing him to open a portal. With that, everyone managed to return home. But don't think the days were calm. The fear of Momoshiki returning made the blonde boy spend sleepless nights. Noticing this, Naruto promised that he would do everything to save his son, and this was enough for the boy to go back to sleep. After some time, the protagonist began to be interviewed by various channels, as he had defeated Ishiki and saved everyone there. In fact, he became a celebrity in Konoha, but none of that seemed enough. The boy remained worried about the future ahead of him. Then he was greeted by Kawaki, whose arm had been restored by Amado. The older brother reported that he had an internal Kara member devoted to Ishiki, named Code, who failed to become a vessel. Despite the failure, Code obtained a white karma, which made him stronger than Delta and Boro, for example. Thus, Kawaki suggested that Boruto create his own karma and thereby replace Code. Thus, the internal Kara member would become Momoshiki's new vessel, and he would be safe. Later that same day, Naruto went to his son and handed him some medicines that could slow down his karma. Quickly, being quite excited about this possibility, the blonde boy swallowed one, even without knowing the side effects the medicine could bring. With that, the Seventh Hokage decided to reprimand him. A few days later, Team 7 decided to retake the Chunin exam. After passing the written exam, the three were sent to the second stage in the Forest of Death. The goal was to find an injured officer, navigating through some traps and within a time limit. Although Boruto managed to find the ally in time, he ended up falling into Kaito Kawanami's trap, who ended up taking the person for himself. However, Kaito ended up getting injured, and the blonde boy decided to save him too, and for that, he needed the help of a clone. However, the clone carrying Kaito could not leave the forest in time, leaving the boy behind. Boruto managed to get out, but he had also already exceeded the set limit. However, due to his performance, which was also being evaluated, Moegi and Sai decided to pass him. Thus, Team 7 proceeded to the third stage. At the end of the exams, they needed to face another geinin to achieve a higher position as a ninja. The next day, however, while on their way to the arena, Boruto and Mitsuki were stopped by Himawari, who, along with her friends, saw some very suspicious men at the train station. Then, they saw that they were kidnapping Amado. Meanwhile, Sarada had to face her friend Chocho. At first, the two were reluctant due to the great friendship they had built over the years, but then they said they weren't there for games and put all their power into the fight. Upon awakening another Tomi of the Sharingan, the Uchiha ended up gaining the upper hand and won the battle. However, the girl became worried about her friends, who had not arrived for the finals and could be disqualified, and at that moment, Boruto and Mitsuki followed the train Amado was on. Through Orochimaru's son's snakes, they found him. In a warehouse, Amado's kidnappers revealed themselves to be from another village and wanted to recruit him, making a very attractive offer, even involving money. Boruto and Mitsuki waited to see what the answer would be, and were relieved to hear Amado severely refuse the offer, and even state that he would never ally himself with people who sought power in that manner. As the answer was not the right one, the kidnappers decided to take him by force until the geinin moved to save him. Soon after, the two blew up the place with a kunai and a paper bomb with the enemies inside. Amado thanked them and also reminded them about the final. They ran to the location, but it didn't do much good. Sarada informed them very angrily that the two had been disqualified. Upon learning that the previous fight would have been between them, Boruto and Mitsuki were quite curious what the result would be. As they had already lost the opportunity to become Chunin, both watched the last battle and congratulated Sarada and the others for being promoted. At night, however, both returned to the battlefield to face each other. Soon after, they learned that with Sarada's promotion, Konohamaru would no longer be Team 7's captain. But when they were going to discuss this with their sensei, they discovered that he was left behind as a prisoner from the last mission. Thus, they were sent to where the teacher was. When they arrived, they decided to observe the situation of the hostages and Konohamaru's intention. Soon after, the blonde boy distracted Ryoku and his subordinates, while the other two freed the hostages. Thus, Team 7, in addition to helping with the restoration of the place, also performed a last mission with the sensei being the team leader. And to record the moment, they took a photo together. When they returned to Konoha, Team 7 received the news that Kawaki would officially be the newest member of the team. Afterwards, they were assigned a mission: escort Katasuke to a ceremony that would take place in Kirigakure, where new advanced power plants would be revealed. In addition, They were also ordered to investigate rumors of a terrorist threat to the event. Boruto said he would like to meet Kagura, and the scientist allowed the blonde boy to meet his friend in prison, where he acted as the director of the last generation, using the pretext of visiting Akatsuki's new facility. Upon arriving there, Kagura showed everything and also explained to the protagonist how and why he was the director. Soon after, an airship crashed, and suddenly all communications regarding the ceremony went down. Boruto offered to help, as he believed that the attack that had just happened was connected to the intruders who invaded the prison. In one of the corridors, he and Kagura found some guards inside a water bowl who, after being released, said that the Funado clan was responsible for everything. Their objective was to rescue their leader, Araumi, and they succeeded. But first, they were intercepted by Boruto and Kagura, who tried to prevent the clan's escape. After this event, the blonde boy quickly told the rest of the team everything that happened in prison. Then they became worried about Team 5, who was on a mission in the seas that the Funado clan had taken over. Thus, Team 7 acquired a boat to go after the others, and were very surprised to see Kagura, Buntan Kurosuke, Ichirota Oniuzu, and Kyoho Fufuki. Upon arriving at Doto Island, Kagura decided that only Sarada and Mitsuki would spy on the situation, but before leaving, the Uchiha asked Boruto to keep an eye on the swordsman. The tension began to rise between the protagonist and the swordsman, to the point where he questioned his friend about the decision to trust them. Kagura pointed out that everyone there had the opportunity to escape with Shizuma, but they didn't. Thus, he decided to trust that they would change, just as Boruto himself believed in him back then. Suddenly, a massive structure began to approach them, and noticing that it was a fortress ship, Kagura instructed the blonde boy to investigate alongside Kawaki and Buntan. The protagonist communicated with his friend via radio and warned him about the chakra cannon he had seen. In addition, he also said that if Sarada's group went to meet them, it would probably put everyone at the mercy of the fortress. Therefore, he decided that they themselves would have to destroy the cannon. For this to happen, they placed Taiki's boat as a distraction for the weapon and joined the other group. But before they could continue, they were attacked by Tema. One of Kyoho's blows inspired Boruto to use the maintenance crane. Buntan assisted him, holding the guards long enough for the blonde boy to handle it correctly. Thus, he aimed the cannons towards the fortress while they fired. Everyone escaped in a lifeboat, and then they were rescued by Sarada's group. The next morning in Kiri, Taiki was killed. Suspicion immediately fell on Kyoho as he was caught cleaning his own blood-soaked sword. Boruto preferred to trust Kagura's judgment and the swordsman's innocence. A witness came forward accusing Kyoho, but Kawaki didn't feel convinced. Suspicious, he set a trap by faking the supposed murderer's death and ended up exposing another person, Koba Soza, a pirate who belonged to the Funato clan, who was hiding in the body of one of the refugees. Boruto and Mitsuki attacked him with kunai that had lightning release and pursued him to the engine room, where the villain ended up killing himself and damaging the engine. As the ship was stranded in the middle of the ocean, the blonde boy ended up suffering from severe heat stroke to the point of fainting and falling into the sea, but was saved by someone unknown with fish hand. Upon waking up, he told what had happened, but everyone argued that the boy had not fallen from the ship and was hallucinating. Still, the protagonist was convinced of what occurred. Eventually, the groups were discovered by the master shipbuilder named Kaigiki. In addition to him, there was also an assistant named Ikada. Boruto claimed that the boy had saved him, but Kaigiki said that Ikada never left his side. After all this conversation, the builder was unable to fix the engine and took the ship back to port for the necessary repairs. In fact, everyone helped with this, and the blonde boy was impressed with how the assistant liked to learn to become a professional like the master. In the middle of the way, it was discovered that Ikada had not managed to stock an essential part for the engine's operation. Thus, he and Boruto went to retrieve it in the mini boat made by the assistant. During the journey, the two faced a terrible storm and saw a man drowning. Although he hesitated at first, Ikada dived to save him and thus revealed his fish hand. Then he revealed to Boruto that he had been the one to save the blonde boy before. As the protagonist was not affected by the other's condition, he promised that he would never tell anyone what happened. After recovering the part, both returned to base. Later, Team 7 discussed how to proceed. Due to the original mission they had received from the Hokage, Boruto decided to help Kagura and decided to walk while his teammates returned to their lodgings. Upon noticing an unusual black mist, the blonde boy made clones as a precaution, but was soon attacked by Saren, who decided not to explain why she was doing this and ended up paralyzing his arm. Then, Kagura arrived, preventing his friend from taking another shot, and explained the girl's fighting style. The two decided to collaborate with each other and found the opponent's location and distracted her. Thus, Kagura managed to get close to her and took her down until Funamushi appeared to rescue her. In the morning, everyone decided to investigate the coded message that was left by the Funato clan after the coup, which was repelled by the way. They discovered the truth. The naval battle was a distraction to allow the Funato to launch attack on Kirigakure while their armed forces were away. Boruto suggested that, as allies, they should help. Before leaving, the blonde boy went to check on Ikada until Kaigeki revealed that the assistant was missing and had even left his notebook full of ideas behind. Thus, Kagura led everyone there to his childhood village, which was on the Funato's route, hoping to intercept them, while he was assigned to strengthen the local defenses and updated his friend on the progress they were making. Boruto asked his friend about the past he lived in the village and understood why Kagura appreciated everything. At night, the blonde boy felt ready to face the enemies, and that's what happened. The next day, they learned that Funato had sent some of his men ahead, but fortunately, the villagers had already been evacuated. The only problem was that 3 children were missing, and one of them was wearing Kawaki's headband. Therefore, the protagonist joined Kagura to rescue them before they ended up crossing paths with the Funato. Upon returning, they discovered that Heibi Ichigo had abandoned the group soon after Kagura removed the cursed seal from the swordsman. Then, the group finished preparing the traps in the ravine. But this did not last long, as the Funato disarmed them all, in addition to launching a counterattack of their own. Furthermore, Funamushi's water release was so strong that it devastated the entire area. Luckily, Team 5 managed to block the blow, allowing everyone to be evacuated to the village, especially the remaining non-combatant. When Funato arrived, Boruto fought alongside Kagura, determined to take revenge on Seiren. But don't think it was easy, for Funamushi drained blood from his men to use a completely powerful jutsu. Soon after, he took Kagura hostage, as the young man was clearly very weakened. This caused everyone to stop fighting and watch in shock as Funamushi stabbed him in the chest. The scene in question was enough for Boruto to awaken karma and launch a Rasengan towards the enemy, causing the rest to retreat. Unfortunately, Kagura's wound was very serious and he ended up dying, but before, as his last words, he asked them to protect the village. After the funeral, the blonde boy and Kawaki wished to take revenge, but everyone accepted the leader Sarada's decision, which was precisely to wait in the village, as Funamushi would certainly return. Boruto reflected on his time with his friend, before being approached by Team 7, who were concerned about his use of karma. He assured them that the drug still worked, and kept him under control. The next day, while repairing the village, Boruto reaffirmed his desire for revenge against the Funato, sharing food between the villagers and ninjas. Later, he found Kawaki at Kagura's grave, where they decided to avenge his death. The Funato captured Denki and Iwabi, and Boruto led the fight against the enemy. He used lightning style against Funamushi, who severely wounded him before being killed by Buntan. After Heibichigo's death, she was buried beside Kagura. Boruto revealed to Sarada that avenging Kagura brought no relief. With the return of Denki and Iwabi, it was discovered that Ikada, Seiren's brother, had joined the Funato to attack Kirigakure. Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki decided to stop the war and save Ikada. After tense negotiations, Boruto offered his life as a sacrifice. However, Ikada gave up the war and reconciled with Boruto. With the end of the conflict, Team 7 returned to Konoha, where Boruto and Kawaki made peace. Naruto informed Boruto about Ikada's light punishment, and the team moved on to new mission. Boruto went on vacation with his family and had adventures at the academy, where Kawaki was on a disguised mission. He also faced challenges at the school festival and in new investigations with Sasuke. Alongside his friends, Boruto continued to grow as a shinobi, dealing with conflicts and challenges in search of a better future. When Sasuke and Naruto returned, Boruto reported Suzura's situation, but Sasuke refused to intervene, despite his opinions on Paradise. The next day, believing Yuki would be sold to a taxidermist, Boruto protected Suzura, who was trying to escape with Yuki. Mozu threatened to arrest Boruto if he returned to Paradise, but Sasuke exchanged his hawk for Yuki. Returning, Boruto consoled Tsuzura, while Sasuke freed the animal. Tsuzura confronted her mother and became Naruto's apprentice. Sasuke instructed Boruto to return alone to avoid political implications, while he searched for Code, the last Kara Inner. On the way back, Boruto was captured along with other passengers. Uga, the culprit, revealed that she was testing the ability to avoid death. In the first experiment, Boruto saved some captives, but others died, and he confronted Rokuro for selfish attitude. In the second test, involving candles connected to the participants' lives, Boruto led the group, uniting the candles to save most of them. After that, they faced Rokuro, who sacrificed allies to survive. Boruto kept his focus on cooperation and overcoming challenges. In the next experiment, in a room with a collapsing ceiling, Boruto led the captives, helping Yatsume, and with strategies, found a way out to save everyone, earning Uga's praise. During the experiment, Bata revealed suspicions about Kiseru, who was hiding a communication device. In the final challenge, Boruto and others needed to sum numbers on cards to cross a gate. Despite the traps, Boruto faced Rokuro and defeated him with Namua's help. Even so, he gave Rokuro a chance to cross. While looking for clues about the true culprit for Bata and Fugo's deaths, suspecting Kiseru, had not yet crossed the gate. After re-encountering Kiseru, Boruto confronted him about the deaths and the communication device. Kiseru fled and, after a confrontation involving other captives, ended up attacking Boruto. He revealed that the entire maze was a genjutsu before Boruto fainted. Upon waking up, Boruto found the others in suspended animation capsule. He, Rokuro, and Yatsume tried to escape, but Boruto ended up discovering that Yatsume was, in fact, Uga, the creator of the experiment. Boruto refused to abandon or kill her, which led her to free everyone from the genjutsu. After that, Boruto contacted his team and reunited with Sarada and Mitsuki. Uga, inspired by Boruto, promised to meet him again. A week later, while taking Amado's medicine to suppress the Otsutsuki transformation, Boruto gave his forehead protector to Kawaki as encouragement. Later, he realized he was the only one capable of tracking Kawaki after his escape from Konoha. Upon finding him, he prevented Code from taking him. Although Code was superior, Boruto managed to use karma to fight on equal terms, but ended up succumbing, allowing Momoshiki to take control of his body. Momoshiki faced Code, Naruto, and Shikamaru until Kawaki, with a new karma, absorbed an attack and fought him, determined to kill Boruto if necessary. Boruto awakened and encouraged Kawaki to attack him, resulting in a fatal blow. However, Momoshiki saved Boruto, replacing part of the remaining karma data with Boruto's own, which healed him but made him completely an Otsutsuki. Momoshiki warned that Boruto could now be sacrificed for the divine tree, and that his first warning about the future was still to come. Back in Konoha, Boruto and Kawaki met at the Hokage monument, discussing Momoshiki's warning and how Kawaki saw Boruto as a threat to Naruto. Boruto promised to prove the prophecy wrong. Later, he reported the situation to Amado, Sai, and Katasuke, discarding the medicines he took before, as he felt greater control over himself. By Shikamaru's instruction, Boruto concealed from Sarada and Mitsuki that Kawaki had killed him, blaming Code. Sasuke, apologizing for not fulfilling his promise to deal with Momoshiki, handed his forehead protector to Boruto as encouragement. When Code and Ada invaded, Sasuke and Boruto went to help. In Amado's lab, they learned about Ada's seductive abilities and Demon's involvement. Shikamaru ordered Boruto and Kawaki to live with Ada and Demon as part of a mission, which caused friction. Boruto soon met Demon, who easily defeated him to assert himself. During a meeting, Amado explained Ada and Demon's abilities, revealing their origins linked to Shibai Otsutsuki. Boruto realized that his mind was connected to Momoshiki's, which allowed both to hear each other's thought. He had visions of Konoha fighting Kawaki, raising doubts about the future. Living with Ada, Boruto asked why she chose Kawaki, being provoked by Demon. Kawaki deduced that Ada had betrayed Boruto to get closer to him. While Boruto observed the interactions between Ada, Sarada, and Sumire, he began to get frustrated with Momoshiki, who refused to reveal more about Ada's abilities. When Kawaki perceived the communication between Boruto and Momoshiki, tension arose. Shikamaru then instructed Boruto to accompany Ada, who wished to leave, leaving him uncomfortable with the situation. During the walk, Demon became intrigued by Himawari's presence, surprising Boruto with his reaction. Upon discovering that Kawaki was responsible for his parents' disappearance, Boruto went after him. Kawaki tried to seal him in the Hokage monument, but Boruto resisted using his karma. Despite trying to dialogue, Kawaki was determined to kill him for being an Otsutsuki. Sarada intervened to help, but Boruto asked her to flee. He ended up losing his right eye while protecting her from an attack shortly before the arrival of Mitsuki, Konohamaru, Shikamaru, and Sasuke. During the fight, Momoshiki took control of Boruto, allowing Kawaki to escape by absorbing Shikamaru's jutsu. Regaining control, Boruto was provoked by Momoshiki about his lost eye, who stated that the prophesied future was beginning. Confused by Mitsuki, who attacked him with Sage Mode, Boruto realized that something was wrong. Momoshiki revealed that Ada had swapped Boruto and Kawaki's past in everyone's mind, leaving him as the villain in the village's eyes. Team 10 ambushed Boruto, accusing him of betrayal, but he resisted Momoshiki's offer to take control to fight. Sasuke rescued him, explaining that although he remembered his history with Kawaki, there were inconsistencies such as Boruto's forehead protector and Momoshiki's presence. Sasuke trusted Sarada, who believed in Boruto, and encouraged the young man to move forward. Ada and Demon found Boruto and apologized for the situation. Impressed by his calmness, Ada realized that he had developed empathy for Kawaki and praised his determination to turn the conflict into a sibling dispute. She promised not to seek him out until he decided to return to Konoha. Before leaving, Sasuke reminded Boruto that the village would pursue him, and the young man reaffirmed his determination to prove his identity and change the fate imposed upon him. In the Hokage's office, Sarada Uchiha takes center stage. Her new look reflects confidence and rebellion. A stylish off-the-shoulder jacket, earrings with the Uchiha, other accessories that highlight her striking person. Despite her refreshed appearance, her tone of voice carries impatience. She debates with Shikamaru, now the 8th Hokage. The atmosphere is tense. Shikamaru, wearing a cloak almost identical to Naruto's, maintains his serious. He argues about the sanctions imposed on Boruto, justifying them as necessary and aligned with the will of the Leaf Village. For Shikamaru, Boruto had crossed an unforgivable line by being accused of assassinating the 7th Hokage, threatening Kawaki. Sarada, on the other hand, was outraged. The young Uchiha insisted that it was inconceivable for Boruto to be capable of such an extreme act, arguing that he should at least have a chance to explain. The debate escalates. Konohamaru, present in the room, tries to mediate the situation. Tempers remain. Shikamaru argues that Boruto's actions reflect the village's rules and will, while Sarada reinforces her belief that something is wrong. For her, Boruto is not guilty, and his escape is understandable given an unjust execution order. However, Shikamaru remains inflexible, ending the discussion, insisting that Sarada must return to her mission. Frustrated, the young woman makes her indignation clear, comparing Boruto's situation to that of her father, Sasuke. As Sarada leaves, she reminds Shikamaru that Naruto, the 7th Hokage, brought Sasuke back to the village even after his crime. With that, Sasuke was not only accepted again, but also became one of Konoha's greatest allies. Before leaving, Sarada firmly declares that Naruto is her example, not Shikamaru. The scene shifts to the Daikokuten dimension, where Naruto and Hinata remain trapped and unconscious, wearing the same. The gloomy environment contrasts with the figure of Kawaki, who appears in silence, observing the couple from afar. His new look is simpler compared to Boruto. Longer hair, introspective expression reveals the complexity of his thought. Back in the village, Sarada walks beside Sumi. Their conversation reveals the challenges they both face. Sarada reflects on her impulsive behavior during the confrontation with Shik, but Sumire reassures her. Omnipotent and incomprehensible and immensely powerful ability alters people's perception. For everyone in the village, Kawaki is now the 7th Hokage's legitimate son, while Boruto is a traitor. Sarada questions the inconsistencies of this narrative. How could Kawaki be altered by Kara if he was born and raised in the village? What happened to Momoshiki? However, these doubts are slowly being erased by the molds everyone perceives. Sarada and Sumire wonder how they can face such an overwhelming ability. Two arrive at a room where Ada and wait. The boy, always provocative, mocks their attempt, stating that it is impossible for them to change anything. Ada, however, reveals that although she cannot control him, she is beginning to understand better how it. Sarada insists on continuing to seek and showing that she will not give up, even in the face of such an overwhelming power. Ada begins to explain the mysterious ability known as omnipotence. She reveals that it is an Otsutsuki Shinjo technique capable of granting wishes, and it was precisely Kawaki's wish that gave rise to the current situation. Sarada hears this with concern, especially when Ada mentions that everyone's memories have been altered. The memories involving Boruto and Kawaki were swapped, also changing the positions they both occupy. Everyone's perception. Upon hearing this, Sarada cannot hide her despair. Is there any way to reverse the situation and restore the original memories? Ada, however, is realistic. Even if they try to explain to people what happened, they wouldn't understand. She proposes a disturbing reflection. What if in fact the altered memories are Sarada's and Sumire's and not other people? For Ada, it is more sensible to give up trying to revert everything to its original state. The only alternative would be to overwrite the memories again, but that is extremely risky. Ada also expresses her curiosity. Despite not being Otsutsuki, Sarada and Sumire keep their memories intact. This raises suspicion. Ada questions how this is possible and approaches them with a question that makes them tense. Are they really her servant? In another area, Himawari was involved in intense combat training with Chuchu. The fight was dynamic and full of skill. Himawari started with a powerful kick which was blocked by Chuchu, but she quickly retaliated with shurikens thrown into the air. Chuchu used her partial expansion jutsu to dodge counterattack by transforming into a spinning ball. Although Himawari was agile, Chuchu managed to immobilize her with an expansion of her hand. While Himawari was on the ground, Shikadai appeared to offer words of encouragement. He praised the young girls, highlighting her potential as Kawaki's younger. Inojin and Chuchu also congratulated her, highlighting the impact of her initial kick. Himawari, even exhausted, thanked them, still determined to improve her skill. Himawari, sitting after training, was questioned by Inojin about her motivation for wanting to become stronger. After hesitating, she reluctantly admitted that she wanted to be useful to Boruto. Her companions reacted with surprise, considering his negative reputation in the village. Himawari, however, stated that Boruto, before her own eyes, had risked his life to protect both her and Naruto. The young girl also expressed her belief that her father was still alive, contradicting the official version. Meanwhile, Kawaki was busy locating and reducing the claw marks left by Code around the village. He used the power of Daikokuten to eliminate them, preventing them from being used against Konoha. During the process, he discovered a mark on the body of a ninja who had not noticed his presence. This visibly irritated him, and he demanded that Shikamaru gather all the ninjas involved in the search to check for other. Despite the effort, Kawaki showed growing frustration with Code's threat, who seemed to always be one step ahead. It wasn't long before the situation got out of control. A ninja named felt something strange, from which a mini-tailed bee created from the claw marks emerged. The creature attacked violently, spreading chaos and putting the village on high alert. Reports quickly reached the sensory tracking division, indicating that similar attacks were occurring in other parts of. Shikamaru, acting as Hokage, ordered civilians to seek shelter and available ninjas to focus on containing the incident. In the midst of the confusion, Kawaki intervened to save a woman attacked by a mini-tailed. He used his modified arm to repel the creature with a powerful blow, while ordering her to flee and follow the shinobi's instructions. However, the attacks did not cease, and the village continued to be gripped by panic. In the middle of the turmoil, Sarada appeared on. With a precise blow, she eliminated one of the mini-tailed. Quickly assessed the situation. Observing the creatures, he realized that they were able to move between locations using their own claw marks as transportation. However, before she could formulate a plan, two more creatures emerged from a defeated mini-tailed beast. From the back of one of them, Code appeared. Code, with his carefree posture, revealed himself before Sarada, provoking her while announcing his objective: find Boruto. Sarada, surprised, confronted, determined to protect the village and uncover what Code was really planning. Tension in Konoha continued to grow as Sarada tried to convince Code that Boruto had not been in the village for years. However, Code's insistence revealed his impatience. After 2 years of fruitless searching, he had given up looking for Boruto directly and decided to use the young ninja's former companion to lure him out. Without ceremony, he demanded that Sarada call Boruto, believing that he would appear if he heard her voice. Before Sarada could react, Code was suddenly hit by a violent kick to the face. When he recovered, he saw Boruto standing in front of him, wielding his sword and staring at him with a serious and challenging expression. Boruto's appearance was so unexpected that it left Sarada speechless. Code, furious, tried to attack using his modified arms, but Boruto dodged with agility, showing the evolution of his ability. That moment, Kawaki felt Boruto's presence and the village's sensors confirmed his arrival. Meanwhile, in the sensory tracking division, the news of Boruto's return caused an uproar. Shikamaru, surprised, ordered the ninjas to remain focused, containing Code and his claw mark creature, while carefully observing Boruto try to understand his intent. At the same time, Ada, using her Senrigen, observed everything from afar, who murmured Boruto's name enigmatic. On the battlefield, 3 creatures surrounded Sarada, while Boruto remained in front of her, facing Code with determination. The villain, visibly frustrated, provoked Boruto, mentioning Kawaki, showing that his search had finally reached a direct confrontation. The moment was marked by Boruto's serious expression, seemed ready to face any threat. In the next chapter, Kawaki finally confronts Boruto. He provokes him, questioning how someone who disappeared 2 years earlier could now threaten to spare his life. Boruto, however, maintains his firm posture, warning Kawaki to eliminate Code's creature while he still had a chance. The tension between the two is palpable, especially when Boruto suggests that he would not hesitate to go beyond what he had done before, alluding to the eye Kawaki lost. While Kawaki reacted with disbelief and sarcasm, Sarada watched everything, shocked by the change in Boruto's attitude. Before she could process the situation, Boruto asked her to prioritize protecting the civilians who were still in the village. Despite his apparent coldness, he showed concern for the safety of others, reinforcing his determination to solve the threat. Meanwhile, the battle against the claw-marked creatures continued in other areas of the village. Shikadai and Chocho fought side by side, using their abilities to contain the creature. Himawari, observing from the sky alongside, was impressed by the courage and strength of her companion. However, the creatures proved to be more treacherous than they emerging unexpectedly from their defeated ally. Chocho was caught by surprise by an attack, but Inojin, mounted on his bird, saved her at the last moment, reprimanding her with irritation, showing concern. The battle in Konoha reached a new peak of intensity. Boruto back, tensions increased, and all eyes were on the imminent confrontation between him, Kawaki. Boruto's determination and the impact of his presence indicated that the battles to come would be decisive, not only for the future of the village, for the fate of everyone involved. As the battle for survival unfolded in the Konoha sky, Himawari and Inojin found themselves in trouble. One of the creatures, with a swift and brutal move, used its tail to destroy the bird that supported the two. Himawari began to fall, completely vulnerable. The creature, taking advantage of the moment, lunged towards her, determined to attack. Inojin screamed for her, but knew he wouldn't have time to save her alone. From below, Shikadai watched the scene helpless, till a powerful presence emerged at high speed. Kawaki. With impressive precision, he flew to the two, allowing Inojin to grab Himawari in the air. Meanwhile, Kawaki kicked one of the creatures with enough force to throw it far away. But, to his surprise, the monster recomposed almost instant. No other choice, Kawaki joined the group formed by Inojin, Himawari, and the rest of Himawari, relieved, thanked her brother for saving her, but Kawaki, irritated, reprimanded her for continuing to call him bro. Before the conversation could continue, Shikadai warned about the difference of the creature fate. It was visibly stronger than the other claw-marked creature. Suddenly, the monster emitted a strange, almost as a harbinger of destruction. Another creature appeared beside it. This one attacked Kawaki with brutal force, smashing his face against the ground, cracking the surface. Shikadai screamed for Kawaki, but before he could help, the creature grabbed the young bird a single Otsutsuki. Tension in the air was palpable. Shikadai quickly used his shadow paralysis jutsu, immobilizing the creature temporarily. He encouraged Kawaki to flee, but the boy, now activating the power of karma, responded with fury. The term Otsutsuki seemed to irritate him deeply, and he unleashed an explosion of energy that destroyed the creature. However, the victory was brief. From each defeated monster, new ones emerged, ready to continue the attack. The unique patterns on their face, like claw mark, were an unsettling reminder that the fight was far. As chaos took over the village, Boruto, surrounded by his own claw-marked creatures, remained calm. Wielding his sword, he calmly analyzed the enemy's movement. One of the creatures advanced. Boruto reacted with impressive speed, delivering a precise blow that cut it from neck to rib. In a fluid movement, he sheathed his sword as the creature's pieces fell to the ground. Other creatures were quick to attack, but Boruto advanced with surgical precision, eliminating them one by one. His movements were so fast and lethal. When it was all over, ground was covered with fragments of the monster. Code, observing from afar, was visibly irritated, but Boruto, serene, warned him about continuing the fight. Code, however, seemed to despise the creatures he had created, referring to them as mere disposal. Boruto, in turn, warned about the true terrors, mentioning their connection to the Ten-Tailed, which left Code. Meanwhile, Sarada also faced tense battle. Using the Great Fireball, managed to defeat some creatures before engaging in close combat with her. Her movements were agile and precise, demonstrating how much she had evolved. Nearby ninjas were impressed by her skill, but she, indifferent to the praise, emphasized that the title of Genin or Jon mattered little on the battlefield. However, the danger proved even greater when one of the creatures, recovering, tried to attack her from behind. A ninja noticed the threat and, in a heroic act, placed himself between Sarada and the blow. Fortunately, he was captured and began to transform into a tree. For Sarada's horrified, the process was fast and cruel, with part of the ninja's body being absorbed by the twist around them. Other creatures replicated the same attack, transforming more ninjas, spreading despair. Sarada tried to understand the gravity of the situation. Boruto and Code continued their confrontation. Boruto seemed more informed about the true nature of the claw mark, the Ten-Tailed, suggesting that the alterations made by Code had transformed the monster's terror. Seemingly endless threat pressured the heroes to give their all to protect Konoha. The battlefield was ablaze. The fate of the village depended on the next decision of Boruto, Kawaki, and their ally. The fight against the horrors of the Ten-Tails and Code's obstinacy pushing everyone involved to the limit of their strength and courage. Confrontation between Boruto and Code reached new levels of intensity, with every word charged with tension. Boruto, in a firm tone, tried to convince Code to stop his plan and avoid a devastating future. He mentioned the danger of the Ten-Tails, explaining that by devouring the beast planted a seed that would give rise to the divine tree, destroying the plan. Despite the warning, Code remained confused and disbelieved, unable to fully understand Boruto's intent. Still, Boruto made his objective clear. He wanted to be taken to the Ten Tails main body, but in return, he would spare Code's life. Koji, who was following the conversation, reacted with contempt, scoffing at the idea. To him, Boruto seemed completely insane. However, Boruto remained unwavering, showing confidence and tranquility as he declared that it would be easy to defeat him if necessary. Koji, overcome with irritation, prepared to attack. As he concentrated chakra in his hand, Boruto began to move slowly, enveloped in a growing flow of chakra. He formed a unique-looking Rasengan and named it Rasengan Uzuhiko. The energy of the attack was so intense that circles of chakra spun around him, foreshadowing something truly innovative. The tension increased. Code, who was following the scene, decided to intervene. Using his claw marks, he appeared behind Boruto and launched a sneak attack. With sharp reflex, Boruto quickly ducked, dodging while preparing a counterattack. He tried to hit Code with his chakra-infused hand, but Code managed to block the blow and launched a counterattack with his other hand. The fight became a precise and fierce exchange of blows, Boruto using his sword to block Code's attack. Despite Code's confidence, Boruto remained calm. He commented on how easily he could defeat his opponent, which irritated Code even more. Suddenly, the chakra around Boruto began to expand, enveloping Code like an invisible prison. Code tried to understand what was happening, but his confidence soon gave way to concern. He felt the chakra trapping his movements and questioned, surprised, what Boruto had done. Boruto, without hesitation, gave his last warning. He demanded that Code guide him to the Ten Tails, or else he would not hesitate to finish him off right there. Code, still despising the threat, challenged Boruto to try to defeat him. In a quick movement, he launched a fierce attack, but Boruto dodged with ease, always keeping out of reach. Code, increasingly frustrated, realized that Boruto was on a different level. His movements were precise, almost superhuman, and his ability to avoid attacks bordered on the impossible. Boruto, taking advantage of an opening, approached Code at high speed and delivered a direct blow to his stomach with the Rasengan Uzuhiko. The force of the impact was overwhelming, and the chakra around the attack seemed amplified by an unusual energy. Code was thrown violently, screaming in pain as his body was sent flying. Even trying to recover, he could not stand properly, staggering due to the massive damage received. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ada followed everything with her son, observing the events from afar. Intrigued, she commented on Boruto's technique, finding it surprisingly simple at first glance, but Demon beside her perceived something much deeper. He revealed that Boruto's Rasengan Uzuhiko used the planet's own rotation as the basis for its power, becoming an attack of unimaginable proportion. Ada, shocked by the explanation, could not believe what she heard. Boruto's technique transcended the ordinary, using planetary energy as a weapon. Demon in turn admired Boruto while the battlefield remained in suspense. With Code defeated and the true strength of the Rasengan Uzuhiko finally revealed, the balance of the battle seemed to have shifted, but the impact of this new ability was yet to be fully understood. In the intense battle between Boruto and Code, the atmosphere was tense and charged with expectation. Code, visibly weakened and almost out of strength, barely stand. Despite his pathetic state, his mind still tried to process what Boruto had done. Everything around him seemed to spin chaotic as he struggled to understand what was happening. Boruto, demonstrating coolness and mastery of the situation, explained the devastating blow he had. The Uzuhiko, innovative technique that involved the planet's chakra, inflicting relentless damage. Boruto's merciless description of Uzuhiko's effect made it clear that Code's suffering endless until his life, just as the planet's rotation. Code, confused and disoriented, tried to get up, soon fell back to the ground, defeated both physically and mentally. Silence was broken by the arrival of Kawaki, who, without hesitation, attacked Boruto using his modified. At the same moment, the Inoshikacho trio Himawari appeared on the bringing new tension. Himawari, concerned, called out to her brother, while Shikadai questioned Boruto about his presence in the Leaf Village and his interaction with Code. In the midst of the confusion, Code, still fallen, tried to summon his claw mark, create an escape route. However, Kawaki quickly dispelled the mark, demonstrating his determination to finish off the enemy. Shikamaru, through communication, instructed Kawaki not to miss the chance to eliminate Code, but Boruto intervened, warning of the danger of provoking. The tension between the two adoptive brothers was palpable, with Kawaki clearly showing his hostility towards Boruto. Suddenly, a mini-Jubi emerged from one of Code's marks and attacked Kawaki. However, with quick reflexes, Kawaki used his modified arm to impale the creature. The victory was brief. Code took advantage of the moment to teleport through the remaining mark, escaping. This frustration took over the group, especially Shikamaru, who ordered the immediate elimination of all claw marks in the village to prevent new attacks. Meanwhile, Himawari tried to approach Boruto, but Kawaki reprimanded her, insisting that she stay out of that dangerous situation. The atmosphere became even more tense when Kawaki confronted Boruto direct, sarcastically mentioning the time that had passed since they last saw each other. Boruto in turn responded calmly, relieved to see Himawari safe, but making it clear that he was not willing to give in to Kawaki's hostility. Before the confrontation between them could intensify, a small toad appeared on Boruto's collar, bringing crucial information. The infiltration into Code's base had been successful. Although the 10 tails had not yet been located, the news indicated that the fight was far from over. With the fate of the planet at stake and tensions between allies building, the battle was just beginning to reveal its deeper development. In the dimension where Code kept the 10 tails, the scene was desolate. Code, wounded and staggering, observed the titanic creature, now reduced to an inert and surprisingly smaller state. The mini-Jubi was immobilized. Its imposing presence seemed to have disappeared along with much of its strength. Hidden among Code's rags, small toad watched intent, muttering to itself for confirmation that was indeed the 10-tail. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Boruto was informed about the situation. Without hesitation, he began to perform hand signs, demonstrating unwavering determination. He prepared to act, but not before murmuring a phrase that ended the chapter with an air of mystery. Very well, the tension in the Hokage's office. Before Boruto disappeared, it seemed that he had exchanged information with someone. Shikamaru, with his strategist's posture, pondered the possibility of there being a spy among the detection. If that were the case, he was determined to discover the truth. The investigation was already underway. Sarada entered the room with firm step, her expression overflowing with determination. She directly challenged Shikamaru's suspicion, stating that Boruto's act clear. He faced Koji and forced him to reach something evident from the interaction. Although confident, the young woman could not avoid a verbal confrontation, insisted on reminding her that Boruto Otsutsuki represented an inevitable threat. Sarada, indignant, retorted with fervor, highlighting that she herself possessed power, was determined to use it to destroy them. The conversation reached an impasse. Kamaru, more serious, redirected the focus to the events involving Code and the mysterious transformation, sought answers about the nature of the phenomenon, but Sarada only confirmed that the victims were still alive, suggesting that perhaps there was a way to save Boruto. According to her, seemed to know more than he let on. As Shikamaru reflected on Boruto's purpose, the scene shifted to Code, faced the mysterious Shinju in the dimension where the 10 tails was confined. Each of them had a peculiar appearance. One resembled Boogie, another Moegi, while a third had impressively similar features to Sasuke. Code, stunned, murmured the idea of a Shinju with ego, while Boruto prepared to face the creature that resembled Sasuke, wielding his sword with determination. The confrontation was brutal. The Shinju, with fast and precise movements, attacked Boruto with frighteningly familiar techniques, including a jutsu that resembled the Chidori. Boruto managed to defend himself, using his hand enveloped in lightning-style chakra. But the battle intense. Another Shinju, with an arm that transformed into a tried to trap Earth-style. Despite his resistance, Boruto began to be overwhelmed. Observing from a distance, Koji seemed oblivious to the imminent danger. He saw the Shinju as a convenient solution to his own problem, while Code took advantage of the confusion to escape, disappearing with his claw mark. Boruto, furious, tried to stop him, but was warned by his toad ally about the need to retreat. Even under pressure, Boruto continued fighting the Shinju. One of them, appearing to be the leader, calmly observed, declaring that Boruto could not escape his fate. With a quick hand seal, Boruto disappeared using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, reappearing in an isolated location, leaning against it. He looked at his scratched headband. Someone approached, warning him not to exert himself to the point of endangering the entire planet. Boruto, exhausted, responded with a tone of regret, admitting that he had acted in haste. The scene made it clear that the battle was just beginning, with the Shinju awakening and the fate of the world hanging over Boruto. In the devastating scenario of Boruto, 2 Blue Vortex events follow a line of increasing tension as new dangers emerge. After an intense clash, Boruto finds himself in the shadow of a giant tree, marked by Sasuke's sacrifice. Tree trunk displays the legendary ninja's trait, revealing that he had been transformed into part of Code's sinister claw mark plan. Fight against the enemy left marks not only on the battle, also on the hearts of the survivor. Kashin Koji, now a reluctant ally of Boruto, tries to prepare him for the inevitable confrontation. His firm posture and direct words reflect the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Boruto, still inexperienced, carries the weight of his master's expectation. The scene is filled with melancholy as Boruto approaches the tree where Sasuke is sealed, observing the sword the master wielded until the last. With determination, he picks up the weapon, promising to carry Sasuke's legacy while keeping keeping his words in silence. In the future, Boruto appears with a transformed appearance. His eyes, once full of uncertainty, now emanate a maturity forged by battle. Konoha, the atmosphere is one of despair and indignation. Konohamaru, alongside the Inoshika-cho trio, observes the devastating effects of the Ten Tails. One of the trees displays Moe, transformed as part of the cruel plant, while her figure is replicated. Shinju, the expressions of hatred and determination grew, reflect the promise of revenge and rest. The Shinju, revealed as representations of the sealed victim, possess their own. One of them, resembling Mogi, provokes the group, while another, identified as the leader, reflects an instinctive desire to devour Naruto. This declaration shows that the enemy's objective is not limited to Boruto and Kawaki, but also to the legacy of the Seventh Hokage himself. The narrative culminates in an emotional dilemma: fight to save those who were sealed and prevent the Shinju from advancing their. Boruto, now with Sasuke's sword in hand, the weight of Konoha's expectation, walks towards a new battle. Fate of his friend, his village, very essence as a ninja, are at stake. Ada, with the aid of her Senrigan, carefully observed a disturbing. The figure of Matsuri, a mysterious being emanating a predatory instinct, drew her attention. Matsuri seemed to fix her target on Konohamaru Sarutobi, as if guided by an uncontrollable will. The Shinju leader, alongside Matsuri, encouraged this choice, as if feeling a growing connection with that. Among the Shinju, one of them, who resembled Sasuke, questioned its own existence, while another replied that such doubts were irrelevant, highlighting that instinct would guide them. Meanwhile, Ida continued to capture the unfolding event, reflecting on the terrible transformations people had suffered. The victims of Code's claw mark had become trees, and their chakras gave rise to the fearsome Shin. At that moment, a buggy clone, who until then seemed harmless, approached Ada unexpectedly. He stared at her intensely, revealing that he had managed to observe everything through the sen. Surprised and uncomfortable, Ada dropped what she was holding, while Demon Cern tried to understand what had happened. The narrative then shifts to Konoha, where Sarada, Sumire, and Amado were in a technological equipment. Sumire seemed suspicious, observing Amado carefully. Conversation quickly became tense when Sumire brought up Boruto's return after 3 years of absence. Despite having protected the village from a Koji ambush, Boruto was still fugitive. Amado, in a cold, confirmed that Boruto had pursued the enemy leader, some considered inevitable. Sumire, however, did not hold back and questioned Amado's intention, especially about his desire to bring his daughter, Akebi, back to life. Amado explained that the only way to revive someone was through karma restoration, and that he had implanted his daughter's data into Boruto's regenerated karma. He also revealed that Kawaki possessed a special karma, the result of his experiment. Conversation revealed disturbing about Amado's motivation surrounding Boruto's and Kawaki's body. Sumire processed all this. I monitored the situation from a distance, reporting the details. Tension increased. Sarada and Sumire discussed the implications of Amado's altered memory, seemed to contradict the evidence self had presented. The final scene was melancholic, full of photo of the Uzumaki family rested in a frame, shattered glass, representing the devastating impact of recent events and the uncertain future that awaited the character. The tension intensifies as questions of identity, memory, and trust dominate the dialogues between the characters. Sarada reflects on the influence of omnipotence and how the manipulation of memories makes everyone in Konoha accept Kawaki as Naruto's legitimate son, ignoring even concrete evidence. Despite this, Sarada recalls the actions of her father, Sasuke, which were guided by trust in the true Boruto. Boruto appears unexpectedly, interrupting Sarada's and Sumire's reflection. He walks towards the two, declaring that Sasuke trusted him, even doubting his own memory. In a moment of emotion, Sarada runs to hug him, demonstrating her happiness at her friend's return. Sumire watches the scene in silence, while Boruto, touched, returns the hug and acknowledges that he has finally returned home. The chapter ends with a powerful message. The embrace is proof of memories that never change. Boruto is back in his master's name. In chapter 6, titled 3 Years, the focus shifts to Shikamaru, now leading Konoha as interim Hokage. He faces pressure from the village elders, who demand a definitive solution for considered a traitor. Furthermore, they criticized Kawaki's attempted assassination, shook Konoha's reputation, threatened its relationship with the dying. Despite the criticism, Shikamaru remains calm, promises to resolve the situation, postponing formalizing his title. In his office, he receives a visit from who delivers old records at his request. However, Shikamaru discreetly reveals through telepathy that the information sought is part of a secret investigation. He emphasizes that not even the detective Kawaki or Ada should know of his intent, trusting only Ino to help him. Meanwhile, in another part of Konoha, Kawaki questions Ada about the state of the Ten Tails. She confirms that the creature has developed its own consciousness and transformed into something completely new. Ada also explains that Code lost control over the monster, which has now become a threat on a demon. Upon hearing the conversation, reveals that the Ten Tails is after Naruto Uzumaki's life, as well as targeting Ada. The chapter progresses with an atmosphere of mystery and imminent danger, setting the stage for even greater challenges to come. Kawaki was lost in thought, trying to understand why the mysterious monsters targeted the Seventh Hokage. Doubt lingered. What was their objective? Demon, always direct and provocative, reminded him of something essential. Only a small group knew the truth about Naruto, him, Ida, Boruto, and Sasuke. But with Boruto and Sasuke's criminal, any statement from them would be ignored. However, if the monsters attacked Konoha in search of Naruto, the carefully constructed lie by Kawaki exposed. Tension grew. Demon made no effort to launching a veiled threat about his indifference Kawaki's life. Ada, on the other hand, tried to soften, but the relationship between the three far from. Kawaki stood up, ignoring Demon's words, and announced his departure. He put on his jacket and determined left the place. On his way out, he crossed paths with Mitsuki, who calmly reaffirmed his mission to monitor Kawaki. The exchange was brief, but charged with tension, Kawaki showing his irritation at Mitsuki's persistence. Meanwhile, Boruto was reunited with Sarada, and the reunion was filled with emotion. Sarada, visibly nervous, was still processing the spontaneous hug she had given. Her thoughts were chaotic, full of doubts and unspoken feelings. Sumire, calmer, took the initiative to start the conversation, expressing her happiness to see Boruto after so long. The atmosphere between the three was a mixture of relief, Boruto showing a warm bond. The relax soon gave way to serious. Boruto revealed that his chakra was hidden, but his presence in Konoha would not go unnoticed for long. He had a purpose in returning. Talk about Sasuke. The news that Sasuke had been absorbed by the Ten Tails shocked Sarada and Sumire. Sarada tried to understand what that meant, while Boruto explained that Sasuke's sacrifice had been necessary to protect him. The pain in Boruto's voice was evident, and the weight of his master's loss was clear. In another corner of the village, Kawaki stopped abruptly, feeling something. He sensed Boruto's presence. Mitsuki, always attentive, noticed the change in Kawaki and confirmed his suspicion. A snake emerged from his arm, showing that Mitsuki was ready to act. Back to the trio, Boruto continued to explain. He revealed that the Ten Tails, creature destined to devour chakra and transform an Otsutsuki's into a divine tree, had changed somehow. Now it was evolving into a Shinji, something that shouldn't happen. Sumire and Sarada were incredulous at the revelation, trying to assimilate what all. Meanwhile, Mitsuki mentally contacted Shikamaru to inform him of Boruto's presence in the village. Shikamaru, surprised, questioned how Boruto had managed to hide his chakra. Mitsuki explained that Boruto was south of the village and warned of the possibility of an imminent confrontation between Kawaki and Boruto. The urgency of the situation was palpable, and Mitsuki was determined not to let Boruto escape again. The tension increased. Kawaki, unconscious on the ground after being bitten by Mitsuki's snake, showed how serious Mitsuki was. He acted quick, forming Shikamaru and ensuring the situation was controlled. Back to the conversation, Boruto mentioned Koji, a mysterious figure, and associated his actions with the Ten Tails transformation. Sarada, confused, tried to understand better, but the complexity of the situation only increased. The scenario was increasingly tense. Boruto's return to the village brought more questions than answers. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Boruto faced a decisive. He explained to Sarada and Sumire the strange evolution of the Ten Tails, which was now transforming into a Shin. Despite not being an Otsutsuki, Boruto suggested that Ishiki's karma in Koji could be the cause of this change. Suddenly, Boruto was surprised by a mental communication. It was Shikamaru using Ino's transmission. He warned him to remain calm and not show any expression. The conversation revealed that the communication was outside the village's sensor record. Clandestine effort by Shikamaru to make contact. Sarada and Sumire called diffused. Boruto seemed oblivious, immersed in the mental dialogue. Questioned Shikamaru about trust, but the current interim Hokage warned him about the imminent danger. It was at this moment that Boruto noticed something approach. A gigantic snake emerged, ready to attack him. Quickly, he used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, teleporting while wielding his sword. Upon turning, Boruto came face to face with Mitsuki, now in his perfect sage, enveloped by a powerful chakra aura. Mitsuki, in a serious tone, stated that he was waiting for Boruto. Sarada tried to intervene, but Mitsuki, overcome by his emotion, asked her not to interfere. Without hesitation, Mitsuki summoned 3 chakra snakes to attack Boruto. Calmly, Boruto activated the light purple electricity jutsu and, with his sword, cut through the attack. Mitsuki, determined, used the hidden shadow snake, making snakes emerge from the ground. Boruto, attentive, jumped before being hit, observing the ground around him being destroyed. In the air, he faced Mitsuki with determination. Boruto told Sarada that he would save his master and everyone who had been transformed into tree. He then quickly sped away. Sarada tried to call him, but Boruto was already out of reach. Mitsuki, observing his former companion's escape, seemed conflicted but continued his pursuit. While flying through the forest, Boruto re-established mental contact with Shikamaru. He criticized Mitsuki's interference and accused Shikamaru of prioritizing his position as Hokage. Shikamaru's response was pragmatic. Konoha and the Land of Fire had decided to eliminate Boruto, and he needed to act cautious even if it meant letting Mitsuki act. Shikamaru then shared an unsettling theory. Everyone's memories might have been manipulated, reversing the roles of Boruto and Kawaki. Boruto, shocked by the possibility, landed in a dense forest. He ensured he was far enough to escape Kawaki's detection. However, before he could move on, he was surprised by one of Mitsuki's. Looking back, he saw his former companion approaching at high speed, dealing sage. The atmosphere became even heavier. Boruto prepared for the inevitable confrontation, declaring that it would not be an easy battle. Mitsuki advanced with determination, while Boruto, firm, prepared to face the friend who had now become an adversary. The chapter ended with the clear message: the battle between Boruto and Mitsuki, two former allies, was about to begin, and there would be no way to avoid the confrontation. Chapter 6 of Boruto, Two Blue Vortex, concludes with an intense and emotionally charged confrontation between former allies. The narrative delves into Mitsuki, who, enveloped in conflicting feelings, begins the next arc with a beautifully drawn close. The aqua green tone and details reminiscent of snake skin texture capture Mitsuki's essence and his connection to serpentine nature. The chapter's title, The Sun's Whereabouts, reflects Mitsuki's dependence on his moon and the sun that guides him, elements that symbolize his deep emotional connection with Kawaki and Boruto. In an introspective reflection, Mitsuki recognizes that his existence and brilliance depend on another, the sun that illuminates the darkness in which he lived. Kawaki, for Mitsuki, is the reason for his struggle and his survival. The narrative quickly shifts to the battle, where Mitsuki, in his sage, attacks Boruto with ferocity. Boruto, demonstrating surprising control, responds calmly, throwing shurikens that Mitsuki neutralizes with snakes summoned from his chakra. The exchange of blows intensifies, Mitsuki summoning new snakes that destroy the ground in rapid explosion, forcing Boruto to retreat. In a strategic maneuver, Boruto uses the Flying Thunder God Jutsu through a previously thrown shuriken, appearing behind Mitsuki. He tries to talk, but Mitsuki maintains his determination, stating that he himself will now be Boruto's adversary. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, observing from a distance, explains the situation. Mitsuki used his snake venom to incapacitate Kawaki, trying to avoid a direct confrontation with Boruto and prevent him from manifesting his Otsutsuki side. The fight, however, seems inevitable. Mitsuki demonstrates his understanding of Boruto's strength, acknowledging that he surpassed Kawaki, even defeated Kodo. Despite this, Mitsuki believes he needs to intervene, even if it costs him his life. His dedication and sacrifice are evident as he summons multiple sages, each accompanied by giants made of chakra, which advance against Boruto at high speed. Boruto, though pressured, maintains his composure. He dodges attacks while the surrounding forest is devastated by the destruction caused by the aerial scene. Highlights the impact of the battle, trees being knocked down and the terrain completely altered. Boruto, with his sword infused with lightning-style chakra, eliminates Mitsuki's clones one by one, moving with impressive agility. As the dust of battle begins to settle, Mitsuki, still determined, advances against Boruto with renewed intensity. The gaze of both reveals that there is no room for hesitation. The fight between the two former companions just beginning. The emotional weight of this confrontation promises to leave deep marks on both. The chapter ends with the promise of an unforgettable battle and the reminder that alliances and bonds can be tested in the most difficult. The conflict between Boruto and Mitsuki marks the beginning of a new phase where the confrontation between past and present determine the fall. In the heat of combat, Boruto and Mitsuki reach the climax of their fight with powerful lightning style. Mitsuki summons the lightning snake Jutsu, while Boruto counterattacks with the light. The energies collide in the air, creating an explosion of sparks and a rapidly dissipating dust cloud. Amidst the chaos, Boruto advances and, in a precise move, presses his sword against Mitsuki's neck, but stops the attack before completing the blow. Recognizing defeat, Mitsuki deactivates Sage. He seems torn between admiration and frustration, while Boruto remains calm, uttering words that seem more like deep reflection, provocation. The air feels heavy with the weight of the confrontation, not only physical, but emotional. Boruto observes Mitsuki with an expression that mixes compassion and firmness, mentioning the role Kawaki plays in Mitsuki's heart, like a sun that gives meaning to his existence. Mitsuki's silence is broken by a mixture of incredulity and hesitation. He tries to understand Boruto's word, but seems reluctant to accept what he hears. In an act of desperation, Mitsuki summons a snake that wraps around Boruto, trying to reassert his strength. However, Boruto remains unyielding, continuing to provoke Mitsuki, suggesting that his obsession with Kawaki has blinded him to the light he himself possesses. Mitsuki reflects on these words. Shikamaru, observing from afar, does not hide his astonishment at Boruto's ability to understand his opponent's feelings. Mitsuki finally dispels his summoning and faces Boruto with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Boruto's revelation that Naruto and Hinata are alive leaves Mitsuki, Shikamaru, and Ino stunned. The idea that their memories were altered by Kawaki's omnipotent ability begins to unfold, bringing more questions than answers. Elsewhere, Ada and Demon find Kawaki unconscious but slowly waking up. The tension increases as Kawaki tries to understand what happened and the role Mitsuki played in his momentary defeat. At the same time, Boruto explains to Shikamaru about the altered memory and suggests that they have had this conversation before, implying that the cycle of events repeats in a mysterious way. The narrative ends in a moment bend, with Shikamaru trying to assimilate Boruto's words and Kawaki regaining consciousness under Ada's watchful eye. The pieces of the puzzle begin to align, but the true meaning of omnipotence and its effects still hangs as an unsettling mystery. The atmosphere was tense, with the fight between Boruto and Mitsuki's stagnant moment of reflection. Boruto, after a quick confrontation, placed his sword against Mitsuki's neck, but stopped before delivering a fatal blow. The air was heavy, as if the combat itself had transformed into a silent dialogue between the souls of the two friends. Mitsuki, recognizing defeat, withdrew his sage mode and observed Boruto with an expression difficult to decipher. Boruto, with an unsettling calm, began to speak about a concept that seemed to be beyond any comprehension: omnipotence. He explained that the distortion of fact caused by Kawaki was an inevitable consequence of this force that altered people's memories, causing the truth to be forgotten over time. Shikamaru's and Ino's minds were attentive, but the concept Boruto seemed to have accepted his part in this distorted plot, and although he recognized that there was no going back, he still believed that the conflict with Kawaki would persist, regardless of the rewritten memory. Shikamaru, always pragmatic, suggested that if he were in Boruto's position, he would make a more drastic decision to kill Kawaki. But Boruto, with a distant expression, replied that although Kawaki wanted his death, he could not simply succumb to violence. He revealed a sense of powerlessness by admitting that no matter what he did, history would always repeat. Boruto's words were laden with a silent despair, as if the very weight of his decisions was something he could not avoid. Silence hung for a moment until Shikamaru, with a certain concern, said that if omnipotence was indeed affecting everything, Boruto was. Even so, he knew he couldn't simply reveal this to everyone. The world would continue to persist. Boruto would have to move forward, carrying the burden of this global. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jura reflected on the world and the books he read. His thoughts were immersed in philosophical doubt, questioning the meaning and the emptiness of answers. He wondered if, upon finding Naruto Uzumaki, he would finally reach the truth he so desired. Jura was beginning to act, searching for answers that were hidden, as if destiny itself was guiding. The chapter continued with an abrupt transition to a new scene where Boruto, with renewed confidence, stated that he was Mitsuki's son. His words, charged with a symbolic light, deeply touched the heart of his former teammate, who began to understand the depth of those words. Ada, observing the scene, reflected on the intensity of them, seeing something insane and beautiful at the same. Kawaki, who had joined Delta, seemed indifferent to what was happening. He didn't care what Ada thought, but was determined to follow her orders. Meanwhile, Demon remained silent, observing everything with a slight expression of indifference. Ada, for her part, was more attentive, noticing that Boruto and his allies were moving away, heading towards the forest where the final confrontation might occur. Delta and Kawaki flew quickly towards the location indicated by Ada. During the flight, Delta made a joke about Ada's relationship with Kawaki, suggesting that the situation could become even more complicated, but Kawaki, with characteristic cold, stated that once everything was resolved, he would handle the situation. The scene then shifted to the forest, where Boruto and Shikamaru continued to discuss the imminent threat Kawaki posed. Boruto explained that Kawaki, now self-aware, beginning to transform into something much more dangerous, a Shin, an entity capable of consuming planetary life. Shikamaru, alarmed, asked if the planet was already doomed, but Boruto reassured him, saying it wasn't the end yet, but if both of them were consumed by this power, the planet would succumb to the transformation process, generating the chakra fruit and dooming Earth. Boruto's words were clear, but the tension in the air was palpable. The future seemed uncertain, and the weight of destiny began to fall upon everyone involved. The atmosphere was tense, and Ino watched, astonished, as Shikamaru reflected on the recent phenomenon involving Moegi Kazamatsuri. The information was concerning. She, from Team 10, had been devoured by Tsumeyaka and transformed into a tree, just like other both men and women. The repetition of the incident raised questions about what was actually happening. Boruto, serious, quickly explained that this being fed on the victim's chakra to stay alive, although he still didn't know for sure the purpose of this act. Shikamaru, always attentive, wanted to know more, but before he could get more answers, he was interrupted by a sensory team's communication, bringing a message from Kawaki. Kawaki's urgent tone was clear. Boruto had been located south of the village and the team was preparing to approach. The situation was becoming increasingly imminent. Shikamaru, with his usual pragmatism, suggested that they should not act rash. They were dealing with someone with significant ability, and it would be better to wait for proper support. Kawaki, however, impatient, did not share the same caution, and a confrontation with Boruto seemed inevitable. Soon the scene shifted to the forest, where Boruto, hearing the conversation, used the flying thunder god Jutsu, disappearing before Kawaki could even sense his presence. Kawaki and Delta's frustration palpable, but the search continued unsuccessful. Meanwhile, Ada and Demon watched, Ada reflecting on the situation. When Mitsuki arrived at the house where they were, the exchange of words between him and Ada revealed a more personal and introspective side of the young ninja. Mitsuki, always enigmatic, shared his own reflection on what he felt, especially after meeting Ada. The conversation, initially tense, softened as he recognized the complexity of human feelings, something he had not fully understood until then. Meanwhile, Demon remained silent, observing the dynamic between the other two. Ada, with her penetrating gaze, questioned Mitsuki about it, soon understood that he was just trying to understand himself. Mitsuki's dilemma was clear. He, an artificial being, discovering himself as experiencing passion for the first, something that had been indifferent to him before. Ada, in turn, reflected on what Boruto had said, and a desire to reconnect with him formed in her mind. The conversation, which seemed trivial at first glance, ended up revealing deep layers of motivation, both in Mitsuki and Ada. The scene concluded with Ada, thought, wishing for a new encounter with Boruto, as if something was still something she could understand. At that, the scene unfolds in the forest, where a claw-marked creature runs, leaving a trail of destruction wherever it goes. Jura and Hidari, two mysterious individuals, are in full communication, preparing for an Jura, with a cold calm, positions himself strategically, using a cube to observe the environment around. He seems confident, giving instructions for Hidari to continue in the correct direction. Soon, both move quickly, peering at the entrance. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the village, Aino questions Shikamaru about the veracity of Boruto. Shikamaru, always serious, responds cautiously, asking that the information be kept confidential, regardless of opinion. Aino's unease is palpable, but she respects Shikamaru's guidance, who is soon interrupted by an urgent communication. Outside, two invaders approach the village, one of them identified as Uchiha Sasuke. The situation begins to intensify as Jura and Hidari advance towards Konoha's gate. Sarada, seeing the invaders approach, murmurs her father's name with concern. Hidari and Jura begin to question the location of Uzumaki Naruto, while a group of ninjas prepares to intercept them, questioning their intention. Kamaru, in response to the threat, follows protocol, ordering the evacuation of the population, while a new communication arrives, now from Ada, who reveals crucial information about the invaders. She identifies them as beings derived from the ten-tailed Jupe, now with self-awareness, hostile. The revelation further increases the tension in the air. The ninjas who tried to stop the invaders are brutally defeated, their lives cut short with the deadly precision of their weapon. Jura, with a look of interest, observes the scene, notices an old bookstore to his left, which he does not hesitate to explore. Hidari, following in his footsteps, continues his search for Uzumaki Naruto, while Jura seems to glimpse something greater on the horizon. The peace that seemed to dominate the city shatters with the arrival of Kawaki, who, determined to confront the invaders, launches a merciless attack on Hidari. Ada quickly arrives to support Kawaki, but both are surprised by Jura's ability, who stops Kawaki with overwhelming force. He deflects his blows with ease, breaking the modification on his arm with a single punch. Kawaki, surprised and at a disadvantage, is knocked down with a brutal impact. While Kawaki is unconscious, Ada rushes to him, desperate to help, but Jura is more attentive to the presence of another target, Uzumaki Naruto. He senses the tailed beast chakra, which still resides within Naruto, and this puts him on alert. The tension grows when Sumire and Sarada arrive. The young Uchiha recognizes the true threat. She remembers Boruto's words about the Ten Tails and the master who was taken by, but even so, she finds herself lost amidst unquestioned. However, the situation offers no rest. The Inoshikacho trio, along with Himawari, appears ready to face whatever. Ikadai, with his usual determination, declares that he will not hesitate even if the target is Sasuke, traitor now allied with the invader. Inojin, trying to reassure Himawari, assures her that he will be by her side. Suspense reaches its peak when Jura suddenly appears before the trio, his gaze fixed on Himawari. He observes the young girl with an almost disturbing curiosity, which leaves Himawari disconcerted and frightened. Hidari, next to Jura, questions the identity of Uzumaki Naruto, but Jura, with an intrigued tone, seems more interested in Himawari. The chapter ends with a sense of imminent danger, leaving the question hanging. Can Shinju be counter-attacked? Tension hung in the air as Jura intently watched the Inoshika-cho trio, with a gaze particularly fixed on Himawari. Presence seemed enigmatic and at the same time unsettling. He analyzed the situation without rushing to act. Himawari, in turn, was visibly confused, not understanding what was happening. Nojin, always protective, positioned himself in front of her, ready to defend her at any cost. Shikadai calmly and seriously communicated with the sensory unit, warning about the presence of the invaders. He mentioned that, although there were no signs of Sasuke, the situation required immediate reinforcement. Jura, then breaking the silence, questioned the invader's motivation for being in such a remote place. Taking a book from his chest, he made an intriguing observation about Shikadai, recognizing him as the current Hokage's son. Shikadai, disconcerted, responded firmly, asking if Jura had a message for his father. Jura, however, kept his focus on another matter. He revealed that his true interest was in Naruto Uzumaki's trail, and that, despite not finding him there, something else had caught his attention, the Nine-Tails reaction emanating from Himawari. Jura's words shocked everyone, with Inojin questioning what that meant, while Chuchu expressed her distrust of the strange invader. Himawari, paralyzed by confusion and fear, was suddenly captured by trees that emerged from the ground. Team 10's reaction was Shikadai used his shadow imitation to prevent the trees' advance, free Himawari, while Inojin quickly summoned a chameleon to pull her. Chuchu, with her partial expansion, managed to catch her before she fell. Jura observed with the group's skill and coordination, highlighting Team 10's effect, uniting without saying a word. However, Jura was not there. He made it clear that his only objective was to capture Uzumaki, that if Team 10 resisted, they would face the tension increase. Shikadai, concerned about everyone's safety, contacted by, quickly explained the situation, revealing that the invaders were after Himawari, probably due to the Nine-Tails. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Kawaki, who was unconscious, with Ada trying to revive him. Amato's presence, observing from afar, indicated that something else was happening. He murmured, clearly concerned about Jura's figure. The story was unfolding towards an imminent confrontation. In a new scene, in a rocky location reminiscent of Orochimaru's hideout, Boruto firmly held the karma mark. Kashinkoji beside him informed him that the invaders had initiated their act. Boruto, determined, activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, ready to move quickly towards the lead. Back in the village, Shikadai, with a serious expression, questioned Jura about his true objective. Jura confirmed that they were, in fact, following Naruto's trail, but that now his attention was focused on the Nine-Tails chakra emanating from Himawari. The mystery surrounding the connection between Himawari and the Nine-Tails deepened, leaving everyone even more apprehensive about what was to come. The scene was tense and full of mystery. Shikadai, wide-eyed, tried to process what Jura had just said. The Nine-Tails chakra emanated from Himawari, something he would never have imagined. It was a revelation that shocked him, as he knew the Nine-Tails should be extinct. Himawari, completely lost, didn't understand what was happening and just repeated the name of the Nine-Tailed beast, not knowing the reason for such a connection. Inojin, noticing his friend's unease, tried to calm her, believing that it was all just a mistake or misunderstanding by the invader. Jura, coldly, maintained his position and revealed that, despite also being surprised by the situation, they needed answers. He wasn't there to talk, but to find the truth, and the only way to do that would be by devouring Himawari. The trio of ninjas was stunned by the declaration, especially Shikadai couldn't believe Jura's word, but even in shock, the tension only increased as Jura took a step forward, advancing towards. Meanwhile, when Shikamaru's off, nervousness took over. He received an urgent report about the invaders' location, and upon turning to the person calling, he was surprised by a toad that connected with Imanaka. The news was alarming. Boruto had entered the Leaf Village. A sense of urgency hung in the air. Shikamaru knew the situation was about to intensify. Elsewhere, Kawaki woke up, still tired, but soon felt the pressure of his own regeneration ability. Ada, with relief, gently reprimanded him, but soon he noticed something strange, a sense of presence, something that shouldn't be there. His suspicion increased. Boruto, observing the scene from atop a roof, analyzed the debris left by Jura's attack. The wood-style jutsu was unmistakable. He knew it could only be the invaders' work. Toad, accompanying him, confirmed his suspicion. Boruto became even more alert. Then, a direct communication from Shikamaru interrupted his thought. Team 10's leader quickly explained the situation, mentioning that the invaders were after Himawari and that it had to do with the Nine-Tails chakra. Boruto, surprised and confused, asked more about the meaning of this revelation. The situation became even more complicated when Kawaki, now aware of Boruto's presence, confronted him. The atmosphere between the two grew more tense, Kawaki questioning Boruto about his objectives and about the mysterious attacker. Boruto, irritated, tried to warn him about the true danger, but Kawaki, with his usual contempt, accused him of being the Leaf Village's true end. The dialogue between them, charged with resentment and distrust, only increased the feeling that something bigger was at stake. The tension between the two intensified, with Boruto suggesting they go together to face the invader, while Kawaki, furious, showed complete disinterest in cooperating. The threat to the Leaf Village was becoming more and more real, and every move now seemed crucial to everyone's destiny. The battle was in full swing. Kawaki was determined to defeat Boruto. His dojutsu activated, he launched 3 stakes with precision, but Boruto, agile, easily dodges. Kawaki, surprised by Boruto's speed, summons 5 more stakes, but again sees his attempt. Determined to end the confrontation once and for all, Kawaki opts for close combat and modifies his arm to attack. However, Boruto anticipated, hitting Kawaki with a strong punch to the stomach, sending him flying. Pain was immediate, and Kawaki fell to the ground, irritated by the defeat. Boruto, with a disdain, commented on Kawaki's lack of training, provoking further. Ada, observing the scene, expressed her concern, but her attention soon turned to another matter. As Kawaki got up, activating his karma, Boruto felt a strange resonance in his own mark. The toad accompanying him worried about the danger that karma activation represents. Boruto, trying to control the growing power within, felt his arm begin to writhe in response to the resonance with Kawaki's karma. Desperate, the toad ordered Boruto to move away immediately to avoid losing control. Boruto, with great effort, quickly flew away, trying to distance himself from the impact of the karma, while Kawaki, confused, observed the scene, questioned what was happening. From above, Inojin flew with Himawari, observing the battle below. Jura, noticing the shadows around, seemed to understand the situation. Shikadai, with his shadow imitation jutsu, challenged Jura, shouting for him to stop being distracted, but Jura, with a cold expression, responded only with a sigh of disappointment. Without wasting time, he began to form a tailed beast bomb, Bijudama, from his eye, a devastating attack that, if unleashed, could destroy everything around. The tension in the air increased. Shikadai, recognizing the danger, exclaimed in alarm. Before Jura could launch the attack, Chuchu appeared on the scene, using her ability to extend her arm and deflect the tailed beast bomb away. The ensuing explosion was colossal, and everyone was thrown away by the impact, with smoke and debris taking over the battle. Himawari, observing from afar, worried about her friend, while further ahead, Sarada and Sumire ran towards the combat. Sumire pointed in the direction, and Sarada, with a determined look, responded, thinking of Himawari and her friend, wishing they were okay. In the field, Shikadai began to get up, while Inojin received an urgent message to rescue Shikadai. He immediately used his bird to fly and help his friend, while in the distance, Hidari questioned Jura about the Jura calmly explained that the target was Himawari, and although it seemed they were rich, he believed their resistance hid some. Curiosity about what motivated them to act like this increased, making this information even more valuable. Shikadai, with a calculating look, suggested that as long as Himawari was with them, they wouldn't need to worry about another destructive attack from Jura. Chuchu also suggested it would be better to move away from the village, an idea that was quickly accepted. However, Himawari, with a resolute look, asked to be left anywhere, decided to flee alone. Inojin, surprised, immediately objected. Shikadai also tried to convince her that fleeing alone was possible given the danger, but Himawari, with a somber expression, warning that if they continued that way, everyone would be at risk, suddenly mysteriously disappeared, reappearing in another location, sitting calm. Her eyes were empty, as if in a murmured to herself, not knowing for sure what was happening. Behind her, something surprising, a miniature of the Nine-Tails fox appeared, smaller than Himawari, but with unmistakable characteristics. A fox with a sarcastic spoke to Himawari, asking if she knew who he was, and it was at that Himawari recognized the presence of the Nine-Tails, with a shiver running down her spine. The connection was made. The mystery surrounding the Nine-Tails chakra began to reveal itself. The story unfolds with the Inoshikacho trio, accompanied by Himawari, being transported by Inojin's bird, flying rapidly. Meanwhile, Jura observes everything from afar and reflects on the situation, realizing that Team 10 ninjas are trying to change the battlefield, protect the village, and minimize damage. Hidari, who follows the movements, quickly realizes that other ninjas are approaching and mentions the fact. Meanwhile, Konohamaru contacts the team, confirming that the 2 invaders have been located, but Team 10 has not yet been found. Shikamaru, on the other hand, reassures everyone, explaining that Team 10 is heading southwest, trying to lure the enemies there. The objective, apparently, is to protect Himawari. who is the invader's target. The sensory team will be responsible for providing the exact location. Kawaki, who was listening to the conversation, reacts with surprise upon discovering that the invaders are after Himawari. The scene then cuts to Boruto, who is in a house, hidden on the balcony, trying to control the karma that begins to take over his body. He struggles to remain calm and control the situation, but the toad accompanying him is visibly worried. Meanwhile, Shikamaru gives clear instructions to Kawaki, asking him to go to the location without worrying about Boruto. Seems to be a problem. Kawaki, irritated and impatient, prepares to leave immediately, Ada running after him, demanding that he not leave her behind. Boruto, in turn, focuses on his own problem, trying to maintain control over the karma in his body. Although he seems to have a minor accident, he tries to calm down and convince himself that he won't have problems if he rests for him, while the toad watches in silence, increasingly concerned about the situation. At the same time, Hidari confronts the nearby ninjas and questions Jura about his intention. Jura, with a tone of indifference, responds that his plans are to go after Himawari and quickly flies away, paying no attention to the others. One of the ninjas, in turn, observes that Jura is fleeing. Konohamaru takes the lead, instructing the team to head southwest as Jura is clearly going after Himawari. But before they can advance, Hidari suddenly appears in front of Konohamaru and the ninja, blocking the way. He provokes Konohamaru and the others, questioning why they are interfering with his plan. The tension increases, with one of the ninjas joining the conversation, irritated by Hidari's posture, making it clear that he is aware of the situation. Konohamaru, however, remains focused and tries to get asking Hidari to explain what is happening, why they are after Himawari. Suddenly, the sensory team confirms that among the invaders, one of them possesses chakra data that matches Uchiha Sasuke's, leaving Konohamaru in complete shock. He tries to understand what is happening, while Hidari, patient, demands answer, putting even more pressure on the ninja. At that moment, Sumire and Sarada appear, bringing with them a sense of immediate relief to Konohamaru, who greets them with surprise. Sarada, with her typical seriousness, asks if everyone is okay. Tension in the air is palpable, and the mystery of the invaders' intention continues to unfold. The tension escalates as Hidari stares at Sarada with a fixed gaze, a look that does not go unnoticed by Konohamaru, who immediately senses the imminent danger. In an instant, Hidari disappears, leaving behind claw marks that suddenly appear between Sarada and Sumire, creating an invisible barrier of danger. In an agile movement, Hidari reappears behind Sarada, intending to deliver a devastating blow. He tries to use Chidori, but Sarada, with speed and dexterity, activates her Sharingan and ducks, dodging the attack with impressive precision. Konohamaru rushes towards the confrontation, while Sarada, without hesitation, prepares her own Chidori, counter-attacking with the same intensity. The impact of the blow directly hits Hidari's rib, who feels the force of the technique and is thrown to the ground, falling heavily. Sumire approaches cautiously, while Sarada observes Hidari's fall, her expression determined yet thoughtful. The silence that follows is interrupted only by the sound of Hidari still falling, staring at Sarada with a defiant look. Meanwhile, Sarada analyzes the situation carefully. She mentions with a tone of surprise that the technique used by Hidari was a Chidori, exactly like her father. Sumire, still stunned, asks what Hidari is, but Sarada, focused, tries to understand what exactly is happening. The scene then cuts to Himawari, who finds herself in a strange place, surrounded by the tails of an enormous fog. Feeling of uncertainty and confusion overwhelmed, but a familiar voice calms her. Kurama, Nine Tails, introduces himself, explaining that although she knew him as a constant presence beside her father, he is now there, speaking directly to her, but in a peculiar way. They are not in a physical location, but in a mental visualization, conversing only with their conscience. Kurama reveals that although he was the beast inside Naruto during his battle, he has now been reborn in an unexpected way. His death was not definitive, and over time, a fragment of his chakra eventually reconstituted itself, appearing inside Himawari. The explanation is clear. The destiny of the Hyuga and Uzumaki may have influenced this manifestation. Himawari, absorbing the information, responds with confidence, introducing herself as Uzumaki Himawari, accepting the situation with surprising calm. Back on the battlefield, Shikadai and the others try to wake Himawari, but she remains unconscious. The situation becomes even more critical when Chochu spots Jura, who approaches rapidly, flying with impressive. Shikadai quickly alerts the sensory team, asking for reinforcement, while inside Himawari's mind, Kurama encourages her to accept what is happening and move forward. Himawari awakens, now fully aware of her new reality. The concern on her face is evident, and she looks around, observing the acceleration of the situation. Jura, with his devastating power, prepares a new tailed beast bomb, Bijudama, using his Rinnegan, and hits the wing of the bird drawn by Enoji, causing it to lose stability. The impact is immediate, and the group realizes that the situation has become even more dangerous. Chaos ensues as the bird begins to plummet, but Chuchu, with her super expansion jutsu, rapidly expands, creating a protective barrier by absorbing the impact with her body. With a thud, they land on the ground, and Shikadai, relieved, thanks her for saving their lives. However, the danger has not yet passed. Jura, with his immense speed, quickly approaches the group, and his menacing presence makes everyone prepare for the next confrontation, aware that the battle is far from. The tension on the battlefield was palpable. Jura, with an imposing presence, observed the team of young ninjas in front of him. His gaze was cold, unremorseful, as he explained, in an almost philosophical manner, the fate that awaited his opponent. Despite his words, the threat was clear. There was no escape for those who opposed. Himawari, frightened, felt the weight of the situation, but before she could succumb to fear, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Kurama, the legendary Nine-Tails, made his presence known, offering words of encouragement. He spoke directly to her, challenging her to believe in herself, to trust in her potential, which was beyond what she imagined. Himawari's chakra had a unique affinity with his, superior to that of any of the former Jinchuriki, even Naruto's. Self-confidence was the first step to unleashing the power that was growing within. As Kurama's words resonated in her, Himawari, filled with renewed determination, ran towards Jura, ready to face the enemy. Chuchu tried to warn her, but she was resolute. However, her attempt to strike failed when Jura, with an agile move, blocked the attack and broke her leg with a pain was immediate. Himawari fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Her friends, stunned, watched this powerless before the enemy's cruel. Nojin was quick to react, rapidly drawing a tech, sending it against Jura. The enemy, unperturbed, easily dispelled the attack using a wood style. The scene seemed increasingly desperate. Jura, with a cruel smile, began to transform Himawari into a tree, explaining that within it, the young ninja converted into new without pain or feeling. Himawari, now pressed by the tree, cried, feeling helpless as Jura approached her motionless body. Nojin, in a fit of rage, went to attack Jura, but was easily knocked down by a devastating kick. Even wounded, he tried to get up, and with all his strength, tried to grab Jura's foot, begging him to release Himawari. Jura, with a look of contempt, paled Inojin with a wood-style technique, piercing his body with a piece of wood. The scene was horrifying. Himawari, unable to react, watched the act with horror in her eye. Inojin's body fell lifeless to the ground, and his eyes lost their light. Chuchu's desperate scream echoed across the field as she witnessed her friend's death. Himawari, consumed by sadness, began to cry even more, feeling helpless and unable to protect those. Jura, seemingly fascinated by Himawari's reaction, commented on what he called aesthetic, as if he was seeing something beyond a simple bat. It was then that something extraordinary happened. An explosion shook the spot where Himawari was trapped, and when the smoke cleared, a surprising sight appeared before everyone's eye. Himawari, now transformed, displayed a radically different appearance. Her hair was divided into 9 parts, like tail, and her eyes, ordinary, now glowed with Kurama's power. Her posture had changed. She was wilder, fiercer, as if a new force had been unleashed within her. Himawari, with a serious and determined expression, stared at Jura, her voice filled with a strength she had never demonstrated. Kurama's power pulsed through her, and the transformation was clear. Chuchu and Shikadai, surprised, called her name. Himawari was beyond any doubt or hesitation. She was ready to fight, and Jura, who until then seemed unbeatable, now faced an unexpected force. Jura, with a slight smile of surprise, thought to himself, intrigued by the radical change he had just witnessed. He knew the battle had turned. Himawari was different, more powerful than he could ever imagine. The scene ended with a focus on Himawari's transformed face, her eyes radiant with Kurama's power, promising that nothing would ever be the same. The fight was about to reach a new level, and Kurama's return to the story brought a new and epic chapter to Boruto. Himawari, now transformed as the wielder of Kurama's power, broke free from the tree that imprisoned, destroying with a burst of chakra. The young girl descended to the ground with a fierce expression, her hair split into 9 tail-like sections. Jura observed the transformation, intrigued by Himawari's connection to the 9 tails chakra. He seemed to understand that there was something unique about the girls, but he still didn't fully grasp it. Shikadai, still stunned, noticed that Himawari's leg, broken by Jura moments earlier, was completely healed, which impressed him. Without hesitation, Himawari went to Inojin's gravely wounded body, which had a tree impaled through his chest. Using her hair, she carefully pulled him out and, upon examining the wound, realized that something unexpected was happening. Inojin's wounds began to heal rapidly. Surprised, Shikadai watched as Himawari, still uncertain about the extent of her new power, instructed her friends to take Inojin to the hospital as quickly as possible. Himawari knew that Jura's threat needed tame, or everyone would. Firmly, she asked Shikadai and Chuchu to flee. Jura seemed focused exclusively on her. Despite being reluctant, Chuchu expressed her concern, but Shikadai, with his strategic mind, convinced her that following Himawari's plan was their only chance of survival. Before leaving, Chuchu extracted a promise from her friend that they would eat pancakes together later. Himawari smiled slightly, saying she loved pancakes. With Inojin being carried by his friends out of the combat, Himawari positioned herself to face Jura, determined, confronted the enemy with her newfound strength, while Jura, intrigued, observed the girl and reflected on the irrational decision made, mentioning how Inoji ignored his warning, suffered the consequence. Speech was interrupted by a furious shout from Himawari, ordering shut up. Without hesitation, she advanced, delivering 2 devastating blows, punch to the stomach and another that sent him flying. Jura quickly recovered, leaping into the air and advancing at high speed towards Himawari. In response, she channeled Kurama's power, forming a small tailed beast bomb, Bijudam, with her tail-shaped hair. Jura, surprised, reacted using his own. The attacks collided in an overwhelming explosion. The impact was so intense that Shikadai and Chuchi from afar momentarily stopped, worried about their friend. From the smoke of the explosion, Himawari emerged unharmed, ready to continue the battle. Jura, impressed, acknowledged her strength, highlighting the feat of manipulating a tailed beast bomb even in an initial stage of power. Without wasting time, the enemy attacked again, headbutting Himawari and sending her to the ground. Even so, she quickly got up, but before she could react, Jura appeared behind her and delivered a brutal kick, sinking her into the ground and cracking the surrounding terrain. Himawari, visibly shaken, struggled to get up. Jura, observing her with interest, commented that she had awakened in him the desire to fight more seriously, which made him want to explore his capabilities against her. The battle continued intensely, while Himawari tried to resist Jura's overwhelming force. Elsewhere, Konohamaru, Sarada, Sumire, and Konoha Jonin faced Hidari, who was wounded with a clear Chidori on the right side of his abdomen. Sarada, tense and worried, questioned Hidari about his true identity, how he had Manidori, highlighting that his wound was fatal. The fight against Hidari seemed as intense as the confrontation between Himawari and Jura, both sides trying to prevail amidst the chaos. Konohamaru was clearly uneasy seeing Sarada, but before he could act, Hidari surprised everyone. His seemingly fatal wound began to close in a matter of seconds, leaving Sumire and the Konoha Jonin visibly shocked. The regeneration seemed supernatural. Hidari then shifted his attention to Sarada, commenting on her eyes and mentioning the sharing. He revealed he had heard of this ability through Jura and expressed surprise to discover that the technique she had used was the Chidori, admiring the complexity of executing it correctly without the aid of the sharing. Konohamaru, without wasting time, pressed Hidari about who he was and his connection to Sasuke Uchiha, but instead of clear answers, Hidari admitted he didn't know Sasuke. He explained that he was seeking answers about his own identity, suggesting that his visit to Konoha was related to this search. Sumire, sensing the imminent danger, warned Konohamaru to protect Sarada, believing she was Hidari's true target. Suddenly, Hidari used a space-time ninjutsu, opening a portal in the ground. Before anyone could react, he grabbed Sarada's ankle, delivering a violent shock that made her scream in pain. Konohamaru and the Jonin tried to intervene, but were quickly overwhelmed. The Jonin was hit by a fire-style jutsu, while Konohamaru, attempting to use the Rasengan, saw his attack pass through Hidari as if he were intangible. Hidari then counter-attacked with Chidori, sending Konohamaru flying after a devastating explosion. Sumire tried to help Sarada, but ended up being electrocuted by Hidari and fell unconscious. Sarada, incapacitated and motionless, watched Hidari slowly approach, while the fight between Jura and Himawari continued elsewhere. Jura, with his overwhelming strength, delivered a powerful blow against Himawari, using the power of his Rinnegan to amplify the impact. Himawari screamed in pain as she tried to recover, but Jura demonstrated total control of the situation. He praised her regenerative ability, comparing them to a Jinchuriki's, but highlighted that they would not be enough to compensate for the constant drain her body was facing. Although Himawari healed her chakra was rapidly depleted. Beside Himawari, Kurama manifested, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The fox admitted that he underestimated Jura, and warned Himawari that even with all her potential, she could not overcome such a powerful opponent. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kawaki and Delta advanced towards the battle. Delta questioning Kawaki about his strategy. Determined, Kawaki replied that he would do whatever it took, but did not reveal details. Boruto, however, surpassed Kawaki, running at high speed towards the battle between Jura and Himawari. Upon arriving, he distracted Jura and quickly grabbed Himawari, moving her away from the battlefield before she could be harmed. Back in the confrontation with Hidari, Sarada was in trouble, trapped by Hidari's wood-style ability, mobilized her on the ground. He expressed a morbid curiosity about Sarada, implying that he would discover more about himself by devouring. But before he could act, Sarada noticed a small toad in the distance. On the other side, Boruto, now carrying Himawari, confirmed Sarada's location thanks to the same toad. With the aid of the flying thunder god Jutsu, Boruto teleported directly beside Sarada. In a quick move, he used his sword to cut Hidari's wood, freeing Sarada. Hidari, passive, observed Boruto without showing emotion. Konohamaru and the Jonin were astonished by Boruto's sudden end. From afar, Jura analyzed the situation, intrigued by Boruto's audacity. Hidari, in turn, finally recognized Boruto as an Otsutsuki, pronouncing the name with calculated cold. As the tension between the two sides grew further. The tension in the air was palpable as Boruto faced Hidari, holding Himawari firmly with his left arm, while his sword gleamed in his right. Little Himawari was unconscious, but her brother remained firm, determined to protect her. Sarada, fallen to the ground, called out to him with a trembling voice, while Sumire, also injured, watched the scene with a mixture of concern and help. Konohamaru was on the verge of despair, his fists clenched as he observed the expressionless Hidari, who seemed oblivious to the tension. Boruto, with a serious expression, ordered Konohamaru to take Himawari to a safe place. Before he could finish the sentence, Hidari advanced with a swift strike, which was immediately blocked by Boruto. With a precise movement, he conjured a wind-style jutsu, creating a powerful gust that forced Hidari. Taking advantage of the opening, Hidari disappeared into a dimensional rift, escaping before Boruto could counterattack. From afar, Delta and Kawaki watched. They hovered in the air. Delta, with an arched eyebrow, asked Kawaki about presence. Kawaki, still analyzing the situation, commented on Boruto, suggesting that he might have used a space-time nin to get there. Meanwhile, the village's sensory team reported that Boruto had reunited with Konohamaru, Sarada, Himawari, and Sumire. Kawaki, attentive, noticed a distant figure, Jura, motionless, as if waiting for the right moment to act. Back on the battlefield, Konohamaru questioned Boruto about his impulsive action, but Sarada interrupted, thanking Boruto for saving her, and Sumire, still visibly concerned, mentioned that Sarada was Hidari's true target. Boruto, serious, explained that Hidari possessed abilities similar to Kashin, and asked the sensory team to monitor for any signs of claw. Konohamaru, frustrated, tried to understand the situation, but Boruto insisted that the focus should be surviving the image. Suddenly, one of the sensory team ninjas detected a claw mark. Boruto realized that a dimensional rift was beginning to open on the ground. From there, countless shadowy creatures emerged, resembling small-tailed beasts, advanced in swarm. Boruto instructed Sarada to keep the enemies at bay, while he eliminated as many as possible. Konohamaru, cautious, ordered Sumire to move to a safe location. With agile and precise movements, Boruto leaped across the battlefield, using acrobatics to cut the creatures in half. Sarada, in turn, demonstrated her skill by neutralizing an enemy that tried to attack her from behind. However, Hidari emerged again, bypassing Sarada's defense with his intangibility. Transforming his arm into wood, he tried to immobilize her. Boruto, aware of the danger, threw a shuriken to deflect the attack, and then hit Hidari in the back of the neck with a rust. The villain, however, regenerated almost and reappeared behind Boruto and Sarada, conjuring new dimensional rift with the power of his rinnegan. Sarada suggested that Boruto escape by air, but he refused. He needed to keep his feet on the ground to absorb the planet's chakra, his newest rust still in development. Agreeing to buy time, Sarada advanced to face. Hidari tried to attack again. Konohamaru intervened, using a fire style to block the enemy. Angrily, he demanded that Boruto explain his priority, but Sarada quickly reminded everyone that the combat needed to end as soon as possible. Hidari emerged from another rift, grabbing Sarada with his wooden arm. However, she reacted quickly, using Chidori Nagashi to electrify the enemy and free herself. Taking advantage of the moment, Sarada delivered a taijutsu blow, throwing Hidari in Boruto's direction. Finally activated his enhanced Rasengan. Zuriki, the attack created a small tornado, which began to tear Hidari's body apart. Trying to escape one last, Hidari opened another rift. Kawaki appeared, using Boruto to pin him to the ground, destroy him with a devastating explosion. The dust settled. Boruto and the others noticed the presence of a small rinnegan eye float, observing. Boruto immediately questioned Kawaki about what it could be. Kashin appeared, explaining that it was a Togidama, a kind of thorn soul used for surveillance. Confused, Kawaki grabbed Boruto by the collar, demanding answers about how he knew that. Boruto, irritated, warned him to let go, threatening to cut off his arm if necessary. Before the discussion could continue, an unexpected attack pierced Boruto's chest and he fell to the ground, spitting blood. Sarada and Sumire screamed in despair at seeing him gravely injured, while Konohamaru tried to understand what had happened. From afar, Jura, responsible for the attack, coldly commented on the possibility of having missed a vital point. Delta, still observing from above, was impressed by Jura's precision. On the battlefield, Boruto was motionless on the ground, with Sarada by his side trying to process the gravity of the situation. Sarada tries to remember Boruto's words about the spy and and realizes she needs to retrieve it before it's too late. However, as she moves to pick up the eye, is hit by another of Jura's attack, pierces her forearm. Konohamaru's cry of horror echoes as Sarada, while the Rinnegan, floating like a menacing presence, tries. Konohamaru, in a mixture of despair and determination, warns the others about the imminent danger. But it's too late. The eye flies quickly towards Jura, who holds it with a sarcastic smile. "Boruto, you already know about the Togedama, don't you? It's even more dangerous than you imagine," Jura provokes. He watches the wounded young man on the ground. He reveals disdainfully that for the Otsutsuki, only Kawaki is necessary as a vessel, and that Boruto's death has already been decided. From afar, Jura observes Boruto fallen, blood staining the ground as Sumire desperately tries to tend. Jura bids farewell coldly, calling him an interesting young. At that moment, Mamushi appears, formed from Buggy's body. He informs Jura that Matsuri has confirmed the return of someone who may be collaborating. Jura suspects this person revealed information about the Togi boy. Mamushi, analyzing questions whether the thorns Jura's hands belong to Ari, that Jura confirmed, admitting the impressive strength of the adversary. Deciding to retreat, he mentions that he can't allow Hidari's thorns. Still, he observes Boruto, realizing that even on the verge of death, the boy seems blessed by extraordinary luck, as if the heavens insist to live. Meanwhile, Boruto, about to lose consciousness, plunges into a flash, sees himself fleeing from a group of ninjas who relentlessly hunt. During the pursuit, Toad appears before him, warning him about the presence of at least 20 enemies around. Toad, introducing itself as an ally, instructs Boruto to place his hand on its back to escape. With no alternatives, Boruto trusts the Toad and follows its instructions. Suddenly, Boruto is teleported to a secret base located on the outskirts of the Land of Wind, in an old abandoned Orochimaru facility. There, he finds the person responsible for the summoning jutsu. The man, who keeps his identity hidden, explains that the Toad was, in fact, a scientific ninja tool, built to look like a real amphibian, but remotely controlled. Boruto, suspicious, demands to know who he is. The man lifts a partially broken mask, revealing his identity, Kashin Koji. The memory of the ninja who killed Ao and tried to take his and Konohamaru's lives is instant for Boruto. Kashin Koji, with a serious look, asks directly, "Are you truly Uzumaki Boruto?" Question leaves Boruto confused, but Koji insists on the need for an honest answer. Upon mentioning omnipotence, Kashin Koji reveals his suspicion. Boruto is the Ishiki Otsutsuki vessel who escaped the Kara organization. He explains that both he and Amado collaborated in Boruto's escape. Confesses that although he doesn't fully understand the power of omnipotence, he recognizes its devastating effects on people's memory. According to Koji, the Leaf Village's memories of Boruto and Kawaki were altered, but he was prepared for this possibility from the start. Kashin Koji takes the opportunity to admit his mistake. He apologizes for fighting Boruto in the past, acknowledging that he was wrong. Boruto, understanding the weight of the circumstance, replies that he understands the frustration of not being able to clarify his true position, something he has been intensely living. Finally, Koji reveals more about his purpose. He was created by Amado with the objective of defeating Ishiki and preventing the Divine Tree plan, which threatened to destroy the planet. Even with all the difficulty, Koji states that there is still hope and that somehow Boruto may be the key to saving the world. Kashin Koji faced Boruto with a serious and sorrowful expression as he shared a disturbing truth. He revealed that there was a method to save Sasuke Uchiha, who had been transformed into a tree after recent event. However, before teaching this method, Koji insisted that Boruto needed to understand the worst possible. He described a terrible vision. The Ten Tails would break free from its control, evolving into a new form and creating humanoid divine with its own conscience. Among these entities, a group led by a figure named Jura would emerge, carrying the greatest destructive. But Koji revealed that in one of his visions of the future, Jura would kill Boruto. The weight of this revelation left the young Uzumaki speechless, his face marked by worry. Kashin Koji explained that although this future was not an absolute certainty, it was a recurring possibility in his vision. He emphasized that Kawaki's fate would be tragic. Devoured by the Ten Tails, the planet would end up destroyed by the Divine Tree. Koji reinforced that, regardless of the risks, it was essential to prevent this outcome. He highlighted that the future was not fixed and that Boruto's awareness could alter events. Inspired by Koji's words, Boruto firmly declared that he would never accept sacrificing Kawaki even if it was to save the world. His goal was to bring Kawaki back, restore his family, protect everyone he loved. In a symbolic gesture, he picked up the rogue ninja headband that had belonged to Sasuke, reaffirming his commitment to face the Ten Tails and any other enemy. The narrative then shifted to the present, where Boruto was lying on the ground, gasping and suffering from intense pain. Sumire tried to help him, but the situation seemed critical. Konohamaru, in turn, supported Sarada, who was also wounded. Despite her own pain, Sarada was more concerned about Boruto. At that moment, Himawari began to awaken, and noticing Sarada's state, ran to help her. Surprisingly, with impressive healing ability, Himawari healed Sarada's arm in sec, leaving everyone around astonished. Sumire, impressed, asked Himawari to help Boruto. However, before she could act, Kawaki interrupted her, saying that there was something more urgent to be done. Konohamaru took the opportunity, following protocols, placed sealing handcuffs on Boruto, made by Amado. These handcuffs would prevent the young Uzumaki from using any jutsu. Sarada protested, but Konohamaru explained that it was a necessary measure to get answers and asked someone to contact the 8th Hokage. Meanwhile, Kawaki noticed something strange on Boruto's clothes. A small toad, clearly a spy linked to Kashin Koji. Without hesitation, Kawaki crushed the toad, making it disappear. When Konohamaru questioned the act, Kawaki responded evasively, leaving the matter open. In his hideout, Kashin Koji felt the destruction of the spy toad and, frustrated, murmured about the growing challenges of his mission. The scene then shifted drastically to an unknown dimension filled with strange trees and dominated by a colossal cube that served as a dimensional pest. From the cube, humanoid figures emerged, products of the Ten Tails evolution. Jura, the leading figure, questioned Hidari about possible problems, but he seemed disoriented, still retaining fragments of his conscience. Matsuri, anxious, awaited what would come from the cube, while Jura ordered her to begin the harvest. Matsuri began to manipulate the wood of the dimension, preparing for some grain. Jura, in turn, casually mentioned the need to give a name to the new being that was about to emerge. The environment pulsed with an unsettling and foreshadowing the birth of a new threat that could change everyone's destiny. In a silent and oppressive interrogation, Boruto finally regains consciousness. He was handcuffed, and in front of him were Konohamaru and Biko. Konohamaru quickly into his stone caused by Jura's attack has been treated. Boruto tries to free himself from the handcuffs, but Konohamaru explains that these are not ordinary handcuffs. They were made by Amado, a master of scientific ninja tools. He clarifies that regardless of the number of seals Boruto tries to perform, these handcuffs block any, including space-time. Still trying to process the situation, Boruto asks about the state of his friend, the whereabouts of the enemy. Konohamaru replies that the enemies have disappeared without a trace, and their chakra could not be detected. He also informs, with regret, several ninjas died but that the main targets, Sarada and Himawari, were safe, as was the Inoshikacho trio. Meanwhile, in a nearby medical room, Inojin was being treated by Sakura. He remained unconscious, but Sakura assured him that he would be fine. Despite this, Ino showed visible anxiety, worried about her son's condition. Inojin's friends were also present, relieved to know that his recovery was only a matter of time. Back in the interrogation, the Konoha elders, Shikamaru and Yam, observed every detail through a one-way mirror. Ada also watched from a distance, commenting that the interrogation had begun. Demon, as usual, made joke, provoking Kawaki by insinuating that Boruto could reveal the whole. He mocked Kawaki, reminding him that no one would believe the lie about Boruto having killed Naruto. Kawaki ignored the provocation. Focused, Kawaki finally comments that regardless of what Boruto says, he remains a threat. As a note, he believes that Boruto, sooner or later, will lose control and that his elimination will be inevitable. However, before that, Kawaki suggests that valuable information should be extracted to face the new end. As the interrogation continued, Mitsuki observed everything from a balcony with a distant and introspective look. Konohamaru, still shocked, listened attentively as Boruto revealed the truth about the humanoid divine. He explains that the chakra of the people devoured by the Ten Tails is reflected in these trees, giving rise to humanoid copies. Hidari, for example, was a copy of Sasuke, Matsuri of Moegi. The most disturbing, however, was that Matsuri had Boruto as her target. Amado, elsewhere in Konoha, clarified that the Ten Tails seeks to devour Otsutsuki to transform into a divine tree capable of sucking all life from the planet and generating a chakra. He adds that, unlike before, these entities now possess intelligence and act seeking new knowledge and experience. Boruto reveals that behind all this is a central figure, Jura. Kamaru, upon hearing this name, shows evident unease. Boruto explains that Jura is not just another copy created by the Ten Tails. He is in fact the very incarnation of the Ten Tails in form. According to Boruto, defeating Jura would be the only way to save the planet. Konohamaru, skeptical, questioned how Boruto could be so sure. Boruto, without going into detail, states that his source of information is reliable, but that he cannot reveal who it is to protect that person. The answer only increases the tension. Konohamaru reacts agitated, accusing Boruto of inventing stories. One of the Konoha elders reinforces the distrust, stating that Boruto is a traitor and that, regardless of the threats, he should be eliminated. Boruto sarcastic, returns the accusation, reminding them that the same applies to him, since they were only keeping him alive for information. Despite the accusations and hostility, Boruto remains firm, knowing that the fate of the ninja world may depend on what he does next. Shikamaru took a deep breath, the weight of the past few hours etched on his face. He apologized to the elders present, assuring them that the search for Boruto would begin immediately. The elder, in a severe tone, warned that the incident would have serious repercussions and that the feudal lord would certainly not be pleased. Meanwhile, Sarada and Sumire entered the room where Konohamaru was. Curious, they asked about the outcome of the interrogation. Shikamaru's answer caught them by surprise. Boruto had escaped. Sarada was confused, trying to understand how this was possible. Suddenly, a telepathic message reached Shikamaru from it was an urgent communication from Kankuro, directly from the Hidden Sun. Shikamaru requested that the connection be made immediate. When Kankuro's figure appeared, his demeanor reflected the gravity of the situation. Without mincing words, he reported that Gaara had been defeated, as had his adopted son, Shink. Both were trapped in a peculiar state, transformed into, but it seemed they were still alive. Kuro asked the Leaf Village for help, aware that dealing with it alone cost. The narrative shifts to the Shinju base, where the group celebrated the fruits of the recent harvest. A new member, named Ryu, was introduced to the group by Juro. Days earlier, however, an intense battle had occurred in Sunagakure. Matsuri had found Boruto and Kashin Koji in Orochimaru's old hideout, but the situation became complicated when the Sand Village ninjas were involved. Gaara, gravely wounded, was determined to protect Shink. Despite his debilitated condition, he used a powerful sand sphere to keep the young ones safe from the Shinki insisted on fighting alongside his adoptive father. Gaara ordered him. Matsuri, impatient with the Kazukage's sacrificing posture, tried to convince him to abandon the young ten to his own injury. However, Gaara remained firm, willing to give his life to ensure their safety. At the climax of the battle, Shinki, disobeying Gaara's orders, used his iron sand to free himself from the sand prison and activated the iron sand sealing palm jutsu, safely sealing Gaara before the Shinju could attack. This heroic act saved the Kazukage's life, but exposed Shinki to danger. He ended up being captured by one of the Tsumeyak, while Araya and Yodo tried unsuccessfully to rescue. Even transformed into a tree, Shinki kept his sealing jutsu active, which impressed Matsuri. Recognizing the boy's courage, she decided to use that sacrifice to strengthen the Shinju's objective. Kankuro, devastated when reporting the events to Shikamaru, knew the situation was critical. Shikamaru advised Kankuro to be cautious, warning that the tree condition was still being investigated and that any discovery would be shared. Kankuro thanked him and, in a moment of vulnerability, asked Shikamaru to keep it a secret, to worry. Throughout the conversation, Sarada and Sumire remained in the room, listening intently. Sarada questioned more monsters like the Shinju could appear, to which Shikamaru replied that he did not rule out that possibility. He asked the two that if they managed to contact Boruto, they should inform him more information about the Shinju. The girls agreed and left the room, unaware that Kashin Koji's toad was present, spying on everything. Meanwhile, at the Shinju base, Ryu was born, seeming fascinated by the identity Jura had granted. However, something caught his attention. Using a power that combined iron sand with claw, he captured Code, who was observing from a distance. Despite the capture, Jura intervened, asking Ryu to free Code and introducing him to the new member of the group. Tension increased. The pieces on the board moved, and the fate of several ninja villages hung by a thread. It said that in the heart of darkness, the debt between monsters and villains is sealed in acts of power and manipulation. Jura, with his imposing presence, faces Code, who questions him with coldness and sarcasm. Aren't you going to hunt the Otsutsuki and devour them, or do you prefer to remain in the shadow of the chaos you yourselves created? Jura, with the calm of one who knows the universe's secret, replies that he's in no hurry. For him, there are many doubts to clarify before proceeding. He mentions that Boruto, though unwelcome by some, is not a concern, as Kawaki is enough to fulfill their ambitious plan. Koji, irritated by Jura's supposed arrogance, retorts. He makes it clear that no one gives him orders. With eyes burning with fury, Koji demands that the Shinju quickly fulfill their role of preparing the chakra fruit, that legendary artifact of concentrated energy, a condensed form of collective human information. Understand. Jura, however, merely smiles enigmatically, unconcerned, as if he already knows the outcome of that story. His curiosity for the fruit's power seemed greater than any urge. When Code, in a fit of irritation and wounded pride, tries to attack Jura with his claw mark, the villain demonstrates the abyss of power between. Without moving a muscle, Jura fires a tailed beast bomb-based laser, cutting Code's arm with terrifying precision. The scream of pain echoes, but Jura, insensitively, ironically, thanks Code for the freedom and individuality he provided to the group. It was a cruel thank, showing that Jura saw all those figures as disposable in a larger. Code retreated, vowing revenge. Jura decides to provoke Koji further. He tasks him with eliminating Boruto and all his allies. In exchange, he offers the chakra fruit, but not without mocking his obsession with power. Koji accepts, but makes it clear that the fruit will be his, no one else. Jura, with an enigmatic smile, simply replies, "I look forward to seeing how far you." On the other hand, Ryu, newly introduced to the group, observes everything with disgust for Code. In a private conversation with Jura, he expresses his desire to eliminate Code at the next opportunity, which receives the leader's approval. However, Jura advises him to focus on his true purpose, listen to his inner self, find his target. Ryu, after a moment of reflection, glimpses the fifth Kazekage, Gaara, sealed in a jutsu that only Shinki can. But since Ryu is his clone, he also carries this ability, which gives him a strategic advantage. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Boruto sits on the Hokage monument, contemplating the horizon. His gaze is heavy, filled with memories and regret. Kawaki approaches, interrupting the moment of solitude. He wants answers. Why didn't Boruto reveal the truth to the village? Why carry this burden alone? Boruto calmly explains that he wants to avoid chaos. Revealing the truth would divide and he prefers to bear this pain in silence. Thanks to Sasuke's support, Boruto found the strength to move forward, even as a rogue. But Kawaki isn't satisfied. He presses Boruto about Momoshiki, stating that this issue needs to be resolved. The young Uzumaki, with a somber air, recalls the fight against Code 2 years ago, when he used karma for the first time since leaving Konoha. At that moment, he felt something terrible. The same sensation of impending death he experienced when Momoshiki took control. Since then, Boruto abandoned karma, vowing never to rely on that power. Now, with so many pieces in motion and so many threats on the horizon, the future of Konoha and its allies seems more uncertain than ever. Kawaki looked at Boruto confused. "What do you mean by that?" he asked, wanting to understand what was happening. Boruto, with a serious expression, began to explain. In recent years, Momoshiki had been completely silent, waiting for the right moment to take control of his body. Kawaki immediately realized the danger of the situation. The boy was literally deteriorating from within. The idea of Momoshiki slowly dominating Boruto's body deeply worried him. Boruto, however, changed the subject as if he wanted to get that burden off his mind from him. He knew that, alone, he wouldn't be able to deal with the Shinji, and he needed Kawaki's help. But Kawaki, still immersed in his own thought, was not willing to set the conversation about Momoshiki aside. "We need to resolve this first," he insisted. Boruto then made a promise. As soon as the situation with the Shinju was resolved and he lost control, Kawaki could do whatever he wanted without hesitation. Boruto, with a sigh, looked at Kawaki and suggested he become stronger. The best way, he thought, would be to free Naruto and train him. But with time against them, that wasn't a viable option. Then, in a moment of revelation, Boruto dropped a bombshell. Amado was limiting his powers, his defensive and regenerative ability. Kawaki was shocked. He had never imagined something like this was happening. Boruto explained that Amado had done this to protect him, as he couldn't die yet. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Amado observed everything through Kawaki's eye. He realized that Boruto had much more information than he had imagined. Quickly deduced that the toad Kawaki had destroyed belonged to Kashin Koji. Even reluctantly, Amado wondered what Koji's true objective was, and how he had obtained this information. The conversation returned to Kawaki's karma, something Amado needed for his own. To avoid any problems with Kawaki, he had decided to restrict his power, preparing him for Koji's attack, which occurred 3 years ago. Boruto, knowing he could no longer delay the situation, asked Kawaki to verify this with Amado to prepare for battle. Kawaki, finally agreeing to help, stated that this did not change his desire to destroy the Uzumaki and the Ten-Tail, the sources of all. He knew that everything that propagated should be eliminated, and that included even himself. With that, the Uzumaki boy and Kawaki formed an alliance pact, ready to face the Shinju together. The battle was about to begin. But first, Boruto relived a flashback with Kashin Koji. The ninja, with his attentive gaze, explained to the young Uzumaki about space-time ninjutsu, an ability that allowed moving the target from one place to another, something similar to what the Otsutsuki did with Ii. Koji warned Boruto that he had already manifested this ability a few times, but in an uncontrolled way, which made it unpredictable and dangerous. Kashin Koji revealed that after 6 years, the future Boruto had managed to control this using scientific ninja tools marked with his own chakra, which allowed the boy to teleport from one place to another intentionally. This technique is called Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Koji said, explaining that Minato had enhanced a technique from Tobirama, creating an extremely powerful variant. The future Boruto named his version of the technique the same way, but his is even more powerful. Boruto, pressured by the weight of this revelation, felt overwhelmed. Koji explained how the future boy had learned to use this technique with precision after many errors and attempts. He used metal objects such as swords, shurikens, kunai to teleport. The closer the object was to his field of vision, the more precise the movement would be. Boruto, with a thoughtful expression, questioned if it would be more difficult to teleport to more distant places. Koji, with a detailed example, explained that if Boruto had two shurikens far apart and added his chakra to them, he would have to choose which one to teleport to first. It was an ability that required extreme concentration. Boruto became thoughtful, knowing that this technique would require more time and practice. However, the future Boruto had found a way to teleport long distances precisely, using different metals in innovative ways. Koji finally warned that this technique, the Flying Thunder God, required a level of concentration that Boruto was not yet prepared to reach, but that with time and effort, he would be able to fully master. Now, with battle in sight and a powerful technique ahead, Boruto knew that the path he was forging would not be. After reflecting on everything that was happening, Boruto finally decided it was time to begin his training. He had many things ahead of him, and the urgency of his situation pushed him to act. During his training, an idea came to his mind. He wondered if it wouldn't be easier to simply tell everyone the future, guide them to follow the right path. However, Kashin Koji quickly reprimanded him. He explained that the more people knew about the future, the harder it would be to predict events. This would create unpredictable ramifications, making it even more difficult to read possible future, rendering the prediction technique useless. Koji stated that no one should know about the futures. If they did, they could alter the course of things, causing events to take undesirable turns. The people who knew about the future, like himself, Boruto, and also Ada, who observed everything from afar through her Senrigan, should keep this knowledge in the shadows so that everything followed its natural course without interference. As Ada listened in silence, Sarada, who was also in the room, couldn't contain her concern. She wanted to know where Boruto was and was determined to find him. "Where is he? I need to find him," she said, her voice full of anxiety. Ada, with her usual calm, explained that Boruto had his reasons for distancing himself, that he didn't want to be found, and that he shouldn't share everything he knew. Otherwise, the damage would be irreparable. Sarada didn't understand Boruto's situation. She couldn't accept that he was carrying everything alone, and began to blame Konoha for the boy's situation. "They're trying to eliminate him," she said, her frustration evident. Once again, Sarada pressed Ada about where Boruto might be, but Sumire, who was present, intervened. She understood Boruto's decision to isolate himself and explained that the boy didn't want to be found on purpose, even with them by his side. Sumire emphasized that Boruto acted freely because they didn't know everything. Their lack of knowledge gave him the freedom to make his own decision without external pressure. Sarada was speechless. She couldn't believe what she was hearing, especially since, without their help, Boruto would have faced the Shinju alone, which would be crazy. Sumire, with a tone of understanding, said that perhaps it was precisely because they were there that Boruto got hurt. If he didn't need to protect everyone, perhaps he wouldn't have been grave. The statement left Sarada without a response. Sumire then asked Sarada if she had ever thought about how painful it for Boruto to carry all. She also added that she understood Sarada what she felt for the boy. So Sarada had run into Boruto without thinking of herself. Sumire then apologized, embarrassed, ran out of the room. Sarada, still confused and touched, called her representative. But before she could say more, Golta woke up and suddenly patted Sarada on the head, asking not to be called that. Then she withdrew, leaving Sarada even sadder and more thought. Later, Shikamaru entered the room and requested Ada's presence. He wanted to talk to her about what was happening. Tension was palpable environment. Ada followed Shikamaru to the meeting. Meanwhile, tense conversation was taking place in the office of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. He reprimanded Konoha's advisors for allowing Boruto to escape. Although the advisors apologized, the feudal lord showed no patience. He demanded that Boruto be captured and eliminated as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to call for reinforcements to deal with the situation. The advisor firmly declared that the intention was to eliminate Boruto and that this time he would not fail. That question hung in the air. Who would these reinforcements be? Would they be old allies or enemies returning to the scene, ready to further intensify the conflict? Boruto's future seemed increasingly uncertain. Shikamaru, his mind in a whirlwind, approached Ada, but quickly made it clear, "Don't stare at me." Every time he tried to focus during his conversations with her, the way Ada looked at him made the gears in his mind turn slowly, hindering his concentration. He knew the reason behind it. Ada enjoyed provoking him on purpose. Trying to compose himself, Shikamaru asked what was happening in Sunagaku. Ada, with her usual calm, began to explain the situation. She said that Shinki had been captured and that a new Shinju had emerged, named Ryu. His target was Gaara, but luckily the Kazekage was protected, sealed for now. However, Ryu had the power to undo that seal and devour his target. This information worried Shikamaru, and he immediately thought of initiating a mission to protect his brother, but Ada interrupted, saying that the threat was already a thing of. She apologized, as although she knew many things, couldn't personally hear the Shinju's conversation. This visibly irritated Shik, but before he could comment, Ada feared that one of the Shinju might stop listening to their conversation, changing the subject. Ada observed that Shikamaru had given up on eliminating Boruto and was using Mitri. Shikamaru, trying to feign ignorance, acted as if he didn't understand, but Ada didn't hesitate to confirm that she knew the situation. She assured him that she wouldn't tell anyone. She knew that if Shikamaru's position were compromised, he would also be it. Ada, even more cautious, reminded him that Kawaki had agreed to help Boruto with the monsters temporarily, asked Shikamaru not to fear. Don't get in their way or you might hinder them, warned. Shikamaru, aware that Boruto had someone behind all this, asked if Kashinkoji was the collaborator. The instant he asked the question, one of Koji's toads appeared, confirming it was him. Koji explained that he would only reveal the essentials to avoid future complications, asked to send Konohamaru, Sarada, and Mitsunagakure, where they would receive help from two local. Kamaru, suspicious, warned that Ryu and Matsuri might appear. Koji already expected. Before saying goodbye, Koji gave one last instruction. Shikamaru should keep Himawari in Konoha, as she was now Jura's target. If she left the village, she would be eliminated. If Jura appeared in Konoha, they should treat him as an ordinary person without trying to interfere, because if they did, everyone would be eliminated. If you bump into him, flee immediately. If he decides to attack, the chance of victory is 1 in a million. Koji concluded, thanking Shikamaru for following his heart, freeing Boruto. Keep going, following your own path. These words, however, frustrated Shikamaru, although he couldn't ignore the importance of the mission. Meanwhile, Sumire, still downcast by the words she had said to Sarada, was reflecting on her action. She felt a weight in her heart for having exposed her feelings so abruptly. On the mission, Konohamaru, Sarada, and Mitsuki were sent to Sunagakure. Koji requests Sarada, with her Asakura-style headband, thoughtful, still marked by the argument with Sumire. Konohamaru reprimanded her, asking her to focus on the mission and not become the target of allies' jokes. Soon, Yodo and Araya appeared, confirming that the mission was underway. However, Konohamaru and Mitsuki were skeptical about the origin of the information the Hokage had provided. Yodo, noticing the change in Sarada's energy, tried to talk to her. Did you change your style because of someone, or perhaps because of some man? She asked, making Sarada uncomfortable. Before she could answer, the enemies began to reveal themselves. Ryu and Matsuri, who were observing a seemingly dead Koji's toad so as not to be located. Konohamaru tensed, aware that the two knew the toad was a crucial clue to finding Boruto. Meanwhile, Sarada was still absorbed in thoughts about what Sumire had told her about Boruto. She knew he had his own reasons for not sharing everything. Now she understood a little more about his loneliness and the reasons behind his act. Sarada also reflected on her own, because without thinking of Sumire, she had run into Boruto's arm. Mitsuki, noticing Sarada's detachment, observed in silence, doing nothing about it. Ryu and Matsuri, still observing the toad, used their sensory power to track the object's origin. Matsuri, focused, soon discovered that it was Boruto who left the toad in that location. The pieces began to come together, and everyone's fate seemed about to take a decisive turn. Ryu was still confused, trying to understand how Matsuri knew about the tree, considering there were none in the desert. Oshinju in turn calmly replied, explaining that trees were everywhere, even deep underground, and that her sensing was extremely detailed. Matsuri added that she would follow the trails left by the two young Boruto and his ally, using the voices of the tree. The two watched from afar, with Yodo taking note of every caution. Konohamaru, attentive, quickly realized that with Matsuri's sensory power, it would only be a matter of time until they were detected. He knew that his mission was aligned with the information he had received, that the enemies clearly after Boruto, and the tension increased. He decided to act yet. Meanwhile, Sarada seemed lost in her own thought. Konoha, her distraction, she replied yes, that she needed to focus. Yodo, curious, questioned Konoha about. He wanted to know if defeating Ryu, obtaining the thorn, would allow them to return Shinki. Konohamaru confirmed that, based on the information he had, this was possible. The idea of being able to save Shinki gave Yodo a new motivation, but Araya, worried, warned her not to make any mistake. Yodo, determined, replied that she would do whatever it took to save Shinki without hesitation, even if it was considered crazy. The exchange of words between the two continued until Konohamaru, noticing the growing tension, intervened, asking them to stop. Yodo apologized, saying she wouldn't let her emotions interfere with the mission. Sarada observed everything, attentive to every detail. Before acting, Konohamaru reinforced the importance of everyone being on the same page regarding the mission. Mitsuki, still with reservation, questioned if it would really be possible, but Konohamaru encouraged them, stating that they had come this far and could not retreat. He then began the mission, drawing the attention of the two Shin. When Ryu and Matsuri saw the ninjas, Ryu warned Matsuri, who froze upon recognizing Konohamaru. She knew him well, as she was a Shinju clone of Moegi and had feelings for him. Konohamaru, acting naturally, introduced himself and explained that they were there to follow the traces of Boruto, Konoha's traitor. He then asked about the two. Ryu, in turn, believed their identities were safe, since the ninjas didn't know who they were. However, when Matsuri became visibly embarrassed and unsure what to say, Ryu took the lead, starting to plan what to do. He didn't know, but Matsuri was completely enchanted by Konohamaru. This made her hesitate. Meanwhile, Konohamaru reflected on what Shikamaru, the 8th Hokage, had told him. He recalled the Konoha leader's words, who not only asked to defeat the Shinji, but also to retrieve the Thorn Soul, a substance that appeared after their defeat. Konohamaru remembered Hidari and how he was defeated, which brought up the issue of the Thorn Soul. Shikamaru explained that for Shin, Kimoi, and other prisoners to return to normal, it was necessary to retrieve these souls and reinsert them into their body. Otherwise, the prisoners would continue to be revived repeatedly. That's when Konohamaru realized that Hidari might have already been revived. He was still skeptical about the information, but Shikamaru assured him it was crucial. Konohamaru, still with doubt, questioned how Shikamaru obtained this information. The Hokage, with his characteristic cunning, replied that the origin of the information was confidential and that he decided what to reveal. Even with this mystery, Konohamaru accepted the mission, knowing he had no other option. It was then that Kashin Koji's toad appeared on Shikamaru's shoulder, bringing more information. The Hokage reinforced that the Shinju were powerful creatures with great combat ability and that they were after several targets including Sarada, Konohamaru, Naruto, Boruto, Ada, among others. Shikamaru warned them that although these monsters were not essentially evil, they were like hatchlings acting according to their instinct. Their purity made them a threat. This made them even more dangerous. Now, with a clear objective, Konohamaru and his allies prepared to face the Shin, try to save Konoha's future. Konohamaru was perplexed. He couldn't understand how Shikamaru, in his experience, suggested he make friends with the monsters instead of eliminating them. To him, they were just creatures to be exterminated, but Shikamaru surprised the Konoha ninja by stating that he should tame them because despite being dangerous, they were innocent hatchlings. The strategy involved gaining their trust, only to, at the opportune moment, betray them, stabbing them in the back. The weight of the mission began to fall on Konohamaru. Shikamaru then made a statement that shook him even more. Naruto wouldn't make that decision, but you're not Naruto. You're a different ninja, and that's why this strategy is necessary for humanity's survival. The coldness Shikamaru suggested was undoubtedly a reflection of his pragmatic vision. He had become a true Hokage, willing to do what was necessary, even if it was unbearable. Back in the present, Konohamaru introduced himself to the pair of Shin, asked about their identity. Ryu, still worried about Matsuri's strangeness, hesitated. He was suspicious, but Matsuri, with visible shyness, accepted the cooperation proposed. Konohamaru then sprang into action, observing the toad that Boruto and his ally was a clue. He knew he needed to find out more about it. Meanwhile, Mitsuki found a piece of metal on the ground and, with his deductive ability, concluded that it could be something related to Boruto's use of space-time. Konohamaru then suggested that the team split up to search the area. Sarada and Mitsuki went one way, while Konohamaru and Matsuri investigated the other. Konohamaru, observing Matsuri, realized that she wasn't well. She seemed to have difficulty breathing and was clearly confused about what was happening to her. Sarada, with her perceptiveness, realized that they might be close to Boruto's trace pointed in the correct direction. Ryu, with a worried look, was suspicious, but Konohamaru tried to reassure him, suggesting that he and Matsuri take another path. Ryu, impressed by their confidence, revealed that he greatly respected the Leaf Ninjas, especially their leader, Jura. This respect caused some concern in Sarada and Mitsuki, who weren't sure if they could trust them. Ryu then revealed that, upon seeing Konohamaru and his team, he was ready to eliminate them, but decided to talk a bit, acknowledging that the interaction was worthwhile. Meanwhile, Yoda was completely focused, determined to rescue Shinki, and asked him to wait, promising they would bring him. In the midst of this, Kamaru reflected on his choice, selecting Konohamaru for this. He knew that Matsuri was in love with, which could be an advantage, as she still didn't fully understand her. This could be something that would work in his favor. Shikamaru, always cold and calculating, warned Konohamaru not to get emotionally involved. He would need to be ruthless, separate the enemies, and take control of the situation. In the present, Konohamaru, worried about Mats, approached her and asked if he was feeling better. She, disconcerted, tried to deny that anything was wrong, but Konohamaru, without hesitation, began to talk about trying to understand what was really happening. Meanwhile, Konoha Koji asked Ada to watch what was happening in Sunagakura. She hesitated, still afraid of Mamushi, asked if he was nearby. Koji, always calm, assured her that Mamushi was safely in the hideout and that Ada didn't worry. Beside Koji, Boruto observed the mission attentively. He knew that everything was unfolding, but there was still much. Koji, who was leading the mission, explained that the first step would be to defeat Ryu and then join Konohamaru to eliminate Matsuri. Boruto, anxious, asked what the chances of failure were. Koji replied evasively, trying to reassure him, but Boruto insisted, and the old man confirmed that the chances were not high. However, he warned Boruto and Himawari not to act rash, making it clear that the mission required patience and caution. The game was underway, and everyone knew that the future of Sunagakure and those involved in the success. The mission was not successful. Jura would take drastic measures. He would not hesitate to act to eliminate any threat. He didn't want to lose anyone. Meanwhile, Konoha, Jura was calmly in a bookstore, buying some books to pass the time. The old store owner, seeing him, was visibly startled, but tried to remain calm, acting naturally so as not to attract more attention. Konoha's sensory team soon detected Jura's presence and, realizing the situation, decided to act. However, Shikamaru intervened, asking them not to take any rash act. He ordered civilians to withdraw and no one to confront the intruder. Shikamaru's calm was evident, as he knew that any false move could end in disaster. Jura, for his part, completed his purchase without haste, paying for the books with change up front for future acquisition. The old man, still tense, accepted the payment and awaited the mysterious man's return, not daring to question his presence or intention. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Amado was engrossed in his research, calmly smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, the calm was broken when someone snatched the cigarette from his mouth. It was Kawaki, who with a swift movement pinned him against the wall. Determined, Kawaki demanded that Amado remove his limit. He knew that Boruto had warned him about the situation, that Amado was completely limited, without the ability to use his full power. Amado, in turn, seemed to have been waiting for this, already foreseeing that Kawaki would come to him seeking an Araya saves Sarada and Yodo from a fatal death using his particle sealing sword to nullify the paralyzing effect of Ryu's magnetic sand. However, the presence of a Sunagakure ninja with such a specific ability to contain the iron sands does not guarantee victory for them. Yodo, emotionally distraught at seeing the personification of Shin, her former teammate, loses control. Even with Araya trying to help her stay calm, her rage explodes, leading her to act impulsively. This moment of loss of control causes a rupture in the already fragile attempt at alliance with the humanoid Shin. Yodo's loss of control is triggered by witnessing the Thorn Soul Fruit for the first time, a vision that brings dark memories. Sarada, who had already faced something similar when seeing the power of Hidari and Jura during the Konoha invasion, tries to understand what is happening. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Amado acts with precision to contain Kawaki, who becomes increasingly aggressive. With a precise command, Amado deactivates Kawaki, saying, "Save your grumbling for when you sleep." This mechanism, a result of the advanced technology implanted in Kawaki, proves indispensable, especially considering the unstable behavior he has demonstrated. Sumire, witnessing the event, becomes suspicious. The idea that someone can manipulate Kawaki's component raises concern. If Sumire or another person learns to tamper with these mechanisms, they could deactivate Kawaki's security protocol, making him even more powerful potentially. The protection measures created by Amado prove effective, but also carry the risk of falling into the wrong hand. As Kawaki balances his strength between defensive and offensive mode, a new vulnerability emerges. In defensive mode, he becomes practically invulnerable, but when adopting an offensive state, parts of his body can be compromised, especially when facing enemies as powerful as Jura. This duality between defense and attack reveals the price of his strength. Furthermore, Amado's plans with Karma take a new direction. He intends to transfer Karma to a Delta clone, using the consciousness of his deceased daughter, Akebi. This experiment could lead to the emergence of a new Otsutsuki, something not seen since Kaguya. The possibility of Akebi resurfacing as such a powerful entity promises to further disrupt the balance between Amado and Kawaki. Tension grows, fueling uncertainties about the future and the developments this new creation may bring to the ninja world. The plot progresses with the characters facing challenges that test not only their abilities but also their alliances and emotions. The path unfolding is full of dangers, conflicts, and revelations that promise to change everything. It's hard to say if Amado's plan to revive his daughter Akebi is genuine or merely a facade for something larger. Recent shinobi history presents unsettling parallels, such as Black Zetsu's manipulation of the Uchiha stone tab, which distorted Hagoromo's legacy to achieve Kaguya's return, the infinite Tsukuyomi. Amado's intention remains shrouded in mystery, but his actions certainly have the potential to change the course of events. Kawaki's transformation into a living weapon through scientific ninja tools is a controversial. Unlike the traditional effort to gain power, which often comes with emotional growth and maturity, Kawaki's reliance on technology distances him from this natural process. His ninja journey, begun under Naruto's guidance, seemed to have awakened something more human, but now the pursuit of immediate power threatens to nullify that progress. After all, power gained without effort can be lost just as easily. Kawaki risks paying a high price for it. Meanwhile, In another part of the conflict, Konohamaru faces a complicated dilemma. His hesitation in handling the situation reveals a lack of the necessary ruthless critical mission. Matsuri, apparently trapped in an emotional illusion involving Konohamaru, could become an unexpected obstacle. The unfolding of this relationship could culminate in a direct confrontation. Konohamaru will have to make a difficult decision, either by defeating Matsuri with a calculated attack or by manipulating the situation to achieve the ultimate goal of extracting the Togidama, the Thorn Soul Shikamaru considers crucial. Near the Ryushinji, Yodo and Araya play out a tense. Despite Yodo's attempt to maintain Ninja's composure, the situation pushes her to her limit. Sarada and Mitsuki work hard to set a trap using the Thorn Soul as bait, but the plan is threatened by the unpredictability of events. Ryu, using his enhanced sensory ability through the iron sand, quickly perceives Yodo's hostile intention. His ability to track energy and detect threats is impressive, but it also exposes a vulnerability. Yodo's bloodlust attracts his attention, putting the entire group at risk. The interaction with the humanoid Shinju also follows an unexpected path. Boruto's attempt to infiltrate the group, carrying the weight of being treated as a criminal by everyone, doesn't last long before collapsing. The Shinju, guided by self-preservation instincts and the influence of the Thorn Soul within it, reveals that its loyalty is limited. There's a belief that should the Thorn Soul be removed from its body, it would enter an inactive or even near-death state, making it a key piece in the balance between the sides of the conflict. The scenario is complex and full of unpredictable variables. Emotional ties, power plays, and the pursuit of strength continue to intertwine, building a plot where every decision can be the catalyst for devastating. The events surrounding the humanoid Shinju and their complex powers continue to unfold in an intrigue. The case of Hidari, who sacrificed his life to activate an ability, raises questions about the true extent of these powers. The possibility that the Ryu Shinju is manipulating the situation, using tricks like a fake Togidama created with iron sand to deceive the ninja, makes the fight even more unpredictable. Mitsuki, upon realizing that the Togidama was fake, demonstrates that the humanoid Shinju, far from being naive, possessed formidable strategic intelligence. This is evident in Ryu's behavior, who reacts with sarcasm when confronted, hinting that he's always one step ahead. Emotional manipulation and apparent betrayals are just part of their game, making him an even more dangerous opponent. Araya's sword, specifically designed to deal with the iron sand particles, proved to be a vital resource. This weapon, used to save Yodo from the particle control, is a clear counterpoint to Ryu Shinju's power. However, it remains to be seen if this weapon will be enough to fully. The fact that the sword was created to be used in conjunction with Shin, Master of Iron, suggests that Ryu may have difficulties facing the sand. Even so, there is constant uncertainty about Matsuri's next and the true nature of her role. Meanwhile, we see a flashback where Shinki says he has imbued his chakra into Araya's sword, which would allow him to control the iron sand, even if in a limited way. Shinki says he does this to increase their power, even if only a little, in order to protect his father. Ryu unleashes a dense rain of iron sand to surround and pressure the ninja present, including Sarada, Mitsuki, Yodo, and Araya. The initial situation is extremely unfavorable for the group, as Ryu's sand is dense, razor-sharp, and can be freely manipulated, creating a constant offensive and defensive threat. The fight begins strategically. Araya, wielding a special sword made with Shinki's iron sand, is the only one capable of directly cutting through Ryu's manipulations. With precision, he frees Mitsuki, striking against the waves of sand to carve a path. This moment marks the beginning of a coordinated offensive. Sarada then launches her attack with a fire-style jutsu, firing a blast of flames toward the enemy, but Ryu quickly responds by creating a protective shield with his sand, completely blocking the attack. As the battle intensifies, Mitsuki enters the fight in his Sage mode. He summons snakes that extend across the battlefield and temporarily capture Ryu, restricting his movements and creating an opening. However, demonstrating absolute mastery over his technique, Ryu dissolves his physical form and transforms entirely into iron sand, escaping the snake prison with ease. This ability makes the enemy extremely difficult to hit with direct attacks. Transformed into particles, Ryu attempts to strike, but is stopped by Araya, who uses the sword to bring Ryu back together. Taking advantage of the moment Ryu returns to physical form, Mitsuki advances while Sarada activates her Sharingan and charges forward with a Chidori, landing a precise strike to the enemy's torso. The technique lands squarely, but Ryu once again dissolves his body into sand, reducing the impact and preventing further damage. Shortly after, he shifts strategy and summons a swarm of creatures, claw marks, that emerge from within his clothing and rapidly spread across the battlefield. The creatures are numerous and attack simultaneously, forcing the ninja onto the defensive. Sarada and Mitsuki attempt to hold off the claw mark's attacks, but the growing number of creatures begins to overwhelm them both. Meanwhile, Yodo is caught off guard and bitten by one of the creatures, making it clear they are not mere decoys, but lethal threats. Araya, trying to regain control of the situation, charges forward with his sword, cutting down the monsters closing in. However, when he attempts to strike Ryu again, his blade is seized and, in a swift motion, Ryu uses his abilities to teleport the sword away, along with the claw marks, stripping Araya of the only weapon capable of neutralizing his iron sand. With the sealing sword out of play, the group finds itself at a severe disadvantage, with no means to cut or contain the enemy's iron sand manipulation. The situation becomes critical. Elsewhere, Konohamaru speaks with Matsuri. During the conversation, Matsuri calls Konohamaru Konohamaru-chan, a form of address that only Moegi used to use. This raises suspicion and distrust. The tension builds when Ada observes the scene from afar and comments that Konohamaru is about to be devoured. Boruto, also aware of the situation, shows concern for his friend and wants to intervene. However, Kashinkoji stops him, arguing that he must stay focused on the main objective. Boruto's dilemma becomes clear. He is torn between saving his allies and pushing forward with his mission. Meanwhile, in the dimension of the divine trees, Jura and the others discuss the meaning of love and the reasons that drive them, hinting that there is a deeper ideology behind the actions of these new enemies. Konohamaru stands face to face with Matsuri, who reveals herself as an imminent threat by saying it is time to become one with him, suggesting she intends to devour or absorb him as they have done with other victims. The situation is critical. Mitsuki and Araya are imprisoned by Ryu's iron sand, completely immobilized, while Sarada and Yodo try to find a way to turn things around. The pressure is intense and relentless as Ryu freely controls a massive amount of iron sand, threatening to crush his opponents at any moment. Yodo decides to act and attempts to negotiate with Ryu. She offers herself in exchange for her companion's freedom, stating that her sensory abilities could be useful to him. However, Ryu coldly rejects the offer. Without any hesitation, he violently attacks Yodo, piercing her body with a lance made of iron sand. The attack is direct, brutal, and leaves Yodo gravely wounded. Even as she bleeds and falls, she locks eyes with Sarada with a firm gaze, conveying, even in silence, a clear message that Sarada needs to unleash her full power to protect the others, even if it means hurting herself emotionally or crossing her own limits to protect just one person. Faced with the scene, Sarada goes into shock. The pressure, the despair, and the pain build up inside her until finally she awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is an intense and transformative moment. Her eyes take on a new, blazing, and powerful form. Immediately after the awakening, Sarada activates an entirely new technique. A vortex appears before her, a kind of energy whirlpool that begins to suck in all the iron sand around her. The technique completely dismantles Ryu's manipulation, freeing Mitsuki and Araya, and nullifying the enemy's advantage on the battlefield. The vortex is so powerful that it drastically alters the surrounding landscape. Ryu, caught off guard, is forced to retreat in the face of the new technique's power. Mitsuki watches everything in astonishment, realizing that Sarada has surpassed a new limit. The technique appears to have dimensional or gravitational properties, similar to abilities seen in other dojutsu users such as Kamui. However, its exact mechanics are not yet explained. What is clear is that Sarada now poses a real threat to the divine trees. Meanwhile, Konohamaru faces Matsuri. Shikamaru had given him instructions to get close to the enemy by pretending emotional ties in order to distract her and open a window for a surprise attack. Konohamaru follows the plan and manages to deceive Matsuri long enough. In a precise movement, he channels chakra and creates two giant Razengans, which he launches against her in succession. The attacks destroy both of the opponent's arms before she has time to react. Victory seems imminent. However, when Matsuri, still conscious, calls him by the affectionate nickname Konohamaru-chan, the Jonin hesitates. The memory of Moegi, who used to call him the same way, paralyzes him for a brief instant. This hesitation, however brief, is enough to compromise everything. Konohamaru, overcome by emotion, is unable to land the finishing blow. Matsuri takes advantage of the opening and begins her recovery, once again becoming a direct threat. Sarada is lost in thought, reflecting on her desire to become Hokage and the promise she carries to protect the people who matter most to her. In particular, she recalls her feelings for Boruto and how that motivates her to keep fighting, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. With a coordinated sequence of multiple vortexes, Sarada dismantles the iron sand field and, at the peak of her technique, she focuses a single black hole and expands it destructively. The gravitational force of the technique is so intense that it compresses Ryu's body, even in his semi-dispersed form, causing severe damage and forcing him to retreat. Using this power, Sarada is able to control gravity and choose where she wants that gravity to be exerted. Ryu attempts to attack her, but every attempt is futile. Even his attempt to retreat back to the Divine Tree's lair is thwarted. Sarada's power is so overwhelming that Ryu cannot move so much as a single finger. With that, Ryu is completely destroyed, transforming into the spiked soul. The technique is powerful, but it comes at a cost. Shortly after its activation, Sarada collapses to the ground, exhausted and with her eyes bleeding due to the extreme use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mitsuki catches her before she falls completely, visibly worried about her condition. Ada informs Kashin Koji about the situation, and Koji feels relieved as one of the objectives has been achieved. Boruto questions him about whether Yodo dying was necessary, and that Koji had withheld information. Koji says that the outcome of Sarada awakening this power only happened because of the situation. Had Boruto intervened, it never would have occurred. Boruto asks about Konohamaru, whether he would survive. Koji states only one thing, that if Boruto appears on the battlefield, the situation will become more complicated, since the Divine Trees share information among themselves. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Konohamaru and Matsuri reaches a breaking point. Konohamaru, who had already suffered severe damage to his shoulder, is on the verge of being mortally wounded, when in an instant, Boruto appears. With fast and precise movement, using both his teleportation abilities and kunai, he places himself between the two and delivers swift strikes against Matsuri, incapacitating her in a matter of seconds and destroying her with a decisive blow. Boruto's action is surgical, revealing his growth and mastery of the techniques that now distinguish him as a true Otsutsuki warrior. Following Matsuri's defeat, an ominous presence makes itself known. Jura observes the scene and identifies Boruto as the true target, referring to him as Otsutsuki Boruto. It becomes clear that with his presence now revealed, Boruto will face serious consequences. While Araya manages to recover Ryu's spiked soul, the situation shifts completely with the arrival of Jura, who manifests from a claw mark. His presence brings a new level of threat to the battlefield, and his immediate focus turns to Boruto, who had just saved Konohamaru from the previous danger. Jura opens his attack with a concentrated energy blast, similar to a miniature-tailed beast ball, fired with lethal precision from long range, though it misses. Part of the attack goes flying toward them, and he fires another mini-tailed beast ball. Boruto notices the attack and is able to act quickly. He leaps into action and saves Konohamaru, with both managing to dodge in time, narrowly avoiding death. The blast grazes them and causes damage, but it is not lethal. The gravity of the situation becomes even clearer when Boruto begins positioning kunai marked with his special seal across the field, anticipating a high-speed, high-strategy battle. Using the Flying Raijin Jutsu, Boruto teleports behind Jura in an instant and executes his Rasengan. The attack lands squarely on Jura, but the damage is not satisfactory. Boruto understands that the only way to effectively damage Jura is with the Uzuhiko Rasengan, but to do so he needs to have his feet on the ground. Jura attacks, Boruto loses his sword, and then Jura immobilizes Boruto using wood style. Jura asks Boruto what love is. From his perspective, love is a flaw of human beings. Boruto seizes the moment and absorbs rotational energy through his feet, teleports behind Jura, and lands the Uzuhiko Rasengan. For a brief moment, Boruto believes he has managed to cause significant damage. However, Jura stands back up shortly after, completely calm, with very little damage. Even while staggering, Jura quickly demonstrates that he has perfectly understood the nature of the Uzuhiko Rasengan and reveals that, by grasping the rotational energy principles behind the technique, he was able to nullify it completely. The attack, which should have been devastating, is neutralized without leaving any lasting effects. Ada wonders whether Boruto will survive. Kashin Koji explains that escaping is extremely complicated for him, as a long-distance teleportation requires intense concentration, something Jura would never allow. Another factor is that Boruto needs to buy time for his friends to escape, and that calculation is running through his mind. On top of that, there is not even a 1 in a million chance of Boruto winning. Mitsuki demonstrates his skill by facing off against several claw marks, using his Sage mode to destroy the creatures with precision and efficiency. He reunites with Konohamaru, who has just escaped the confrontation with Matsuri, and together they discuss their next steps. Araya heads toward the Sand Village to deliver the spiked soul, taking with him the gravely injured Yodo, underscoring the urgency of the situation. Despite everything, Boruto does not retreat, even gravely wounded, with his body still affected by Jura's wood-style techniques and Sasuke's sword already lost. He stays focused. Jura intensifies his attacks with tailed beast balls in different forms, using firearm analogies to name his shots, something that stands out as a curious way to categorize his offensives. One of the tailed beast balls is fired like a short-range shotgun, and another like a precision rifle, a direct reference to Jura's impersonal and methodical fighting style. Boruto shows remarkable ability in evading the assaults. With precise movements, he uses the flying Raijin jutsu to teleport between the kunai he previously scattered, creating opportunities for counterattacks and keeping Jura in a constant state of alertness. In a surprising moment, Boruto appears behind the enemy and uses his purple lightning, a fast and dense electrical technique which lands squarely on Jura's left foot, severing it. The scene shocks even the antagonist himself, who is forced to pull back and recompose himself. Even so, despite the loss of the limb, Jura shows no despair. His behavior remains calm and analytical, raising questions about whether he is truly using his full power. The difference in strength between the two does not seem as brutal as Kashin Koji had previously reported, suggesting that Jura may be holding back part of his strength, perhaps to study Boruto, or to fully understand the Uzuhiko Rasengan. During the confrontation, Boruto also makes use of classic ninjutsu tactics. In a sequence reminiscent of the iconic battle between Naruto and Zabuza, he substitutes a kunai for himself using a substitution jutsu, deceiving Jura and creating space for a counterattack. This intelligent use of classic strategies reinforces Boruto's growth as a ninja, making it evident that he does not rely solely on raw power or his Otsutsuki abilities. At the moment when Jura prepares a final tailed beast ball to finish off Boruto, the chapter's turning point arrives. Kawaki suddenly appears on the battlefield. With a swift and silent lunge, he pierces through Jura's skull and eye from behind in a lethal and unexpected attack. The scene is visually striking, with Jura's body being run through abruptly, almost grotesquely. The arrival of Kawaki, now in his complete form and freed of restrictions, is the true climax. He reveals that he had previously been limited by Amado, who had redirected all of his offensive parameters to defense, severely compromising his performance. After confronting the scientist and restoring his original power, Kawaki returns to the battlefield ready to fight with everything he has. Jura, even wounded, immediately recognizes the shift, acknowledging the substantial increase in power. As Kawaki activates his karma and faces Jura, Kashin Koji watches from a distance, reflecting on the consequences of this new battle configuration. Koji comments that Kawaki's entry has completely altered the 10 directions, his shinjutsu of foresight. Until then, 90% of possible futures showed Boruto dying. But now, with Kawaki by his side, the balance has shifted. Koji also reveals that for 6 days he has received no new updates from the jutsu, indicating that hidden variables are interfering with his visions of the future. From this point on, both Boruto and Koji are forced to reassess their plans in the face of the uncertain scenario taking shape. Additionally, Delta arrives at the designated location, meeting up with Mitsuki and Konohamaru.